Welcome to our regular weekend backlog stream. We won't be running an open queue today, but we will be looking at some longer levels, including some puzzles and super worlds that ordinarily we would not be able to get to in the main program. Although one could perhaps argue that this has in its own way become the main program. So we'll begin with something by Nexar. It's a new puzzle that currently has no clears, and so we'll see if we have the capacity to be the first ones to give it a solution. It's called Pow Begone. These pows make too much noise. Please try to quietly put them down. Now, we know a few things about Nexar from his previous puzzle levels and his use of the mechanic with the interaction of the crouch and a sound effect. Certain sound effects that are attached to Mario. That was the core concept of his 4YMM contribution, which was the Blood Wiggler Mansion. So we'll see from the clue in this level here from the description whether there's anything that we could glean from that. So let's give it a go. Okay, so Pow Begone. So, what do we see right away? We have SMB2 access, which is going to get us through the Pow block. And ultimately, we do want to pick up the stump, but we also want to get rid of the muncher such that the blaster gives us access to the door. But that's going to be wrong, because it's going to give us the reset door instead. So whatever concept this is, it requires us to not let go of the POW. Ah, I see. The core of this concept is we are required to pick up the POW, but we also need to do some kind of soft drop. And it's not going to happen with a down drop given the way that the SMB2 mushroom tends to hold objects. It's not the same as the regular holding interaction that we see in the other styles outside of SMB1. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to toss this into claw and miss, but we get the idea. So yeah, just need to find reliably how to execute this well. No, come on. And of course, that's what the training room is for. And we see confirmation, of course, that we cannot take items like stumps through with us. Let's see once again if we can find a good drop location. There we go. Just would be 3 tiles away from the claw, standing on the same level. So that's going to be an important thing to keep in mind. And let's work our way through. Next room. Interesting. Looks like there might be a potential scroll break on the lower level. Also looks like we'll need to bounce up. Oh, interesting. Okay, so it says hold down. Maybe I needed to throw the POW against the trampoline because the trampoline would deflect it in a way that gives it a soft landing. So that's what we're going to do. We'll go back, redo this room, and we'll throw it against the trampoline 3 blocks out once again. Nope, that's... We want 2.5 blocks following the center of that arrow as an indication. I think that's the idea. Now, what we do about the next POW block after that is going to be a bit of a challenge. But I'm sure we can manage it. Like that. Okay. So what do we do with this guy here? That's a good question. Ah, I needed to move the trampoline up with me. If I move the trampoline up with me, I get access to it in the second pit. That allows me to take the POW through as before. So let's do this. 2.5 spaces. Take this up with me. And we'll drop it. Take this up with me. Drop it from 2.5. It's going to go back and forth. But that is enough to get us through. Next. Okay, so hitting the on-off block like this is going to be fine. What I need to do is I need to drop this, and then I need to kill the POW using the on-off switch. Great. Hey, Tempest Funk. Hey, Tempest Funk, I know we had a bit of a late start today. It was a bit unscheduled, but if you are able to stay, we can take a look at Escape Room 2. If you are not able to stay, maybe we can do something shorter. But I did have Escape Room 2 ready to go in case we wanted to look at that. And hey, program. Whoops. Okay. We need to figure out what the interaction is going to be between the one-way panel and a trampoline here, but of course I have to let go of the POW by dropping it here. Then I need to grab the trampoline, and then we'll see how to proceed from there. Obviously I need a high jump up to this location off of another object, and we need some way to drop it afterwards. Okay. You've been absorbed in Crusader Kings 3. Hope that's going well. It's been a while since I played CK2, actually. I usually don't get into Paradox games at launch because I know that usually it becomes more efficient to wait and see how overloaded with DLC things are going to be, but given the runaway success of CK2, I can imagine that people have been very excited for what the new one brings to the table. I feel like what I want to do is I want to bump this guy out of the way first. So let's use this pit here. Oh, the POW's going to drop off this claw anyway. That's fine then. But I wanted to drop it out of the way such that I can also... Whoops. That's not right. Such that I can also drop the next one safely. Like this. Drop it here. Whoops. And then I go up. And then I drop the, whoops, other one into the claw. Oh, you never played CK2? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, because it really seemed like CK2 was where the Paradox style really began to take off. I know some people got into Europa Universalis 3 before that, and that was very much a gateway game, especially for people coming in from 4X. But yeah, it's actually incredible what a huge influence Crusader Kings 2 has been. I think it's been one of the big stories of the last decade that's normally not talked about in those terms. Okay, so once again we have a similar pit. We were trained on this kind of spot by the level that we saw just now. Except I will need a safe location to drop that POW afterwards, and I'm not sure if I currently have that given the placement of the one-way panel. However, notice the top corner of this one-way panel. I wonder if this drop will be okay. It's not okay. Well, it also fell on top of the trampoline. I needed a little bit more space, 2.5. Yeah, probably throw from this location, and we'll see if that works better. Warlock was what made you discover them. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, with Paradox games, I find that it is a little difficult often to, whoops, just figure out when to jump in, because their model is so predicated on having a very well-discounted entry point followed by tons of DLC after the fact. 2.5 spaces. Okay. 2.5 spaces would have been this spot. That's what I did before, but it had the wrong sort of throwing arc. I wonder if I can actually... You know... Okay, I do need to jump from this location in order to have enough height. But what I can do is I can deflect the POW into this pit. And then I can reuse the trampoline afterwards. So, for example, like this. Okay, we got it, we got it. That's got to be the right idea. Well, except with a better throw when we're not under 20 seconds of time pressure. But I think that absolutely has to be the right approach. And yeah, Progan, this definitely seemed like your kind of thing as well, this level. It's by Nexar. But I feel like I'm progressing well on it, partly because I've had a fair bit of experience with these sorts of SMP2 mechanics already. And okay, so we're going to restart from checkpoint, drop this at the claw. Always a little tense about my drop range on something like that, but we'll drop this guy. Drop this guy. And drop this once again. Yeah, the POW against trampoline bounce mechanic is actually so satisfying. I've known about it since very early in the game, before SMB2 Mushroom ever joined the party, but didn't quite figure out decent designs with it. And then nowadays I'm seeing that so many good puzzles that use it as a keep the POW alive mechanic. I mean, maybe not so many puzzles in terms of quantity, but every time I see the mechanic well implemented, it's always just a lot of fun to play with. Right here. Except, we need to change out first. Drop this guy here. Hopefully that is a decent range to get a bounce all the way across. It is. Thank you, one-way panel. We'll get a decent throwing range on this guy as well. And that should be sufficient. I don't think I'll need trampoline access on this side, but... Oh. Come down here? Yeah, okay, that's the trigger. Interesting. Okay, so vine climbing is going to be relevant now. And so is an on-off switch. On-off switch is mostly going to manipulate the belt. I feel like the way that's going to be relevant is to maneuver the trampoline into an acceptable position. But let's bounce this guy all the way back first and just scout around to see what's going on here. This is mostly an item carrying gate. Right, because ultimately what I want to do is I want to get this guy all the way across. Here's how we're going to do that. We're going to use the trampoline to get the POW onto the belt. We're going to get it onto the belt, and then we're going to send the POW over to the other side so we can drop the trampoline over and access it from the other side of the bumper somehow. Yeah, no, we don't need to access it from the other side of the bumper. We just need the trampoline to be in a position that is accessible for the next POW throw. So let's do that. Oh, come on, climb. Climb. Here we go. So we're gonna drop this guy. Yeah, actually, I didn't need to hit the switch yet. I think this might even be doable, whoops, without really hitting the on-off switch to the off position. I think it probably can just be done with the on position. But anyway, we're going to drop this guy. Yeah, I don't think the on-off is actually necessary. I think the idea was that you use it to send a trampoline right to left if you drop it initially, but you can just carry the trampoline back, so... Okay. Here we go. Very satisfying, once again. Red herring switch? Well, I mean, it does make it a little more convenient to position things in place if you want to try to get things in a position. Also, I see that it might partly just be mentally preparing you for this segment here. Now, we see the trampoline here one slot above. That's going to throw off my throw ranges just a little bit. And we see the POW here. I don't want to throw it against the one-way panels, obviously. It'll just make contact. But if I stand, say, 2 tiles away, that's fine. So when it's elevated by 1 spot like that, I can stand 2 tiles away. Don't know if I can get onto this location, even on the edge. Seems like it should be accessible if I'm... I mean, that's kind of a pixel-perfect hitbox in the same way that it would be with some spikes, but I guess not. I'll just take that as designed and take it as inaccessible. Interesting, though, that if I send a POW across... Ah! So look at this over here. That's... If I send this guy over to the other side, then we've potentially got something. Except I don't think there's any circumstance that will let me move this vertical trampoline, because it's always going to be trapped along that one-way panel, and there's no way that I can ever pick it up. But what can happen is... Let's see here. So ultimately I want to stack things such that I have access to a horizontal trampoline on the other side, which will then allow me to do a soft POW throw. And so 2 possibilities. Either I move this guy down to a lower stack, or I move this guy down to a lower stack. Now, one thing that could happen is I take the POW up with me. Like, drop everything here. Also, one other thing that could happen is... Well, let me think about this. If Mario moves, say... Oh, is that a soft lock there? I'm not sure what you mean with the soft lock. Did I just activate something too slowly, or is that... Oh, I see, okay. I don't remember what the initial state in this room is, so let's just... It's not going to be a soft lock because you can always reset every single one of these rooms by giving yourself a reset door. But let me get back to the initial state here. And let me get back to the initial state with the off switch, in fact. I'm not going to finish it on this attempt, obviously, but let's do a bit of scouting. Whoops. Can the POW ever drop next to the one-way? If you duck, you get stuck. Ah, you mean here. I don't know that it can. Oh, you mean if you decided to throw the POW against this guy, lands over here, but you're on this side here. That's what you're saying? And then you get jammed here? I mean, we can try that, given that we have... Well, not now, because I've spent the POW, but... Given that we had a few seconds remaining, it feels like I could have tried that if I wanted. So, let's see if we can do it in 4 seconds. I think the bounce pattern should prevent that from happening. Given that the trampoline might even be elevated by 1 spot specifically to prevent that. But let's figure this out. Okay, so this guy we know about already. And yeah, as I suspected, I think it is entirely doable without hitting the on-off. And we'll just roll this over there. Roll this over here. and continue. Okay, so we've got a POW here. I think the idea is that I want both trampolines available, and I want to stack objects here such that I eventually have something like this, say. No, not here, obviously, but if I move this over, for instance, drop the POW first, and then when the POW goes to the left and overlaps with this guy, it's not going to collide, obviously. It's going to take the same spot, right? So let's see what happens when I do that. Let's reset this, because ultimately I do want to build a 3-high stack. Building a 3-high stack will allow me access to a sideways trampoline, which will allow me to dispense with the second POW. Program, I can give you the code if you want to race me for the first clear. We are not running the Qbot, obviously, but I do have the code manually jotted down in case you want it. There are currently no clears on this. It's been up since yesterday. There you are in the chat. You may very well beat me to it. Yeah, always welcome to race me today's. Just have to ask. Okay, so we have a POW block. We have... Where was I? Ah, yes. Let's set this guy down gently first. Then move this guy over slightly. Then move the POW. Kind of interesting to see what happens in the off position. Let's just take a look. Ah. Oh, okay. No, it doesn't allow you to just pick it up. That's too bad. But yeah, I was hoping that I would just sit on top of that. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Here's something we could try. Let's try this again. And then, yeah, using the POW on this side allows you to do a little something. What it allows you to do is create an obstruction. So it's acting as a barrier now, such that anything that you drop on the other side here is going to remain on this side of the belt and is therefore movable. So the question is, why do we want the off state to begin with? We need the off state in order to do something with this guy here. It's not going to be that. But I want to do something to nudge this guy out of position. Oh, hey, we can pick it up. Well, there's your answer right there. We can pick it up from the edge. I don't know if that's maybe the intended way to do it, but now we have the right idea, because then we can move this over here and then reassemble this piece by piece. Okay. Not sure if that's the right code. Okay, he might have changed the code. Let me see. I can get you Nexar's maker code. Because I think I still have it sitting around since Nexar wasn't 4YMM. Let's see if I can pull that up. Yeah, this might have been a re-upload then, from when I jotted down the code yesterday, because Nexar is just on my followed list. Quite possibly somebody hit the soft lock that you were worried about, who knows? So here's Nexar's maker code. It should be the most recent level on that list. Yeah, it could very well be a re-upload. So maybe we're not the first ever clear, but it's going to be a fairly early playtest on this. Yes, I want to reload all this so I can not lose access to one of the trampolines. Oh, however, you know what? I was not actually locked. I could have just hit the on-off switch and it would have moved the bottom layer. So let's see if I can do the pickup. It's may very well be that I needed to stack this guy using the conveyor here in order to get the pickup. You see how it bounces up slightly? Maybe now it's valid to pick that up, but anyway, that's how I did it before. Maybe that's not part of the intended solution to begin with, but we've got this, and we can move everything over. Now, I feel like that's probably not the intended design. I just have this feeling. We are using the on-off switch and belt, but we're not really using this lower belt here, unless the lower belt is just a bit of a trap. Oh, I see. Okay, 1 second. Let's drop this guy first. Move this guy. And get a soft bounce on the POW. And yeah, let me know if the new code is working out. Okay, drop this guy. You know what? That's fine. I don't care. It'll be a bit of a targeted throw here. It's like, why didn't we just do that in the first place? We can actually skip the whole puzzle by having the POW fall just a little bit off to the side. That's okay. We kind of understood what may be the intended solution as well, so I don't feel too bad about doing that. Okay, so here we just nuke everything. And there we go. Should be first clear. But we'll see. And it is not. Because of course it isn't. You found cheese, okay. Oh, I'll wait for you actually just barely beat me to it. There's definitely 0 clears when I loaded up this thing, but... yeah, Tempest Funk, I am in contact with the creator if you want to point out any specific cheese that might be an issue. Given that I think he's doing some early tests on this anyway. Say that you can skip a room using the POW as a stepping stone to enter the reset door. Room right before CPU 1. Yeah, you might want to leave a comment in the spot you're talking about. This guy thinks there's a soft lock. Ah, interesting. And how long ago did he play this? Oh, an hour ago. Okay, so I just didn't reload this thing, I guess. Because he would have played this, or at least was making progress on it, as we were chipping away at it. Okay, the next thing we will do is Escape Room 2. Okay, Escape Room 2, incomplete. Scrolls. Hard escape room puzzle, pen and paper recommended, outside sources allowed. Same kind of idea, description-wise, as what we have been doing previously with when we cleared escape rooms 4 and 1. So, let me just get a notepad up and running. Just do a quick stream test to make sure it's going to display the correct thing. Yeah, there we go. Complete scrolls. Try it once again. Yep. And we'll hopefully be able to do this without too many logistical issues, because it seems like something always comes up when it comes to something that I'm not set up to do on this end when chasing the clues, but we'll hopefully ready to navigate this. So see what this one is all about. Okay, so we see right away a little bit of a hut. We see red block. I wasn't really paying attention to what was going down the track, unfortunately. That might be worth a look when we come back at some point. We see a grid. It is a grid that is going to probably have some kind of, well, interpretation, obviously, that we need to decipher. We have cells that, let's say we described them as ranging from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry. 3, 4. Should be 7 by 7, I think. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7 by 7. Let's designate this origin point up here as 1, 1. I mean, we could always go 0, 0, but let's just say 1, 1. And yeah, we're going to have a certain number of blocks of each type that are coloring in certain squares. I don't know if the ordering ever matters. Like, I don't know if there's any kind of functional difference between having P blank here and, say, blank ice ice. But for the time being, let's assume that these are just numbers inside the cells. So I'm just going to jot things down accordingly. Notes. So, position 1, 1, 2 ice. Position 1, 3. It's going to be 3 ice. Position 1, 4 is going to be 3 ice. Position 3, 2. It's going to be 1 red. Position 4, 3. Maybe I should have counted from 0. It might be easier for me. That's okay. Too late now. We're going all over principles of array indexing. 7, 1 is going to be 4 red. And 6, 4 is going to be 3 red. But I don't know, of course, whether the arrangement is going to matter. You see that the red arrangement there with geometrically, that's going to be a little bit different as well. In cell 6 and 4 with the 3 red blocks. Looks like this is going to be 2 and 6. Be 6 red. And what do we got here? Then all the P's are on the bottom row. So it looks like we have 3 and 7. 6 and 7. And 7 and 7. Of course, this is just my shorthand for now. It might be totally worthless once we actually get into the puzzle. But this looks like it's probably going to be valuable information. Also, this looks like it's some kind of scroll break that I don't see what we can get to that would actually trigger it. Apart from, of course, returning here with an on-off switch toggle. As you can see here, oh, we actually just reloaded whatever it was that spawned on the track, unless it was a track timing thing. See here? Yeah, question block. Interesting, because it means that the question block drops off and probably dies off screen, such that we're coming back in and reloading it when we are back on camera. So we'll obviously check both pipes. We'll obviously what this symbol is all about, although I kind of remember it from seeing it in perhaps one of the previous puzzle rooms. So, like, this might be some kind of website logo or something that will become relevant once we navigate this thing. Yeah, it could be that this is a grid that's an overlay upon something else, so that's okay. We stared at it for long enough. We've been on this for 300 seconds. Why don't we just, first of all, check all the pipes. Ah, okay, so this is going to be a different arrangement. It's going to be a clue. And the clue is going to... I better screenshot this. It's going to tell me that there are two equal signs here. And that this guy on top is somehow something that is going to translate to the top half, perhaps, and maybe the bottom half of this clue is going to translate to the bottom half, but I'm not really sure. It might be something that is related to a code entry later. But we see some similar patterns. I'll have to see if that's something that we can assemble. Let's check this pipe. That was some kind of text, and I couldn't read it at all. Let's go back up and take a look. See if I can decipher some of the letters here. C, X, A, M. Oh, no, this is example. Example for two something. Example for two codes. Example for two codes. Okay, so this is an example for two codes, and how is it an example for two codes? Let's see. Well, we haven't seen what kind of form the code entry will take, so let's go through either the door or the green pipe and see what we'll ultimately be dealing with in terms of an input sequence. Okay, so we see this P block symbol match what we had earlier. And that's probably just the code entry, such that we have to bop things a certain number of times in a 6-digit combination lock, and then hit this as an activation. When it hits this as an activation, you're going to be trapped inside until such time as everything activates, and then there's going to be some kind of off-screen on-off release that will then drop you back out, I'm sure. The ultimate goal here is to have the combination lock trigger this bomb such that the blaster drops here, gives you access to this door. However, it could be like one of the previous levels in that there are two separate valid codes, such that a second code could drop a bomb down here, and also using the on-off switch create some kind of crushing mechanism that falls onto the track and therefore blows this up. And of course we have a key door here that is dependent on the activation of probably a P-switch to kill this bomb here. Although, if this bomb is killed, it also opens up this passage. So no, maybe that's not a key interaction, that's something else. But yeah, you can see that there are three possible places for the code output to drop. Here, here, here. Gives you this location with the blaster, and the P-switch gives you access to the blue pipe. Let's check the main door out front, just to see what we're dealing with. So we are going to be dealing with a level that has multiple code entries. And this is going to be code N something, code not, code input, no, code input. So yeah, this is just telling you how the code input sequence works. We already figured that out. And we're going to have 5 seconds left, and so yeah, we have the first puzzle. The first puzzle is just decipher a 6-digit code. So we're going to decipher a 6-digit code using this as a clue. This is the only information that we have to work with so far. but it is what we have. So what we see with an initial 3-digit code, well, let's see here. Let me see once again what the text was telling me. Example for 2 codes. So we have 2 different 3-digit codes. And basically, I think this is telling me, don't hit number 1, hit the second one twice, hit the third one twice. So this code would be 022. Oh, and I see that I actually had a notes window open the whole time. I hope that didn't obstruct too much. So actually, let me walk through this just quickly, just so we have things on video. So I was showing off on the right side of the screen how this room has 3 different code activation points. This gives you access to this door. E gives you access to the blue pipe. And third thing gives you a bomb that's likely going to be crushed over here. So I should have hidden that screen earlier. That's, of course, just for the sake of the video recording. And I will once again just show off this room here. Go to input. And yeah, that's just telling you what the mechanism is going to be. So we have a 7x7 grid. And it could be that I should have indexed this from 0 to begin with, because you can see that the example for 2 codes gives you 3 digits, and yeah, so the red blocks here are kind of irrelevant. It's telling you, so we can match up the number of P's to the number of P's that are in the code clue. We can match up the number of reds to the reds that are... Sorry, we can match up the number of ice blocks, rather, to the ice blocks that are in the code as well. So if we see blank 2, 2, and we see E blank 1, that's giving me a certain pattern that's supposed to correspond to the locations of the 2 ice blocks that are in the clue and the 2 and 1 P blocks that are in the clue. But then I would need to figure out what the correspondence is between those positions. And currently we don't have that. We don't have any... The red blocks in this screen are kind of irrelevant. They're just telling you nothing at the moment, I think. But if we go to the code entry, I, of course, don't have any kind of visual indication for what is above in terms of distinguishing the color types. So the color types are not something that we know from the input screen here. We do need to figure out what the mapping is for digits 1 through 6. And so, for P, oh, it might be something, maybe even additive. So let's go back here. Example for 2 codes. So let's figure out what kind of numerical correspondence we can make between 0 to 2, which would also be the same kind of correspondence that like 201 in the next clue would give you. So the example code gives you 022 for ice. Positions are... Okay, we need a consistent coordinate system for this, and I think that's we have a... Yeah, I see. So look at this. We have 3 digits in either code, and it corresponds to a 4x4 grid, which tells me that I should be indexing probably 0 to 3 here, and 0 to 6 in the other room to correspond with the fact that we have a 7x7 grid. So let me just do that quickly. And we'll just decrement everything by a digit, just for clarity. And oops, could of course be something that doesn't bring us any sort of useful result, but we'll deal with that when it comes. What is this? Could be 5, 6, 6, and 6. So once again, let me go back to the example room just to see if we can puzzle anything out just by writing it down. Okay, so the example room gives you ice 022 or 022 in general as the ice code. It also gives you P201, it's a 3-digit code. And then how do we read this? Well, the ice positions in this room are in 00 and 02, and both of them gives you 2 taps. So why is 00 in the top left corner, position 1? Of course, we don't know that this is the coordinate system to begin with. We may just be using bad coordinates or a bad origin point. Like it could be that 0 starts out from a totally different area. Although it looks like one thing that is consistent is that the blank space seems to have some kind of rotation applied to it, such that, so you see how it goes 022, and then you have the column with the ice blocks going 202. You have the P's going 201, and yet there's this swap, I guess, where it goes 021. Like, you know, if you took the first 3 columns for the ice blocks, or the first 3 rows for the P blocks, it's like you're reading the middle first, and then left, and then right. And that might be something that is important. So why don't we take a look at the relative arrangements of everything here. So you see how P is all in one row, and you see how ice is all in one column. So it might be that it's sort of 2-dimensional orientation on this grid just doesn't matter, because the P is only on the bottom, so we can read it the way that we read it previously. And this is only going to be down. So I think we have 6 digits to work with. The first 3 digits are going to be some combination of what we have going on here. Second 3 digits are going to be something involving these, like 1, 1, 2 in some order. It could also be that the blank spaces matter. That the number of blank spaces is something that tells us how many inputs are being skipped. Currently, we don't know what to do with the red blocks, but I would assume that eventually we get some kind of clue that tells us how to read the coordinate system for the red blocks by giving us a very similar kind of clue as what we see here. And so the question is, how do we find a mapping between this and the left column, and lower down the E blocks and the bottom row? And if we can find that coordinate mapping, then we're all set, assuming, of course, that the 6-digit code entry is going to go with these 3 digits first, and these digits second. And again, it's just a question of getting the blank space to matter. Also, though, look at how these could potentially lock into each other. So, no, they don't. Never mind. I was trying to think about how to make the two kinds of numbers overlap, if that has any effect. But yeah, so far this is purely just kind of a decryption puzzle, where we have to figure out some kind of candidate solution and just try it by punching in the code. So why is this 2 blank 1 and not just 2 1? And why is this blank 2 2 and not 2 blank 2? We need to... Oh, look at the semi-solids that are underlying it. We have not read the semi-solids that are underlying this code. That's important. Yeah, you see how it only fills in a few spaces? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Aha! And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So the semi-solids. Yeah, we should not be thinking of the whole coordinate system on a 7x7 grid from 0, 0 to 0, 3. Instead, we should be thinking about coordinate system using a rotation. But then, why is this p blank 2? It would imply that you're reading it from the start. Okay, DI Program, you said you found the intended solution for Nextar's last puzzle, without picking up the spring from the bumper, right? You want to get the sideways spring to the left wiggled out with the other springs, I see. Interesting. Yeah, I was wondering how to do that, but, you know, using the belts. But I was also pretty sure that given some of the collisions I've seen with people using saw blades, which are sort of equivalent to bumpers, as we know from Mario Maker 1, that there probably was kind of a pixel-perfect spot to do the pickup. And I don't know if that design has a good way around that, apart from just moving the bumper over. So we still need to figure out this decipherment here. How can we map the clue order to 0, 2, 2? Is it that we start from the middle position and do like a series of skips? Or what's going on? And do they also follow a consistent rule? I don't know that the rule for the ice would actually follow the same principle as the rule for the P's. Where the P, you know, you can come up with several different rules that could work for it. You could, for example, start from the first position and read to the left and wrap around. You could also be going, like, 2 spots over, 1 spot to the left. But it's hard to make any kind of consistent rule here unless you're reading from the outside of the grid. Like... No, because no matter what, like, you're going to have to start from the center position with this guy, and no matter what, you're going to have to start from the left position with the P's down below. So, for example... Anyway, this gives us a little bit of a different approach to this guy here, and I'm going to reflect that in the notes in just one moment. So the vertical blue code, or ice code, is going to be some kind of rotation on the pattern 2 blank 3 3 and then blank blank. The horizontal for the P is going to give us supposing that we're reading from the semi-solids, blank P, blank blank P, yeah, blank 1, blank blank 1, 2. Maybe we should just overlap this thing. I mean, it's not really following the example code. But maybe we should just conjoin the two together. And because we don't actually know anything about the ordering here. But I just can't really get these to line up in a consistent fashion. You know what? Let's just try just to see if anything happens. The code that occurs when we put the two together. 213312. Let's just try it. I doubt it will be anything because we're not actually reading the geometric arrangement of these numbers or whatever rotation is applied to these numbers properly. But I just want to see if it, whoops, does anything. Because we've been staring at this, not actually making any guesses, and I feel like we should. But that there is some kind of rotation or skipping that needs to be done with this order. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, no. This code entry screen, I was looking at the semi-solid here and thinking, oh, that semi-solid corresponds to the one that's under the P's. But given that this is the code entry room for all of the different possible codes that this level will give you, I doubt this is actually what's going on. So we'll go to 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. So that's what happens when you take the digits that are read in sequence and just overlay them. We're not reading it in the correct order, I'm sure. So I really don't think this will do anything. Yeah, didn't think so, but you can see that the track setup creates a jump block location that will crush a bomb here. So that's obviously incorrect, but that's because we're not reading the order properly. So how do we read the order properly? Is it two different rules? One rule for the ice and another rule for the P's. That's something that's very important to put together. So what kind of rule can we come up with for this guy? It can be one of two things for blue. It can be start from the second position and just read and wrap around going down or wrap around going up. For the bottom, it seems like the rule is just start on the left position and wrap around going left, say. But I don't know, it seems to me that we should be looking for some kind of consistent rule that applies to reading both of them in some orientation. And the lack of that consistency kind of makes multiple guesses plausible. And the fact that multiple guesses are plausible tells me that we're not looking at this the right way. That there should be some kind of solution that allows us to interpret both of these directional clues using the same logic without having to guess that it's going one way or the other. But perhaps what's going on, wait, is that we should only be entering one code at a time. So for example, if we look at the P code, we would have, starting from the left position, 0, 2, 1, 0, 0, 1. So we'll try that on the next attempt here, once we time out. Let me draw it down. 0, 2, 1, 0, 0, 1. So what we're going to do is read the order using only the P's, not using the ice. And we'll see if that does anything. Using the kind of P logic that gives you the order, start from this and wrap around. So let's go 0, 2, 1, 0, 0, 1. Somewhat doubtful, but yeah, didn't think so. Interesting audio response from the note blocks up top, but I guess that's just a code entry, and the tones we're hearing are just dependent on vertical position of the note blocks, so that's not actually a clue, that's just the level being responsive. And I see, by the way, what the question block is for. It's just a state reset to make sure that the code is re-enterable. Although I kind of feel like that an on-off state will ultimately be what gives us a scroll break over here. Or maybe this is a return path, such that we eventually return through here with the information that's required to read what is going on with the red code. So let's go back to this. Whoops, no, not here. We know how the code entry works. What we don't know is how to read this mapping. However, that's because so far we have been ignoring the red. Ah, this is what the red is for. Red gives you the position and the order. Look at this. So the order, we solved it, Okay, so the order is, you can see the code here 022. That's because if you look at the red positioning, on the y-axis, red gives you the blue order. So the 1 red block gives you second row. The 2 red blocks give you third row. 3 red blocks give you top row. This is how we read it. The red blocks are not some additional code. The red blocks are a clue in order from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that decode the position of each of these guys. So we finally have it. And so following this logic, we know that the blue code is going to be this. Ice code is going to be 0, 3, and then where's number 3 here? It's the 4th row here. So 0, 3, 3, 2. And 5 and 6 give you nothing. 0, 3, 3, 2, 0, 0. Horizontal position of the red blocks gives you the P code, which is going to be 1, 0, 1. And then where's the number 4 here? It was, yeah, 1, 0, 1, 2, 0, 0. So those are things that we can treat probably as 2 independent codes. Let me finally jot this down in the notes. This is what the notes currently look like. We finally have actual working codes. Yeah, so that's finally a consistent rule for how to use the red blocks as a decoding device. Took me way too long to get that. Instead of ignoring the red, we should have paid much more attention to how it might be relevant much earlier. And that will give us 0, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. We got it. Just watch, we got it. I feel like there are going to be 2 independent codes that will give us access to 2 different rooms. Now, if the blocks break like that, that means we can come back and we can actually punch in the other code as well. And have access to 2 different passageways. So the E code is going to be 1, blank, 1, 1, 2, blank, blank. And we'll activate this, and it's going to give me a different room. Here we go. So, We can check out one first. I mean, the bricks are smashed open. I have access to both. We'll eventually be picking up a third code. So we have missing this. Graffiti. Whoops. Hang on. I didn't want to go through the pipe. Let's go back here. Missing graffiti. And these symbols will be important, I just don't know how. This symbol, of course, we recognize from throughout the level so far. We also have this pointing to the 6th digit in the code entry. That the 6th digit will eventually give us something else. Missing graffiti. Okay. And we also have one additional clue from earlier. This thing here. Fine. And, oh, look at this guy to the left. This pattern to the left might be... I don't know if it's a clue. I mean, nothing here really passes for decoration, strictly speaking. It looks like it could be something that we have to assemble. I better screenshot that thing to the left. Yeah. In case we need it later. This is pretty obviously a QR code. If we're in the main world, I should be able to just scan it directly from the previous screen. Good thing I actually have a mobile device. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a QR code. Can't imagine that's anything else. Here's a tower. And the tower isn't really going to be anything accessible at the moment. Yeah, we'll pop out of the level after the next timeout and we'll check out what the code entry is. So, yeah, missing graffiti. Let's take a look at the other clue while we're able to. Oh, also look at how the scroll break here allows you to see some of the code entry mechanism on this side. I wonder, though, maybe I'm just never supposed to come back in this way. It would just break the mechanism, right? So, although, oh, that's kind of interesting, though. Coming back in through this door... Just thinking about the door positioning relative to the scroll break, and yeah. Who knows? Let's just go through here with the remaining 60 seconds or so. And so this is something we recognize from the missing graffiti room, this symbol here. This is a vine. This doesn't really give me much. Oh. So, this is something 9M6. Something equals 9M6. And we have this symbol again. And we also have the stuff that's in the bottom. Oh, wait. This is long. 9M6 L3L TPG. Maybe another... oh, this is ID. ID equals GM6 L3LTPG. It looks like that's probably part of a web address. So let me just jot that down. Yeah, it's likely... a web address that is supposed to point us to something using those 9 digits. Doesn't. Let me check once again to see if there's anything case sensitive here. But I think everything was in uppercase apart from the letters ID, so I'll just have to think about that. Also, the bottom pattern here, I don't know if that's ever going to be relevant, or if it is, once again, as decorative. But we do have some screenshots to work with. Still don't get what's going on with this symbol. Now, the objective here at this point should be to figure out another 6-digit code entry that will give me access to this door. That is the next objective, as far as I can tell. So once again, since we respawned from checkpoint, let me punch in the ice code. And once the ice code is in, should be able to see what's going on. Oh, wait. But this whole thing is broken, isn't it? Let me pop back in through here. See if anything changes. Yes, because we had a bit of a broken scroll lock on the right side from what? I don't know if I feel like I should have access to that room. Yeah, let me just try this once again. Because it seems like the activation mechanism might have been broken by the scroll lock, but oh yes, I was going to look at a QR code. That's an important way forward. Because the QR code was pretty much the only thing we needed from this room anyway, right? So okay. So let's go more info. Let's give this thing a scan. Also, you can see escape. Ah, yes. Notice the symbol on the thumbnail image. That the symbol is the intersection between the two different kinds of graffiti images. Oh, that was the other thing that we were missing from the main room, was the... when we saw the thing that said missing graffiti. And so, yeah, we still need to figure out what these symbols are going to do for us and how they intersect, but the QR code is obviously the way forward. That will mean bring forth the browser. Browser is going to give me an address that is an image, I believe. One moment. While we bring this up somehow. And yeah, as with any links to Imgur, which is what this is going to, my ad blocker is going to raise some hell, so just give me a moment while I logistically sort this out. And okay, so we're going to have a slight logistical issue here, but let me just bring up the picture that I'm looking at, which is this. I managed to get the image to open up separately. Here's what I'm looking at. And the picture also had a title that gave me a coordinate. I can't show you the album page itself because it's not loading here properly. I was trying it on mobile when I scanned in the QR code, and can't quite get it to open up in a desktop browser. So let me just hide this briefly and show you what I'm looking at. So the clue from the QR code is giving me the image with the title with these coordinates. Let me just Punch that in. And so yeah, this is going to be a bit of a geocaching hunt, as you can see. So what we'll do is we'll punch those coordinates into a map. And I'll try to bring up what that looks like. And one moment here, I really do need a moment to redo my windows here, so give me a second. Okay. So currently this is what we have. We have the code from earlier, the entry for the ICE code and the entry for the P code. We also have the ID that was from the second clue screen, and we don't know yet where to punch that in, except it is going to be something that is probably going to be part of some web address, maybe. We have the QR code that leads me to the first line of the links that you see here. That's the album page, and it leads me to this image with this title. And that gives me this. Gives me this image, which matches up to this location. And this is in St. John's, Newfoundland. Seems to be Signal Hill in St. John's, Newfoundland. And that we can actually do a bit of a satellite view, perhaps. Not a satellite view, but a street view. Let me see if I can get this going. Oh, hey, this is interesting. So I want to face in probably the direction of... Yeah, here we are. We're trying to just find the location on the trail, which will match up to where we were, oops, the previous image. This is kind of like playing Myst in a way. So we're looking for this location over here. I felt like the initial point that I had was probably correct, and then we set up somehow. So just give me a moment to re-navigate. See where we're facing. Yeah, there's the hill. There's the street view photographer, by the looks of it. Seeing his own shadow and foreshadowing several weeks of winter. I think I am a little off the path. I might have clicked onto it somewhere. Just give me one moment to just reposition myself. And... just back up and once again try to find the appropriate location. Ah, there we go. Okay. So here's what we're looking at. And here is the view that we want. Which matches up to the image here. Now the image here has a whole bunch of scroll on it, as with the title of the level, Incomplete Scrolls. I assume that ultimately we'll need to do some kind of image processing here, but we actually do see some of the repeated symbols that we do recognize, such as... I can't really highlight this with a cursor, I think, but you can see the kind of half-moon or truncated circle symbol. I don't really see the backwards S symbol anywhere. We see a few things that are like it, but mostly the clue that is relevant to us here is going to be the truncated moon symbol. We see that matching up to this view here, the Signal Hill historic site. And so the clue earlier in the level was telling us missing graffiti. And I think the implication here is that we had this image with the graffiti photoshopped out. And you can actually tell that it is the identical image because of the shadows and the lighting and everything lining up. That we are, in fact, looking at the right thing. And yeah, I assume that's how the clue was put together. That the clue was put together using this image as a starting point from a particular view, and just by scrubbing out the graffiti, that's going to give us the appropriate solution. I think it's just this thing here, SEMY. I don't know what that's telling me, or where we can apply it. But I think we'll have to find that out. Just give me a moment. So the missing graffiti gives me SEMY. Jot that down. But then what else was the level telling me about missing graffiti? We also have, of course, the positioning of the symbols that we recognize from inside the scroll in this image. I don't know that the positioning particularly matters. Collapse the side panel, and you can see, yeah, this is definitely the same image from a slightly lower angle, I guess. And yeah, we're not going to be able to find the exact same angle, obviously. At least not without some kind of additional clue or context. And so what we'll do instead is see if the missing graffiti here, the SEMY, is actually going to give me anything inside the level. Given that these symbols, the truncated circle symbols, are giving us clues inside the level that we haven't actually processed yet. So let me just shut all this off, get back into the level, see what we do. Okay. So yeah, interesting so far that, as you can see, the amount of work that was put in this level was quite considerable, in that graffiti was planted in front of the whoever was doing the Google Street View photography. And whenever that was done, and then all of that was, of course, created for the express purpose, dropping a geocaching clue inside of Mario Maker creation. So that's very interesting in its own right. Let's do the code entry for both codes so we can have full access to the level once again. And yeah, so you can kind of see that there's a little bit of weird thing here where once you have a scroll break on this side, you can't actually re-enter the code to get into the first room, I think. So let me do this. You have no idea why that code entry didn't work that one time. The scroll break didn't break it. Interesting. Okay. Alright, so yeah, that's something that will hopefully not recur then. Or maybe if it does recur, we can reproduce it. And yeah, we'll punch in the code. Once again, we have 2 remaining main objectives to progress through the level. One is to access the door that would be above the blaster from a certain code entry. And one objective would be to come through here with a key at some point when we get a key. So yeah, that's going to break on that side. Because, yeah, the thing about the scroll breaking over here was that it also happened when I was coming in post-checkpoint. And it had to be post-checkpoint because that's how I knew this hard block was restored. So, I mean, it does quite often happen that sometimes game sound just died. Okay, thank you for telling me. Let me just try to reload that. You just tried to replicate what I did and it worked fine. Yeah, huh. Yeah, that is kind of strange because that was when I was spawning in there from checkpoint going back into that room, so. Okay, game sound should be back now. Yeah, trying to run the game and my browser as an input at once actually does not hold up too well in the current system. But you know why the scroll break happens, but nothing in the lock mechanism should be affected by it. Okay. Yeah, interesting. So yeah. Might have just been some very obscure timing thing, like one specific thing that did not go. Anyway, we broke both sides open. Let's take a look at it. Missing graffiti. And we have an arrow pointing to code number 6. Missing graffiti gives me SEMY from that image. I don't know why this guy matters here. I think maybe it just matches up to the code room. But we know that 5 of these are missing. And, or, I mean, not missing rather, but 5 of these are in the graffiti. And so maybe it's just telling me that the last digit is 5. But I don't know yet. For a fact. Also, I don't know if this stuff here lines up to anything. Let me just check my browser once again to see if any of these scrolls on the left side or in the bottom side with the other blue room actually give me anything interesting. That's just going to be something that takes a quick look. I don't see it corresponding to anything, because none of the other shapes are particularly regular, except looking back at the browser screen now. Let me just pull that up. There actually is at least one instance of the kind of snake pattern, like the snaky pattern. In the very bottom... no, it's not. That's actually just another shape. So I think, yeah, the only thing that we need to look at is the symbol, and there are 5 of them. And yeah, I don't think any of this stuff on the left actually matters. It might just, at least not yet. Once again, that's just going to give me codes. This is going to the tower. Maybe it was something else in the main screen artistically that we should have taken note of, other than just a QR code, but in the absence of anything indicating that, I should not just assume that. That's just there to prevent you from going over the tower. Yep. Understandable. Okay, missing graffiti. And And we'll come back here. Check the other room. And yeah, this here, I don't know what this is telling me yet, apart from just reinforcing the appearance of that symbol. But I don't know if its positioning here on the third block matters. It probably does matter, but I don't know how. So we have the ID here. We have stuff on the bottom that doesn't seem to match up to anything. The ID is, I think, pretty clearly something that I'm supposed to plug into something on the web. But we also have those additional letters from the graffiti clue that we haven't used yet. So these are the clues that we have not used. We've not used this. And ID. Probably telling me some kind of website. And I'm trying to think about like what website would use that as a suffix. Because it's not like, you know, V equals, which is what YouTube uses, and which was in the YouTube clue in a previous level, the previous escape room. It is something else, and yeah, as you can see, the way that this symbol lines up with everything here, you've got the middle lining up with the blue blocks, so I think when we saw the clue over here, this was just lining up and telling you about code entry room. I don't think this symbol is actually telling me anything else useful. But yeah, it could be the final code is 5, and that we need 5 other digits to work with. And so we have SEMY being the missing graffiti, and we have the ID equals as the code that we have not actually used yet. And so that will take some thinking. I'm just probably going to do some kind of search for that code and see if... Oh, you know what? The ID is 9 digits. Could it possibly be a level code for a secondary account? You know what? Let's try it. I think this is actually leading me to a different Mario Maker level, or ID, like a Maker ID. It's 9 digits, it's all uppercase, it says ID, it fits. In the Mario Maker context, this is the best candidate by far. Which means, of course, that if you ever uploaded or re-uploaded this thing, you would have to... Oh, okay, I see. So this level is actually going to be a clue to the one that we're doing currently. Which is interesting. So this was uploaded June... 5th of June, right? And when was Escape Room 2? Escape Room 2 was uploaded immediately after that. So that's interesting, that this was a level that was related to this one and contains a clue. And given that it's precipitation, the fact that we had rain in the room with the 3 question blocks leading up to that, look at that, we recognize this. Indicates to me, well, we're doing the correct thing, obviously. It's telling me that this is the right answer. Really lovely aesthetic design, by the way, using the coins here on top of the background doodads as a way of simulating just plucking out these lanterns, I suppose. Also with a moving cloud that is going to bump these guys. Oh, interesting. Really neat, actually. And yeah, that's going to shove everything over. This is kind of a pretty neat platforming level by itself, actually. Interesting way to just get people to play it. But there's going to be something important in this level. I don't know if it's going to be something that's actually in the preview room, but you know what? I'm just going to play this level anyway because I enjoy it. And it's actually a really neat concept. I've seen the icicle rain effect very often, of course, but using this kind of cloud effect is very uncommon. Also, of course, I have seen it used for this stacking gimmick, but not as part of an actual aesthetic in a level. So let me just loop around here. Really neat. Very, very neat. Okay, nothing really going on here, so I think I actually do want to look at the preview image. Unless the presence of the vine block clue just now tells me about a hidden block in this level. That's also a possibility. Because in the clue room that gave me the equivalent of the first screen of this level, we also saw, of course, the vine block on the left side, leading us up to the pipe in the escape room, rather. So I'm going to look at a preview image. Relaxing stroll in a rainy stone garden. And indeed, in the introductory screen, it is going to have a pipe that is up top, as well as an exit point that is all the way to the left. Yep. So these are two interrelated levels, where the escape room tells you about an invisible block over here, right underneath that guy. And sort of interesting that you have that plant there discouraging that jump. So people are less liable to just casually run into it. Okay, here we are, progress. So once again, we have this symbol. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. Ah, this is going to be a key. Thank you for the follow. Now, we actually do have a letter key. In that, we have the missing graffiti. The missing graffiti gave us the letters S, E, M, Y. But this is actually just... That's probably unrelated to this. It looks like this is probably just giving me a message. Okay, you know what? I only have so many monitors to work with here, unfortunately. I could screenshot this whole thing, but I would need to keep popping in and out in order to do this. Hang on, like I feel like I need like a second switch on a second monitor in order to do this, but you know, we can also just go back and forth and punch in one letter at a time. I'm going to block the spammer. Just give me one moment to do that. And we'll continue. Thank you for the follow anyway, spammer. And yeah, not often I see real trolls. I haven't seen that in the longest time. Like, I do see spam links, which is why I still have a pretty aggressive bot. But anyway, this is obviously a message. And I'm just trying to figure out the most efficient way to read this message without having literally a second switch open. And I think I just need to run back and forth, probably. Unless... Okay, so the code here... Just going to work in my notepad in the meantime. So the code from Precipitation Meditation is going to give me, first character is S. Second character, this is going to be tricky, I think. Yeah, you see, this is easier for me to do if I'm not streaming, because I could just rip each of the screenshots to my desktop. Oh, you know what? I'm going to see if I can screenshot any of this in OBS. I can do it with my sort of default Elgato stream software, but I obviously can't run that at the same time because everything will just collapse. So I'm going to see if I can do some kind of screenshot just locally, just to have a key available and open. Sorry, there's going to be a little bit of dead time on the stream while I figure things out logistically because, yeah, playing this on and off stream, they have different technical challenges attached to them, I guess. But I think probably the way I want to do this, instead of running back and forth and just firing at one character at a time, is, you know what? Let's just run back and forth and decipher one character at a time. Who cares? It's going to be S-T R. And I'll bring up the notepad as well so you can see what I'm doing here. SDR. And then you have this sort of L arrangement. Really interesting, actually, how many encodings you can get out of just using the 2x2 grid. Where am I? Wise. Ah, here it is. Yeah, surprisingly powerful encoding scheme. In fact. S-D-R-E-E. This is just telling me about Street View, right? This is 4 characters. I bet this is just view. 2. I'm just doing this by implication. This is partly guessing to save time. Although I, of course, have seen a couple of these characters previously. Second character here is going to be I. Third character is going to be something else. Street View, something, something. One moment. This is not the first time with these levels that I felt like I just need a second switch to play the whole thing. Street View to F-I something. Street View 2, and then it's going to be a 5-character sequence. So we're going to have 2x2 somewhere. F-I-M, what word could that possibly be? Oh, maybe it was not an I, maybe it was something else. Or maybe I'm just completely sort of lost. Last character here. Have we seen that one previously? You know what? This is in the main world, isn't it? No, this is in the subworld because it would be buried from the main screen. Street View to... Oh, maybe that was a letter... And because I'm seeing that as D... Street View to... F-I... Oh, probably N-D. Yeah, I misread that. It's N. Street View to find... something. Street view to find. Oh, I know what happened there. Was I spread that single cluster. Have we seen a character? SS. MISS. Probably NG, missing. Street view to find missing. Oh, and there's going to be a second part to this, which will require me to run back and forth a little bit more. No, street view to find missing. That's all it is. So we have been to the street view, though. Like, we skipped way ahead to that clue earlier, and we went to street view to find the missing graffiti, and we saw that. We saw the SEMY. But what I don't see is what that gives me in terms of a code. Because we saw that a while ago. We see, of course, this whole sequence of locks here that is nothing. Which is funny. So we see street view to find missing. And we've done that. Because, let me bring up the browser screen once again. Seriously, Tempest Funk, you are going to make me buy more monitors. And possibly a second Switch. Okay, let's see if I can bring this up. Safari. So we have the missing graffiti here. And I feel like I was reading that correctly. SEMY, and then we have the letters that are buried within that. Maybe that has something to do with the alphabet code here. Let's see what happens, because we know that... Oh, you know what? We know that there are a whole bunch of sequences like this that... I was wondering if they were relevant... Oh, hang on, let me hide the screen. We have a whole bunch of sequences like this using hard blocks and bricks that also may map to the alphabet, and so there may be text clues in the other place. I've got to find a more efficient way to do this, because there's no way that I can just like flip between the two levels. We got to do it this way. And hopefully before time runs out, although it's easy to get back here. And we actually saw two different kinds of verbal clues. Now the thing is, I don't know what the mapping is going to be between question and jump block here and hard block and brick in the other level, but that is something that we can determine. Because one of those configurations, one of those mappings is likely to give me actual legible text, whereas the other one is likely to give me just straight nonsense. Maybe. I can never tell. Maybe there's some kind of clever mapping that is using both. Okay, so we're here. We are going to, first of all, just crack everything open again, which will require me to plug my notes. And be 3, 2. It's going to open up a right door using the ice code. And we'll just come back here and enter the other code. What is that going to be? That's going to give me 1 blank, 1, 1, 2. There we go. We'll see if I can actually read any of the text. Well, we'll see first of all if I'm right about it being text. Yeah, you see all of this stuff on the side? It looks like it is giving me something. And just one moment here while I figure out what the best way to do this is. Probably I'm just going to set up my notes. Text in QR code room, and then text in second room, I guess we'll call it. And I'll probably have to dash in and out of my screenshots. Just how this is going to go. Out my notes. And yeah, that's pretty much the only way that I'll be able to do it. You know what? If I take a look at the 2-letter word, the 2-letter word is only going to be so many things. It's going to be like at or in or to or something like that. And so we can use that to determine what the correspondence is between question block, jump block, and hard block, brick. So give me just one moment to do that. Okay. So let me hide my notes, actually. So I can see what's going on. This is really kind of disorganized on my end, so bear with me as I try to buzz back and forth. Let me figure out how I'm going to do this. Because I can't quite do it from... Did I already screenshot this? Hang on. Yeah, I did. Okay, that's more efficient. Because now I can just key in what's going on here. W, perhaps. And where's my E? No, that's not going to be it. Okay, this does have a way to handle blank spaces. Let's think about hard block corresponding to jump block, maybe. And what does that give me? It gives me I. And N as the second character. Yeah. You know what? I can roughly see this clue from over here. We know the second word is going to be in. Just give me a second. And we know now that jump block corresponds with hard block. Question block corresponds with brick. So that's going to be something in. Let's see what the first character is going to be. We want a 3 jump block sequence. That's going to be N. Second letter top row is going to be A. Third one is going to be I. Oh, it's like going to be nail or something, right? No, not nail. An AI. We want 3 question blocks in an L. N-A-I-E. Wait, no, this is... I misread this. Name in... Probably the... by the looks of it, but not really. Name in L. That's going to be A. That's going to be... T? No, that's not gonna be T. I've name in LAT. Oh, maybe this is just broken up over multiple characters. LAT. There's got to be a faster way to do this. AN. D. Name in Lat. No. I definitely got this wrong, right? L A E. No, that looks right. Name in LAT and what's the last row here? It's going to be LA. That's right. L. 2 jump block O. Maybe this is going to be a treasure hunt that is going to take me to another level of yours. Who knows? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Oh, name in the latitude and longitude. Okay. We can do that. Electrodude, yeah, this has been quite a puzzle. It's been quite a treasure hunt, actually. I feel like the solving element has not been hard once we got through the code entry. When I understood the code entry, the rest of this has just been internet detective work. So it's followed a pretty satisfying sequence. As I noted with the previous Tempest Funk escape rooms, like usually there's maybe one sticking point that's kind of like a code reading or system reading thing. And that tends to be something that I take a while to work out. And then once I work that out, the clues just kind of flow one by one. But usually reading the encoding system is the major obstacle. I'm doing well, Electrodude. I hope you're fine as well, that the Toho streaming is coming together. I didn't know if I was going to be able to run this stream today, and so it was kind of nice that I did manage to put it together. Okay, so we have another alphabet clue that is on the lower level, much longer series of words. Once again, I'm going to have to screenshot this and take it one word at a time. First 2 words. Second 2 words. Last word. This does seem to be the most efficient way to do it. This. Okay. So now, yeah, left to right, we're looking at part 1, part 2, part 3. And we need to, once again, map it to the alphabet clue. So the code in this room. So the first piece of text was name in Latin long, which is just latitude and longitude, which is from the title clue that we had earlier. Let me see if I can bring up the notes once again. Text in the second room is going to be M. No, not M. That's going to be L. And then 2 jump blocks on top. O. Keep track of what we're staring at any given time. L-O-O, I think. Yeah, that's just going to be double. This is probably telling me to look somewhere, isn't it? Look. Okay, it's going to be a corner piece here. That's going to be B. Nope. B and then D. Oh, no, no, no. I'm misreading that. That's a blank square. It's actually, it's going to kill my eyes, actually. I'm looking at a second word here. And that's going to give me 2 jump blocks on top. 1 brick on the lower right. That's going to be O once again, I think. Look, B-O. Should have been able to do that partly from memory. Looks like T, if I'm not mistaken. Look, probably both. An H. Really interesting encoding system, all things consider. Look both. Third word is going to be L. Second letter is going to be L-E. This is going to be a 5-letter word that we're looking for, right? Okay, so L-E. Then we have a kind of bottom left corner piece. Look both L-E-K. Or am I looking at the right letter here? L-E. No, that's inverted. We want 3 jump blocks, 1 brick. Doing this kind of slightly backwards probably isn't helping. Look at both lev. Oh, this is probably a level or something. But let's not make any assumption here. But how it's going to go. Look both L-E, B, E, L. Oh, wait. How many pieces is that? No, look both level. Yeah, 5 characters. It is a bit of a sort of mechanical part of this level, I guess, where we're not really solving so much as playing the matching game, but that's okay. We'll get through this. Second character here is going to be 2 jump blocks on top, blank in the bottom left. It's gonna be O. Look both level M-O. 2 bricks on the left, I think. M-O-R. Look both level or. And then what's the last word here? Last word is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 characters. The thing is, there are so many symbols here, I can't just replicate this from memory or from reasonable guessing, like how I got through several words in the last one. But looks like the first character here is going to be I. Look both level, more I. Let's see. N. Look both more level in. And then 2. Look both level info, probably. Look both level more info. Okay. So name in Latin and long, and look both level more info. Name in lat and long. So we have the initial latitude and longitude, which of course I punched in much earlier. I'll put that in the chat once again for anybody who has come in late. But that is the thing that we are using for the name in Latin and long. Name in Latin and long was of course just the text in the QR code room. Look in both levels more info, we can do that. So just give me a moment. Yeah, this has been a logistically challenging level to execute in some ways, but I know exactly, as I said earlier, exactly how I would want to do it if I were off stream. I would just capture screenshots and then have everything open on a second screen, but not really something I can do at the moment. You know what, let's get out of here, look at both levels more info. Continue to treasure hunt. Once again, we're still ultimately looking for the digits of the code. So we've seen this already, and that we've seen pretty much everything here. And that we have the QR code, we have the tower. I haven't actually used a tower. And maybe the tower is useful for something in the graffiti design. And I have not used the kind of key symbol yet, like the sort of backward snaky symbol just yet. We have also still not used the actual graffiti clue, the SEMY. Although maybe the actual nature of the graffiti is not that important. Who knows? But I mean, it's the thing that was photoshopped out, so it's the obvious clue to look at. Oh, you know what? We never actually looked at this QR code. So let's see. Hopefully it's not just going to give me another Imgur link, because those are just a nightmare to work with. Because Imgur is just such a spammy site these days. It is going to give me another Imgur link. And it is going to give me another graffiti clue with a coordinate. So let me type out coordinates. I have this on mobile right now, so I need to manually transfer this. Yeah, D.I. Pergan. St. John's is in Newfoundland in Canada, off the east coast, facing the Atlantic and where all the shipwrecks are. And so the location that's in the QR code is a historic site called Signal Hill, which is the landing zone for the original Marconi telegraph cable, I believe. And which is interesting because I've actually been to where the origin point of Marconi telegraph cable was, which is in the Lizard Peninsula in Cornwall in England. And so Signal Hill is kind of a major historic landmark as far as the Canadian Atlantic coast goes. I've not actually been there myself, but I do recognize the location from the map. Okay, so this is going to take a moment to actually load up on the main screen because I scanned the QR code through mobile, but it gave me a new series of coordinates. And it has also given me another image that has some scrolls on it and some graffiti that was obviously photoshopped out. I'm going to see if I can bring up the image. It will take a moment because Imgur breaks like crazy in my browser, especially when it's an album link. Yeah, not only here, but in the other level as well. Kind of interesting that you could fit it in and also have it read accurately. Let me see if I can get the Imgur link together. I'm actually going to put some of the links in chat, so those of you who are able to follow along can do so. But first I have to myself actually be able to pull up the image. So let me pull up the album links that I was given. So the original clue, let me just give you the link in chat, just so I can navigate there. So this was the first clue, and Electrodude, no problem with lurking if you need a program. We'll get the solution to this one soon enough. So that was from the first QR code from the Escape Room 2 level. The QR code from Precipitation Meditation gave me a different one, which is here, and I'll pull up the image on a main screen in just a moment and fish it out without all the Imgur spam. And I'll see. Punch that in. We'll also punch in the coordinates so we can locate the original file. Let me just... Sorry, I'm juggling like 5 different windows here. And things are totally going to crash on me. Let me know if the stream breaks, because there is some likelihood of things just breaking as I juggle all the stuff that's on my end. So this is going to be Bainbridge Island, Washington, USA. So this is going to be... If Google Maps actually cooperates, and I'm not convinced it will. Let's see if I can get a street view here. And... Okay, maybe this is not correct. Hang on. So I can't get a matching street view image yet. But anyway, I'll pull up the image so you can see what I'm looking at. This is the image. So as you can see, as with the previous clue, we have a blotch on the left that is missing stuff. We also have the second symbol in the level, the kind of I don't even know what to call it, but it looks like those kind of key tools, you know what I'm saying? The backwards S symbol, the elongated backwards S symbol. Yeah. I don't know what to call it, but we have 2 of those missing here. No, we have 3 of those missing here, I think. No, we have 4. So, top left here. Bottom left on the first pillar. Top right by the third pillar. And just left of the last pillar. So we have 4 of those. So we have 5 of the moon images, I guess, or the truncated circles, and we have 4 of these guys. I just jot that down. 5 elongated circles, 4 key tools. Now, the last thing we need is I need to sort of investigate the street view image that corresponds to the coordinates. And it is going to give me a name in latitude and longitude. And it's probably a name that I'll have to search somewhere. So I got the first graffiti clue over here. And the second graffiti clue, I'm going to see if I can bring it up, but currently the other coordinate is not cooperating with me just yet. It may be that I'm missing a minus or something. Or no, minus just gives me a longitude, so it should. Give me a second while I see if I can actually bring up the appropriate street view image. And this is going to be a little bit challenging. Hey, Redox, it's going fine. We've been very deep into this escape room that involves reading QR codes in 2 different levels and finding image comparisons with Google Street View. So that's what we've been doing today. That's been our job. Now, can I actually get Street View to cooperate and give me an image? Yes, I can. One moment. So, let me bring that up in browser so you can see how it looks. So here's the street view. I need to rotate it such that we match up with the view of this wall, and I can see what the missing graffiti is. I'm amazed that you found the source images to make this concept work in the first place. That seems remarkable to me, that you actually managed to find, you know, geocached graffiti that would work for these purposes. Maybe not. So what's been erased here? I feel like I need to look for something that's been erased. Cedar Roar. I was originally thinking that it's the location on the bottom left of this image. Kind of like how if we look at the other comparison, you have, you know, very obvious missing graffiti here. Very, very obvious. But so we need to look at this image and discover what has been photoshopped out of the street view, because something has been photoshopped out. If this is at all consistent with the previous clue. Can we see anything that has very obviously been photoshopped out? I feel like I need to do a side-by-side comparison, but that'll require me to pull out additional windows. And as people from previous streams know, every single Tempest Funk escape room we've done so far has exposed just how poorly prepared I am on the streaming side to actually handle this kind of content, but we're doing it anyway because this is actually kind of fun. But what are we missing then, graffiti-wise? I don't actually see what's been photoshopped out, and I feel like we do need to do a comparison, like we're, you know, authenticating artwork in Animal Crossing or something. And you think I stream these levels better than most? Yeah. And finding graffiti dense areas with no naughty words would be a challenge, yeah, if you want to keep this relatively friendly family, because I guess the streamers that are not so family friendly might have rage quit this by now. Poor people getting these in multiplayer? Hey, Progan, if they get the precipitation level in multiplayer, that's perfectly fine. It's a very, very functional, and actually in multiplayer it would be a very entertaining level. Yeah, and I can see there are 6 people who actually have played multiplayer versus on this thing. This is a great level for it. because you can trigger the piranha plants early and drop them on the faces of the people behind you, right? But let me show you what I'm talking about. We're still talking about this level. This is the secondary level. That was the second set of clue rooms. And what do we have here? We still need to look for the missing graffiti. And a menu, let me see. We're asking about the tags. I actually hadn't noticed the tags at all. On the escape room itself, there is a single player tag, you'll see. And despite having a single player tag, maybe that was added late because I see that one multiplayer versus match had indeed been played. Anyway, let's look back at the graffiti. I still don't see what's missing in the image comparison. I'm looking over it quite carefully. I may need to zoom in or something. And maps can be fussy. So here's the map image again. Here's the image that is the Photoshop. We want to see if anything has been scrubbed out or if the only clue that is relevant is the graffiti on the graffiti, shall we say. Maybe we're looking at this the wrong way, and that unlike the previous pair of clues, like I'm assuming that it works like the previous pair of clues where there was something obviously scrubbed out. But maybe this time I'm totally wrong, because we still have not used the clue that says name in Latin long. But I was thinking of interpreting that to mean that the street view clues would give us the missing strings, right? Like it would give us the missing text. That would be the thing that we have to search for as some kind of like planted social media clue or something like that. So do we see anything here that is an obvious removal, like something that has been scrubbed? Because I honestly do not see it. Would it be on one of the pillars? Yes, maybe so. Sorry, we are looking at 4 pillars from Roar. Okay, no. So the 5th pillar from Roar is not actually relevant, given that it's not part of our source image. I wonder if I need to maybe zoom in further. I don't know, does anybody see anything, like a missing spot? The only thing that looks weird to you is the white text up on a beam. And yeah, Tempest Funk, when you made these levels, these were in June, right? I believe the single player tag, I thought came in with the 3.0 patch, but maybe it was later than that. Yeah, maybe it was a later edition. I don't actually remember off the top of my head. So do we see anything that could have any potential? We see a yes in the heart. We see a roar. Maybe there was that bit in the ceiling. No, the ceiling looks the same. Yellow text looks the same, and well, that's not really text, I think, it's just... Oh, wait. Is there a bit of scroll that's missing? Huh. I feel like I do need to pull these out next to each other, but just 1 second while I figure out how to do that. Yeah, because right now my OBS source is just set to full one browser window. It's not set to do a full screen capture. So... But if anybody wants to look at these images and do the comparison themselves, they are certainly welcome to. You have the coordinates, you also have the link. So, we're saying white text up on the beam. I feel like that's out of range because that's on top of the second pillar, right? That's not even in... Sorry, let me bring it up again. Yeah, you're talking about the white text that is on the beam that is above the second pillar from the right. That is not even part of the source image that we're looking at, like the clue image. That's cropped out completely. So I'm not really seeing it. Like, maybe I'm just insufficiently zoomed in, but I honestly just don't see it. Yeah, let's see what we can do. Yeah, the white text that you were talking about, yeah, I don't... That's not part of what we're looking at, unfortunately. Let's see if I can figure out a way to zoom in without just completely losing our position on this, because Street View has been very fidgety on my side. And yeah, I have a closer zoom, but now it's too close. I can't actually see what's going on. So let me see if I can reframe this image somehow. Hang on. Yeah, I don't know, because we're clearly supposed to get like a second text string like we did with the first clue, right? So the first clue gave us SCMY as being the missing graffiti. Very obvious, very easy to see. And I feel like that's supposed to be the first half of a search string. And that we're supposed to find the second half of the search string using this image. If it's working consistently. I mean, if that is completely the wrong idea, then maybe we're just stuck looking at a lot of nothing. But I feel like it's implied by the first image clue that we should be reading the second image clue in much the same way. So I'm just going to rotate around the room a bit so we can see more of what's in this graffiti hall. And yeah, I'm kind of amazed that this was preserved as part of the Street View. But in all its three-dimensional virtual reality glory. Well, Tempest Funk, hint-wise, I mean, basically, are we... I mean, I think it's better if I ask you a question and frame it in such a way that won't give away too much, so we can still do the detective work. Am I looking at this the right way in that should I be looking for something that has been photoshopped out as was the case for the first graffiti clue? Like, should we be looking for a difference between the two images, like something that has been scrubbed out? Because I guess that's the only thing that's sort of worthwhile to know here. I'm on the right path, okay. So I should be looking for something scrubbed out. And so what I'm missing is that I'm just not looking at the image closely enough, right? Is that the idea here? That I guess maybe this is just hard mode of what we were seeing previously, and that we're looking for something much more specific, much more obscure. Yeah, because my first thought was definitely the left side of this image just looked like the very conspicuous blank spot. Nothing on the ceiling. Nothing really on this middle section here. Yeah, just trying to frame this similarly. You'll know it when you see it. Okay. But basically, like, the fact that I am on this image and doing the visual inspection of this image is the right place in the level that I should be, right? Like that, this is where I should be progressing. And, okay. Nothing on the floor that I can see. We don't really have much of a view of the floor in the source image anyway. Ah, okay. No, that's in this image as well. I was looking at the blue text that's sort of lit up in that open segment where the light is shining through in the middle, but it actually is visible in this image as well. So that's not the thing that has been removed or deleted. So let's see if we can pick up anything else, because I do not see what's missing. There's a moon in the bottom left of central segment. No, it's also here. Does anybody else see anything going on, or? Yeah, once again, if anybody wants the specific links to these, let me know. If you're having trouble with Imgur, as I was having, here is the direct link to the image. And once again, the coordinates, I'll just repeat the coordinates for anybody who came in late. So these are the coordinates. You can punch it into Google Maps and look at the street view, and that's what we're staring at right now. And yeah, so I mean, we should be, just as a question, we should be looking for a block of text as we did in the first clue, right? Like some kind of missing text. Because I don't know if something like missing images, perhaps, should be part of the clue here. I actually just can't see what's going on. And what's been scrubbed out. Checking the ceilings right now. Not really anything. But if it's text... I mean, and if it's missing text, it's not going to be something really obvious like the roar, which is a string of 4 characters, and which is one of the only strings of 4 characters we can work with here. It's not going to be the leaf. Yeah, because I see leaf, I see roar, I see yes in the heart. Somebody accepting a proposal, no doubt. Scroll back to the left side. Seeing anything there. You're trying top right. What's in the top right? There's the roar, and oh, there's a 1-2 above the roar. Ah, look at this. Look at this. Above the letter A in roar, you see the number 12. Okay. Okay. That's something. That's something. Okay, well spotted. Well spotted. Thank you, Redox. You got it. Ah, yeah, for the escape room, put up a QR code and wait for the Google card to come and street view it. Yeah. I'm just going to imagine this is our backstory to this level, that Tempest Funk just went ahead and prepared all this graffiti himself. Okay, so we have the number 12. That gives me 2 digits to work with. Do we have digits in this clue? But there's a name that is in latitude and longitude. So we need a name. And why would the number 12 be part of a name rather than part of the code that we need in this level? That is obscure. That was hard to see. Number 12. So, okay, let's jot that down. That's actually a significant amount of progress after staring at this thing an eternity. So, in Graffiti 2 is going to be number 12. Missing Graffiti 1 is going to be SEMY. Let me just put up the notes. So here's what we have currently. Is we have Missing Graffiti 1 and 2. Maybe I should just look up that string, SEMY 12. I mean, that seems like it's not going to be a very unique string. And one that will not give us that much information. Worth a try, perhaps. Gives me a bunch of hits from music. Now, are we missing any clues that are in the levels themselves so far? I think we have everything we want from the level itself. And yeah, I don't even want to know what Tempest Funk is preparing for Mario Maker 3. It could be that, you know, the purpose of these escape room levels is to create streaming content from people who play them, and inside the streaming content there will be particular lines of dialogue or timestamps or whatever that will be part of the clues for Mario Maker 3, which of course Tempest Funk is also developing. But I think we have... So these are the clues that are currently unused. We've used a Maker ID. That's pointed us to the second level here, Precipitation Meditation. We've used both QR codes. We've looked at the coordinates. Did I jot down a second set of coordinates? Let me actually paste that in here, too. Interestingly enough, the 2 coordinates that we have are very similar in latitude. That you can actually just walk nearly a straight line along parallel 47. Parallel 47.5 or parallel 47.6. Asking for it, we are currently in the middle of a considerable escape room. So I'm not taking codes right now, but if you want to drop by for one of our viewer level days, or if you want to drop it into Discord, that's one way we can look at it as well. I won't be streaming viewer levels today simply because we are doing long levels that we cannot fit into a viewer level session, such as giant escape rooms that we've been working on for, I think, about 2 hours. So anyway, we have 2 coordinates. We have 2 graffiti clues that we have not used. So we don't know how to use the SEMY, or indeed even the embedded clue inside that, which is like you see the, let me bring that up. You see the text wrong-ru inside the letters S and E. I don't know if there's anything else that's been scrubbed out here, like a number that's been scrubbed out that we should be looking for. But I don't necessarily see it. I think it's just the SEMY that was scrubbed out here. We have the number 12 that has been scrubbed out of here. That is so obscure. I think this definitely was kind of pushing it, but I think that's the only comparison we've been able to do. So full credit to Redox for that one. Definitely the kind of clue where we appreciate a bit of assistance. What else do we have? We've used this clue, Street View, to find missing. I don't think we've really used the clue name in Latin long. I feel like, once again, that we're working towards some kind of searchable name using the missing graffiti. That the missing graffiti is telling me something that I have to look for that will give me some digits of the code. Text in second room, look at both levels, more info. We have done that. That gave us the QR codes in both cases. I think we need to get back into the level itself and see if there's anything else. We have the missing images. We have 5 elongated circles missing in the first image, 4 key tools or backwards S's missing in the second image. And that could be part of the code, although I don't know in what order. And for the order, I think we need to probably go back into the level. So, DI program, your idea isn't half bad. You can receive coordinates for a place with no Street View content, but a 360 image. QR code in that image, yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah, I see what you mean. Anyway, let's go back into the levels. So, for those of you who have joined very recently and not seen the early part of this level, this is what we were working on. So we have a coordinate system that gave us 2 different 6-digit codes to punch in into this location here. We figured out 2 of those codes using the original key, and those codes gave us all of the clues that we have so far. We have this key symbol to the left that by now we'll recognize, and we unlocked the preceding rooms using the following code entries. 3 here, 3 here, and 2 here. Hey, nobody could say my old name. This is absolutely a Tempest Funk escape room. Don't worry about spoilers. We've been working on this for 2 hours. You've missed a lot of stuff. So, I would not be concerned. Although we might be about to spoil one of the last clues in this segment that we've been jammed in for a while. So, yeah, nobody can say my old name. Glad you've been enjoying stuff like this as well. I've played Escape Rooms number 1 and 4, and this is number 2. I've not tried number 3 yet. So yeah, have fun when you do play it. You've been trying to get him to play this level for 3 months now? Yeah. Nobody could say my old name, aka Matt, is a very entertaining streamer in his own right. He's still on number 1, okay. Anyway, so we unlocked this door here. Let me pay attention to what's going on here once again. Oh, you finished number 1. Well, congratulations. So yeah, pay no attention to the code entry behind the curtain. We're 2 codes in. And I'm just kind of doing a review here to see what clues we've assembled so far so we know what to do. With the 3rd code entry, the 3rd code entry is going to give me this door. So far we don't have much to work with. We have something telling me that the missing graffiti with these 2 symbols is going to give me the final digit. However, we have 5 of these guys missing, and we have 4 of these guys, well, not missing, but we have them present in images 1 and 2. So 5 of these are present in image 1, 4 of these are present in image 2. And it seems to point to something that is with number 6 specifically. But does that mean I tap number 6 5 times, 4 times, or 9 times? So that's one question. Do I tap it 5 times, 4 times, or 9 times? Like, is it missing both kinds of objects? The next question that we have is, what are the first 5 digits going to be? And that we don't know. This QR code we've already scanned. I haven't really made use of the tower as any kind of clue. The tower right now is just a tower. And the tower is just preventing us from proceeding on the main screen. It's blocking us off from the rest of the solution. And yeah, nobody can say my old name. Absolutely worthwhile to... Well, he can't hear me because he's not on the stream, so... somebody in chat tell him that I say good luck. And that, yeah, I look forward to watching that stream as well when he gets around to number 2. So yeah, Tempest Funk, definitely glad to see that you've got some other players that you've roped into this madness among the more consistent long-term Mario Maker streamers. So what do we got here? We have that clue. That's also the room that gave me the text clue, by the way. Just as a quick review. Gave me the text clue that said name in lat and long. And that is the text that is on the left side over here. Name in lat and long. And yeah, Tempest Funk, thank you for relaying that message. And so this was already deciphered, except I don't know if this segment here is relevant to anything except for giving us a visual clue for what's going on in precipitation meditation. I don't think it's really giving me anything. The ID we've already used because that's the level code that points us to precipitation meditation. The text at the bottom is what told me to inspect more info in both levels and grab both QR codes, so that we did very early. So now the question is, having grabbed the 2 graffiti clues, how do we translate the graffiti clues into 5 digits and possibly 6 digits? So that is where we're stuck right now. It could be that SEMY maps to the alphabetic key somehow. So SEMY were the missing letters. In the graffiti image, and maybe we should be revisiting the alphabetic key to see if that gives me anything whatsoever, like some kind of count, some kind of coordinate system, or something that we can fit into the initial clue grid. Because here's one possibility. Here's where my train of thought is currently. That we have the red blocks here giving us the grid sequence for the code entry for either of these. I wonder if there is something in the graffiti clues that we have, the SEMY and the number 12, that will also give me a key. Except we've already punched in this code on the left and this code on the right. Maybe it's not going to be using this image, it's going to be using something else. And yeah, you can see that it's this symbol once again. Maybe that's relevant because we know that symbol is associated with 4 things that are missing. Or not 4 things that are missing, but we see 4 of those symbols present on the second graffiti image. But once again, I don't exactly know how to map that to what's going on here. SEMY12. Yeah, unfortunately, like I tried to search for that and I don't think it actually turned up anything interesting. I can take another look. Gives me a music track, actually. Semi 12. First hit is a YouTube music video. Maybe we should look into that. And okay, so yeah, actually, let's do that. Wait. This is crazy, though. No. This is crazy. You're telling me that no. That's unbelievably contrived. Like the only way this could be the solution. So here's what I'm looking at right now. Let me see if I can bring it up. This is the top hit and actually the only relevant hit for Semi 12, and it is a dance video of some sort from 2015. But I don't know if I should bother playing it because, like, in spite of the fact that there's graffiti at the back that maybe it was even photoshopped out. Because this would be nuts. That not only would you scan around to fairly major landmarks that you can find on Street View that are family friendly, but you're telling me that like the clues that you erased from those specifically would point me to a search string that would take me to a video that's from 2015, indeed from July 2015, preceding the release of Mario Maker 1, and that all of these would match up in such a way that you would give me a 6-digit code for the level. No, there's no way it could be this. This is a total dead end. But I'm going to play the video just to see, because This is too crazy to pass up. However, I will say that performance when playing video along with the switch screen here might not work very well. Let me try this. Okay, let's see if this is going to work. I really doubt this has anything to do with what we're looking for. And it's not in motion, so I don't think that the graffiti clue is going to be relevant to us either. Okay, no, there's no way. I don't believe it. I feel like maybe I'm giving up on the clue too early, but I don't believe it. I mean, I could find it believable if we had a search string that led me to some kind of page that was newly set up for the purposes of this puzzle, which was what happened with the VK page in Escape Room 4. But to the extent that, like, I'm thinking about how you would put the puzzle together. You would put the puzzle together by drafting images that give you graffiti. You would choose to Photoshop out specific things that would then allow you to assemble a fairly unique clue. And after assembling that fairly unique clue, that would have to give me some kind of information that you would yourself have to contrive or create as the designer, right? Like, it wouldn't just point me to yet another thing that was pre-existing, except by just this miraculous feat of AR game design. Like, I don't know. I don't know that I buy that that could actually be the legitimate result. So let me just take a moment here to see if that search result for Semi 12 actually gives me anything else whatsoever. It could be some kind of social media account. I don't know. Nope. Okay. Sorry, I know that's I'm not giving anybody much video content to watch on stream right now, but this is the sticking point that we're currently on then. Is that I just don't know what to do with that information. And so yeah, once again, the dangling clues that we have currently are name in Latin long, which I thought we were kind of doing. And we have the missing graffiti pieces 1 and 2. That's going to be Semi and then the number 12. We have Street View, that's been done. We've looked at both QR codes, that's been done. So, name in Latin long is the thing that we're currently not interpreting correctly. So that's the missing piece right now. So I need to put together the graffiti clues somehow in order to somehow translate that into 5 or possibly 6 digits. And that still doesn't answer the question. We're going to respawn from checkpoint. Let's see if we have the scroll break from earlier. Interesting. Oh, you know what it is. Yeah, since we're here... Okay, let me punch in this code first then. Also looking at potential overlaps so we can see if we can reverse engineer something about how the code is put together. Maybe I just need to take one of the existing codes and modify it once, and maybe the graffiti clue is not relevant until I get through this room. Because we don't know what's through this room, because there's still going to be one additional segment where this room gives me some kind of clue that ultimately gets me to the key, right? So we are missing one segment where we could be applying some of these clues. And until we get to that point, it's not like we need to use all of our current information all at once. Okay, let me just punch this in one more time. And we'll just wait this one out. Okay, what do we have here? Once again, let's take a look at the missing graffiti clue. We know we have, once again, 5 of these, 4 of these, and the arrow. Maybe what I'm supposed to do here is just punch in 000009. We haven't tried that. Let's just try that. I don't even know if it takes 9 hits, but we're about to find out. Although we have the whole scroll break going on the right side. Oh, I see, because that's just for when you spawn on the right side of the screen. Okay. So the code should still work. Let's just go 000009. And let's just punch in the code. Nope, nothing. Okay. Worth a try. That's assuming I counted everything accurately, too, in the images themselves. And I'm not totally convinced I did, although I can just look at the images one more time. The truncated circle is fairly easy to see, and the bar is slightly harder to see, but yeah, I think I've got the numbers right, 5 and 4. I'm pretty sure. But then it's just this guy that we need, right? Or the last digit. Although, I mean, that's just matching the code entry room. But the code entry room gives you the symbol you need, and so maybe we have a different code entry room later that gives me the other symbol, but we'll just punch in 4. And see if anything happens whatsoever. No. And just thinking about how the code mechanism works, like, I don't think it's going to be one where you only tap the last number. Doesn't make a lot of sense for that to be the case. However, you do see this symbol here. We haven't used it here yet. Do we see the truncated circle symbol anywhere else? No. So maybe this guy is important. Unless it's just there to, you know, create a sort of reinforcement and recognition. The other thing that I haven't inspected would be whether there are any clues involving this symbol in precipitation meditation. Because we see right away in the other level the visual similarity of the first clue at the start of the level But when I was playing through this, I don't think we saw that kind of turnkey symbol anywhere else. So yeah, entirely possible that has SEMY any meaning? Not that I know of. What I was thinking was we could try to translate it into the alphabet clue by looking at the character key and seeing if it translates to anything interesting, because of course that is something that Tempus Fugit as the designer would have control over in terms of being able to assign certain codes to certain characters. And that could potentially give me something, but I'm not actually sure what, because S, E, M, and Y. Like it's going to give me a certain number of question blocks, and it's going to give me a certain number of jump blocks. Or alternatively, it's going to give me, you know, hard blocks and bricks, or perhaps even ice blocks and P blocks if we want to map it to the code system. Maybe that is a mapping to the code system that we need, that we have certain locations where we need to plug them into. So for example, if we plug them into the 1, 2, yeah, I am not convinced this gives me anything, but I'm just going to jot it down in monospace just to have it on hand. So let me pull up the notepad once again. Notepad is going to give me S. Yeah, the note block will just do J for jump. E is going to be what? E is going to be just blank spot, question. M is going to be jump block. And Y is going to be question, jump block, jump block. We'll just note that down for reference. I don't think it'll actually be useful. I'm not counting on that to be useful whatsoever, actually. What do we got here? So we've got SEMY. Is it something that we could map onto the grid? But we already have numbers 1 through 6 completely filled out on the grid. And regardless, we don't need the grid because we've got this filled out. And we've used this code already as well. The only thing that could be different is if we have something like a change in order. Like if you moved the red pieces around, for instance, with a different set of coordinate clues, the coordinate clues would give you 2 different new codes. And we only need 1 new code at the moment because we don't know where the key to the key door is going to be coming from. Yeah, this I feel like we already completely understand. Tempest Funk, I may ask you a question. Again, just to try to keep the hints under control. So thanks for offering a hint. Let me see if we can think of a question that I can frame. Should I be using the SEMY and 12 together as some kind of search string? Like, is it a search string? Assuming that those are the clues that we're reading properly to begin with, assuming that, you know, the SEMY is the actual clue we need. Like, basically, did I make a mistake by turning away from the semi-12, you know, YouTube video too early? Like, is that actually the clue? They are two different codes. Okay. SEMY and 12 are two different codes? Right, because if this works like some of your other multi-code mechanisms did, like one code would give me this room, one code would give me the key door, right? And that ultimately what we would probably be aiming to do is get out via something like scroll break here, perhaps. Two different codes. So, I mean, we haven't really used the name in Latin long clue, have we? Like, when it says name in Latin long, we haven't actually used either SEMY as a name or 12 as a name. And so perhaps there's some additional information that's embedded inside the coordinates themselves. Like, obviously, the coordinates didn't need to be that precise down to that many digits. And so the fact that they are precise down to that many digits tells me that there's something embedded in the latitude and longitude itself, right? Because, like, there's... You can get that level of precision without that many digits, can't you? And... Oh, I don't know about that. Name in lat and long. Okay, so if you have some kind of additional hints, let me see if I can think of another question to frame to you. So you're telling me that those are two different codes, semi and 12, so I should not be looking for them together. So does the... Let me think about how to phrase this. Like, well, I mean, we have the two different symbols here. We have the two codes that are already known. So when we look at the SEMY clue, that is something that I assumed would map onto the key code entry. Oh, let's take a look at the arrows once again. I think this is just a tutorial room to tell you once more how the code input works. I guess the question I should be asking is, when you have the hint that has the arrow that is pointing only to this guy, is it telling me... Like, am I correct to surmise that it's telling me that the image clue only applies to this digit. Is that something where my reasoning is sound? Like, basically, should I be fixated on the fact that the arrow is only pointing to the 6th digit? Okay. I thought so. That was fairly clear, I think. I mean, there's no other reason why you would want to point to that digit specifically. That still leaves us 5 digits to play with, though. And I've tried punching in 4. I've tried punching in 9. I've been thinking about how the code mechanism could work as well in terms of what the initial configurations will be. One, 2. We just wander around a little bit more. So are SEMY and 12 the correct things that I'm reading from the image clues? Like, are they actually the information I want from the image clues, or did I just read the wrong thing entirely? You know, for example, SEMY as opposed to the additional letter strings that were buried inside the S and the E. Like, am I actually taking the right information away from the images? I guess that's the next question. Yes, 12 and SEMY are the 2 graffiti codes. Okay, okay. So far, so good. I just don't know how to apply them. Name in lat and long seems to be the main thing that I have not applied then. And so I guess the next question is there more to the clue name in lat and long other than having done the street view check in both of the coordinates? Like, basically, is there more stuff I should be reading into the coordinates other than just plugging in the coordinates as coordinates? Or is that something that's a total dead end? Because I'm looking at the name in Latin long clue and I'm thinking, okay, have I actually already applied that by looking up the coordinates in the first place? Name in Latin long is misdecoded. Okay, I totally... Okay, I already applied it. Okay. Yeah, because I know that I applied some things out of order in terms of doing things like noticing the QR code and more info for this level anyway, before I got there. So, okay, so that clue is a dead clue. Misdecoded? You mean, like, I actually didn't punch in the right letters in the first place? Oh, I put in an N instead of an S. So it should have been same? Or... Same in lat and long, okay. Oh, name is. Oh, okay, wait a minute. Let me take a look at that again. Yeah, my eyes were kind of glazing over in this part, so... S. Where are we? Oh, I see, because the S and... Yeah, its name is Latin long. I might have assumed in without checking, yeah. That's actually a good point. In the same way that I just kind of like read the street view is, or no, street view 2, I just kind of read through the view 2 on a guess in an attempt to be efficient. So name is Latin long is pretty much done then. Oh, right, because I noticed that it is the, yeah, it's pointing to the image title, and we actually read the image title right away when I put in the image links from the QR code. So That's something that I actually deciphered from reasoning without having read the letter clue. Okay. Yeah, because we did a few things sort of without reading all of the clues in sequence. Like, we kind of read them and then saw the clue and said, okay, that's the thing we already did. So the sticking point right now is not having applied SEMY and not having applied 12. And yeah, hey, Blue DS, welcome. Hope you're doing well. We've been on this escape room for, I think, nearly 3 hours now, but we're getting closer. It's funny because I think this is actually taking me longer than the other ones. Probably because, I mean, it wasn't so much a puzzle-solving step, but like it took me a long time to just use my eyes for the parts where you have to punch in the alphabet and the part where you have to do the image comparison. Like, it seemed like I had a great deal more trouble with that than with any logical puzzle solving. That just reading images was the hardest part. So yeah, like Blue Diaz, there was a fair bit of dead time where I was really just visually trying to do an image comparison, and was stuck on that for quite a while. But right now we are stuck on a puzzle solving thing, which is being able to apply the information that we have in order to convert it into numbers. Possibly into numbers. It could be that there's something in the graffiti images themselves that I'm missing. So let me just bring back my browser. SEMY and 12. So just to get people caught up if you're coming in late. We had these clues here. That this was the clue that was provided as part of the package. This was a QR code from the first level. And an image comparison. This is the QR code from the second level. And an image comparison reveals that SCMY was erased from the first image, and the number 12 in the top corner above the letter A and R in roar was erased from the second image. So that's currently what we're working on, is we have that information, we have no idea how to use that information. And if they are two different codes, it looks like I should be thinking in terms of plugging them into this grid. But that's unclear to me because we don't have a correspondence between either of those and either the ice blocks or the P blocks. At least I don't think I've established that correspondence. And because the truncated circle symbol is done entirely in tracks, this symbol here is done entirely with MTP. So let me see. So this code, once again, yeah, I have to push this in. So I guess my next question at Tempest Funk then is this. We're applying the or the SEMY and the number 12. Is that something that is solvable with logic, or is that something that is solvable with a search? Like, is that something that requires outside information, or do I have enough information to work with and I just need to apply the decipherment scheme? Blue Diaz, I do play viewer levels elsewhere in the week. The weekend streams I spend on long levels that don't fit in viewer level streams, or which are kind of from a personal list of codes or whatever. So most of my streams are viewer levels, but I'm not doing the viewer queue right now. And that's the quick answer. I have enough. I already did it just with the wrong number. Oh, so this thing. Missing graffiti. Well, I've tried 4 and I've tried 9. And yeah, because I thought, looking at the images again, I thought it was 5 of these guys and 4 of these guys. I haven't actually tried the number 5. Maybe I should try it. Or maybe I just miscounted. Like, maybe when I thought I hit it 9 times, I didn't actually hit it 9 times. Nope, not that. I have enough information, I just did it with the wrong number. Huh. So that's 9, once again. No. So I need something to come over and hit this bomb. I haven't applied to 12. But I don't see how the 12 actually fits in. Like, I feel like maybe the... I mean, the SCMY and the 12, though, are relevant now, right? Like, they're not something that I'm saving for after the door. Like, they are clues that I need to use now. Right? Am I correct in thinking that? Because it's definitely occurred to me, of course, that they might be information that I need to use later. 12 and SCMY are the only clues I have. Okay. Missing graffiti. Maybe when it's pointing to the top right here. I should just be punching into number 12. And that some other kind of key is going to give me how to use SCMY. Nope, that's not it. 12 and SCMY are the only codes I have. Okay. Let's see here. We have a... When it comes to the clue grid, we have a 6x6 grid. 6x6 gives me 36 slots. Don't really have anything that could be a useful alphabetical mapping. 12 and SCMY are the only clues I have. When I have SCMY, just counting up the question blocks here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 question blocks. 5 jump blocks. At least in the alphabetical code that's given to me by the precipitation level, and 1 empty space. Twelve and SCMI are the only codes I have, huh? Okay. So what's... Like, there's some kind of mapping, then, between that and this. And it could be that when I put... the SCMY codes together... That's... Well, okay, SCMY translates to something in the alphabet code that gives me... 3 bricks. 3 bricks. 0 bricks. 2 bricks. That's SCMY. 1, 2. That is, however, not applying the 5 and the 4 that's in the images themselves. So yeah, didn't think so. Interesting that you had the big muncher coming down that time, though. So that manipulated something a little bit different. But you told me that those are two different codes anyway. So if apparently I have the information that I need... So I do have all the external information I need at this point in the level, right? Like there's nothing else I need to look up, I just need to apply the current clues. Is that the case? There's nothing else I need to do in browser at this moment, right? Okay. Don't overthink things. Don't overthink things. I don't know how to not overthink things. Yeah, it could just be that I have like a certain amount of tunnel vision here, and that I am thinking entirely in... Okay, so like we had the arrow that was pointing over to number 6 here. We tried tapping it 5 times, we've tried tapping it 4 times, we've tried tapping it 9 times. I still don't have any kind of translation between SEMY and anything else, really. We do, however, have 1 and 2 as a code. Yeah, I think from a playtesting perspective, it must be very interesting to see what people actually get stuck on and what seems to flow fairly smoothly. Like, I don't know if it's a particularly common thing to be stuck on this code, or if this is something that tends to be easier for other players, whereas some things would be easy, some other things might be easier for me than for other players. But I don't know if I'm missing something really obvious. SEMY and 12. Might need to look around a bit more. Think about my assumptions and how they could be misleading. Well, we have a couple of assumptions here that... I mean, fundamentally, I think the objective is correct. The objective is to punch in a code and get access to this. Punch in probably a different code and have access to a key, although I actually have no idea what will give me a key. Because it won't be anything currently on screen. But it could be 2 different code entries. And I was reasoning that from some of your prior levels. You kind of told me already that SEMY and 12 are 2 different codes, and so that might map accordingly to this and this. I've kind of taken it for granted that the appearance of the 2 symbols in images 1 and 2 is something that I need to apply to the code in some fashion. That's when it's pointing to the right, and let me take a look at that once more. It is going to be, what is it? 2, 3. 2, 3, 1, 2. I got through some things a lot faster than others, but this particular step is not a roadblock most people had. Interesting. Interesting. So it's something that is not a particularly remarkable feat of reasoning, then. It is just something observational, perhaps. So yeah, I was assuming that this would point to the number 5, this would point to the number 4. We don't actually have any particular use for that yet. We also have the right arrow. Why don't we just hit the one on the right 12 times? I'm assuming that the code only goes up to a certain number of digits. That might be a bad assumption on my part. Is obviously you can stack each of these things in combination lock as high as you want. They do not need to be stacked evenly. Why don't we just hit this thing 12 times? Yeah, because I have no idea how it could be stacked. That's a breakthrough. Incredible. That gives me access to the scroll break. Also gives me access to everything that can be bombed. Okay, so what is this? C-A-T-C... No, C-A-T... Or E-A-T-E... In the other level. Something in the other level. Enter code in the other level. Okay. Wait. Enter the code in the other level. Where do we enter the code in the other level? I didn't see a code entry, except that there were a series of key doors over there. There were also the coins that were collectible underneath the letters themselves. Code in the other level. Okay, let's take a look at that. Now, that could be interpreted in one of two ways. We can enter its... Like, it's a code that we enter in Precipitation Meditation, or it is a code that we get from here and then enter here. That's assuming, of course, at this point, this step is assuming that we have already come here. Oh, you know what? SEMY. We can collect the coins, perhaps, corresponding to those particular letters, and then see what that does in this level. So okay, let's head up to the alphabet. There's nothing that I can see that is actually... Oh, you know what? I never looked at this spot here. The cloud that gives you access to the key door. That's important. I never thought about going through this sequence. And about that as being something that can be entered, so... Why don't we enter SEMY here? And that gives you a series of keys. Yeah, no, I would have gotten through this a lot faster had I paid attention to the key doors here. I noticed the key doors, but I never paid attention to this passage. Now, I suppose that the way you prevent any misentered codes is by blocking the entry of this thing. Maybe, because, yeah, if you misenter a code, then what happens is that it would drop you through the P-switch. It would hit a P-switch, drop you down to the spikes. Yeah. So that's how you enforce that. Okay, overlay the pictures. I'm going to have to look at a web tool to do that. Oh, interesting exit pipe over here. Let's grab it clear. Although one thing I can do, perhaps, is put them together as some kind of image source and manipulate the opacity. Let me figure out how I'm going to do this. Just give me a moment to put this together. But we'll overlay the pictures in just a moment. Okay, so we have image number 1, image number 2, and I guess the scroll is going to connect somehow. I'm going to quickly download these images and try to overlay them in OBS directly so everybody can see what's going on. So I don't need to fuss around with too many other external tools. Just give me a moment to put that together. And I'll be right with you. Okay, so I'm going to do some resizing here as well. Just make sure I can fit this to the screen. We'll do it with the other one. And then I'll just manipulate the opacity. Just give me a moment. And this will just take a second to do on the back end here. So here's what it looks like. We add image 1. We add image 2. And let's see what this actually says. Bomb into the... Hang on, this might be clearer on your screen than it is on mine. It says bomb into the something. Is anybody able to read that? Bomb into the... I see the word of lower down. and the word from on the left. Quite possibly I need to turn up the opacity again just to get the text to overlay properly. But let me try... to do this somehow. Yeah, you're quite right that I was not thinking about the opacity properly because, of course, I was overlaying everything on top of the Switch image. Bomb into the top of the lighthouse. You know what? That should have been obvious. I should have tried that already when I got Link in the first place. Yeah. Because I was thinking about, you know, what the lighthouse or tower, as I interpreted it, was able to do for me, so let's do that. You know what? Code. We still don't have a key for the key door. So that will be something that will be relevant to me later. Now, it was the ICE code that gave me access to the QR code room, which then gave me access to the lighthouse. Yeah, I see what the issue was with not thinking about entering the number 12 here, is that partly because I was thinking about the number 12 as two separate digits, and that was the assumption I was making. Instead of thinking about it as hit something 12 times. That basically, you know, this would not be a number, but would be, you know what, we don't need to do the code, we can just bomb this. Also, interesting thing about bombing this directly is that I would be able to enter the next room in the off state, wouldn't I? Although I think when I do that, you always enter the room in the off state after you enter a code, so no difference. Okay. Alright, let's blow up the lighthouse. So, no, I needed to go up top. I don't know what I was trying to do there. I needed to go up. Hang on. Not going to beat the minute record here. Okay. Let's go up. However, while we bombed the top of the lighthouse, and then what? No, that's wrong. I maybe did not completely read that other clue properly. That maybe bombing the top of the lighthouse gives me access to something that I need to hit for the key. Like if I bomb the lamp itself and destroy the question blocks, maybe that will give me the key, because otherwise I have no access to the question blocks that are at the top. So for example, if I come here and I've got the question blocks here. I don't have access to these two now, unless, of course, I drop the bomb. No. So I bombed the top of the lighthouse, and then what? I'm missing something, and I may have not sufficiently read the image clue. Let's bring up the image clue once again. Bomb into the... Oh, I didn't read the from. Maybe I just took a bit of a shortcut here. It says cast a bomb into the... Yeah, that's the issue. I was taking too many shortcuts here. Interesting, too, that you can see the two symbols overlay each other like they do in the escape room title image. That's kind of a nice touch. That they lock into place to make sure that the image on the whole is aligned. So the number of them that I was counting in each image was, first of all, not only inaccurate because there were 5 each, but were ultimately not a numerical clue to begin with. They're there to lock the image into synchronization. So it says cast a bomb into what? Cast a bomb into, and I see the from, and I see lighthouse in the bottom right corner. But we're... Cast a bomb into... Oh, I see. There's probably a throwing location. Where we need to throw something into the poison, for instance, and there's some kind of block that's buried in the poison that would be holding the key, for instance, that we need to blow up. Casting the bomb into the sea from the lighthouse. Yeah, oh, yeah, okay. Got me just ahead of it. I never actually saw the word sea, I just don't see it. Oh, in the top right corner. Okay, okay. Just have a great deal of tunnel vision for the top right corner, then. Cast a bomb into the sea from the lighthouse. Let's do that. And I guess mechanically that's how it would work, is it would blow up instantly, get a key. Yeah, always enjoyable to see how some of these solutions are hidden in a way that you cannot really do them accidentally. You really do have to follow at least some of the clues. I mean, some things you can do accidentally. Or not accidentally, but, you know, some things you can do out of order. So, for example, I could certainly imagine that people might try the alphabetic clue SEMY in the other level before reading the clues that get you there. But anyway, CO and congrats. And then this is going to peel off the Master Sword anyway. And there we go. At long last. Oh, thank you. Very satisfying experience. It's certainly one that gave me 2 sticking points, at least. The first one... Well, actually, no. Yeah, there were 2 in particular that I think were the ones that gave me the most trouble, both of them involving the number 12. One was just reading the number 12 in the image in the first place. Second one was just... being able to punch that in as a number and not thinking of the digits as digits, which was the issue I was running into with the code. Partly because I've done so many combination lock levels where regarding the digits as digits was something that would allow me to shortcut certain solutions. Yeah, a few road bumps, but overall I'm glad you thought I did well. Because you've seen enough playtests by now that I assume that you would have a pretty good sense of that. Yeah, reading the initial code took a little bit, but of course that's the opening room of the level, right? And as the opening room, you're still kind of getting used to the language of how the level is communicating to you, so I feel like ultimately that didn't really take me too long. I think that blowing up the top of the lighthouse is something I would have tried as Link anyway, so it's kind of nice that the actual solution requires a bit more finesse and precision from that, and which requires you to actually read the clue properly. And yeah, I mean, the only thing mechanically I think that this level employed a lot more intensively than the other ones was that I spent a lot more time just reading images and looking at images and trying to, you know, pick things out by pixel hunting. I was going to make this comparison earlier, but it actually reminds me of, and don't take this the wrong way, like don't take this as something negative, but it actually reminds me of Metroid Other M, which celebrated its 10th anniversary about a week ago. And Metroid Other M, I remember the biggest thing I had trouble with in that game by far was one or two segments when you are in the first-person view and you just see an image in front of you and you're just supposed to like highlight in this sort of detective vision something that is off or suspicious about the image, and seeing objects in the image and hunting around for the thing you have to interact with gave me the hardest time, to the point that I still remember it a decade later as the biggest sticking point I had with Metroid Other M, which I otherwise enjoyed a lot more than most people. And yeah, it's common for people, you say, to get stuck somewhere when the level is long. I don't know if you had this one consistently play out as longer than number 1 and number 4. It was a lot longer for me simply because something like punching in the code took a great deal of time. Hey, why don't we look at this one as a bit of a bonus. High clear rate, 20 seconds. Very new. You might delete it later. You're here. Let's take a look. I feel like I need a bit of a dessert after that previous level. So, let's do a dessert level. You made this today. Okay. And we're just going to pluck, pluck, pluck. Okay. And we probably shouldn't have hugged that wall, but okay. But that's fine because we get Link anyhow. I have no idea what I'm looking at here, but I think my vision for levels... Ha, that's kind of neat. Yeah. Wait. Not soft. Not soft lock, right? Yeah. Not a soft lock. But then... Oh, I probably need to hit the off switch, don't I? By bombing that location. Oh, okay. Oh, because it's a boo, the boo is supposed to kill you. Okay. So the boo is the anti-soft lock. It's basically just a joke level based off all of Chicheri's pet peeves. Okay, I don't know Chicheri, but I think that might just be watching at vastly different hours. So I take it that he doesn't like waiting, he doesn't like plucking clouds. He doesn't like hard blocks that look like they can be bombed, but not. Nobody likes ceilings like this. This is not an escape room clue, much as I am conditioned to read it. We're totally giving this a like. Who knows, maybe there's a QR code buried in here. Let's take a look. No, it's just a funny little octopus face. Oh, I see Chichuri actually has played this already. Okay. And liked it. Which is either a sign of great success or abject failure. Okay, after having previously played that escape room, I am going to continue to stream in a moment, but I actually do need just a moment to refill a glass of water or something after having talked about an escape room level for hours. But yeah, a lot to discuss about this one anyway. I'm sure we'll be able to chat about it further if I think of anything else to say, but I think, you know, you've seen me talk about it for 3 hours on end. That was really quite a thorough experience, and so that just leaves one of them for next time. I will see if I can schedule this one in for next week. You told me that this is by far the hardest, and it's certainly the least played. I also think that I should do some kind of infrastructural preparation. One of the things I didn't show off in the back end was that I actually did have trouble bringing up the image links in my browser, although I think that might just be my ad blocking being very aggressive. And yeah, you should definitely go to bed, get some sleep, have a good night. And I'm sure that if I ever get around to visiting Signal Hill in Nova Scotia in person, I will be thinking of this level, so... Oh, hop in for a second, see if it looks familiar? Okay. I don't think you have shown it to me before, if that's what you're getting at, unless you are checking to see if I need to... Like, I need to recognize something about this? Read... Block. No, I have never seen this, so I don't think you ever playtested an early version or anything like that. So you have an example code, you have all this stuff. Yeah, no, I'm not doing this right now, obviously, but we'll just... Okay, you were wondering if I had previously done an early playtest? No, I definitely have not. Then you have a code system. Okay, same kind of entry hall. Wow, this is a very lengthy string. Yeah, not going to solve a thing. Just going to do a walk. And then I'm going to jet out of here. And then I'm going to get a drink of water, probably, and then... Yeah, you see... This pipe is an unlockable location. And, same idea here. Okay, just loops you back and forth. Okay. So that's what we have to look forward to. Okay, so just give me a moment. Temp Funk, you have a good night. And yeah, looking forward to this one. We'll get to it. The stream will be continuing in just a moment. Just a few minutes. I will probably be switching back to some platforming stuff. We've done a total of 2 levels today over the course of a 4-hour stream, which is some kind of record. But I'll be switching to something a little more platformy for the remainder. And we'll bring that up in just a moment. Just going to fix myself up with a little bit of hydration. Okay, I had my mic off just now, and so I have to repeat the thing I was saying. But we are back, and I am going to be looking at a maker who was from my original playtesting group and is somebody I've known for quite a long time. We're switching to something that's sort of probably on the easier platforming side. But we're going to look at the entirety of a new super world that was uploaded by Nocturne Owl. Nocturne Owl has a very high position on the all-time leaderboard, owing partly to a Castlevania level that took off like a rocket very early on in the life of Maker 2. Very prolific maker, somebody who is very DKC inspired in terms of somebody who likes to build really wide platforming, lots of good auto-scrollers sometimes, some really interesting concepts. So it's going to be something on the traditional side, but I think we can use a break from the head scratchers for just a little bit. So let's see if we can get through the entirety of the 8 worlds and 40 courses. Nocturne Owl tends to build sort of an easy-medium difficulty, and so that might be feasible, and we'll see how it goes. So, in Super Nocturne Owl World is going to give us a bank of how many lives? 10 lives to start, so we'll certainly run this at least until game over, just to get a sense of how it's balanced. It's going to start with Boomerang Beginnings, and so that's one of our first signs right off the bat that this was designed for the Super World system, using the elements that were introduced in 3.0 as part of the mix. And, okay. Here's the boomerang. And going to knock that guy out. And taking them both out at once, that's certainly helpful. Yeah, just a lot of little collectible coins here and there. It's, of course, a super world where lives may potentially make a difference, and so we'll spend some time hunting for secrets when we see them, hunting for opportunities to grab more coins and lives, but I think right now that's mostly just giving you a series of easy targets in this 1-1 equivalent. And nothing to do with this POW stack yet until we hit this, and then it's just going to give you coins, very much like a setup in Super Mario 3D World itself when it comes to what the red POWs are going to activate. And we're going to grab a 30 coin. And I wonder if it is possible for me to get over on the other side, but I think that's mostly there to just give you something to hop onto at the end after the flag, which is a nice touch. I've seen all kinds of goal screen, goal pole setups by now that give you something a little bit different after you hit the flag, and that one is one that we hadn't necessarily seen. So we see branching alternate paths already, but of course we're going to play every level. And so here's, what was it, flapping fly traps? Let's see what this is all about. And, well, it's going to be about jumping piranhas. That's pretty self-explanatory then. I actually do wonder if that pipe is something we can enter. I'm going to give it a try once this guy shoots down. Nope. Worth a try. Worth a check. 10 coin. And it looks like there's certainly something over here, but I don't think anything's going to give me the jump height for it unless we have a cape. And indeed, also Yoshi. We have plenty of room to fly around, so let's just do it. Anything up here? Oh, naked pipe. Yeah, I guess this was an implicit scroll lock that was built in the bottom half. but which you could fly over. And yeah, without the cape, that would not have been visible, given that the camera position is enforced by only building in the bottom half. Dropping Yoshi there was, of course, not really necessary. It was more that I was correcting for a suddenly disastrous slip-up. And it's kind of nice to have a level that just lets me fly. Oh, Fire Yoshi. That's interesting. Don't see this guy very often anymore, certainly not in a platforming context. And yeah, we'll just bust everything down. Okay, get this. And onward. And once again, yeah, implicit scroll log. I think one of the things with this level is generally that, as we could see from exposing the top level, that if we do have access to tools that give you a lot of height, such as Yoshi or such as the Cape Feather, the implicit scroll lock from building on the bottom half doesn't actually give you any kind of hard wall when it comes to preventing you from getting on ceilings the way that you ordinarily would when you build all the way to the top of the screen, and bricks also act as a wall at the top levels. So here's a pipe down. This is going to be SMB 3. You're going to have some decorative cheeps in the bottom. And a 10 coin, which we will, of course, make a run for. Fire flower. And yeah, certainly looks like we could make a run for that. Whoops. And of course, when this dips into the water, it's going to exert a little bit of drag. Not so much the platform on the track itself, but objects. Go a little bit of drag there, so we'll just try to speed through this. And yet, once again, another sign that this is a world that was certainly embracing a lot of the 3.0 editions right away. Okay, and that's piped down. Oh, fairly gentle World 1 so far. It's probably the intended balance. So we have the full Monty, probably a mole level of some sort, except it's in 3D world. No, it's in SMB, so probably some kind of mole mechanic here. We seem to have a significantly better understanding of how moles work now that we've played both Saku's Crawl Space from 4YMM, one of the best puzzle levels in that set, as well as Document's recent Landing with Lemmings level, which we did last week, I believe. So, seeing a lot of moles lately, and having a very precise idea of how to work, or at least a more precise idea. Now, it is possible to skip right ahead here. But yeah, a fairly gentle level. It does allow you to make mistakes, damage boost forward, etc. But remaining in the sliding state in this segment seems to be the right idea. And 10 coin, of course we're going for it. And we'll grab some stars. Oh, should have gone for the 1-up. Stash some more lives, but that's okay. Yep. We may be in this for the long haul, so... may as well just stash all the lives that we can early. And of course miss, just like we've been doing for the past 30 years since SMB3. Okay, so Roy's Ride or Fried. And see what that's all about. Looks like it is just a Roy Castle. And yeah, it's been a while since I've done just a straight up traditional Super World. Given that I've been doing higher difficulty things and also focusing quite a lot more on puzzles lately, since we've had a lot of really interesting puzzle creators and escape room creators in particular come by to stream. And so, kind of nice for a change just to get these guys out of here. That's kind of nice. A little bit of platform mechanic making use of the instant ignition on bombs that should happen to fall in there. And this is going to give you a bit of a warning for where fire is going to come up. Just at track speed is not going to be anything too threatening. And we're going to... oh no, that's not an entry pipe. That's okay, because we have a fire flower here. And yeah, an interesting spin on a mechanic that we see earlier in the level, where we want to keep the platform alive for as long as possible. We'll grab the 30 coin, get out of here. And here's Roy. Roy is going to start from inside the right side wall, and it's going to guarantee that he gets the first shot off, as well as the first warp into this room before we get to fight him properly. Whoops. Roy's pattern can be a little bit difficult to read sometimes, given that sometimes his artwork is visible, but he's not actually vulnerable, and so... oh, wanted to go for the 30 coin and just missed. Okay, that one was fairly interesting. Yeah, I rather enjoyed the bomb mechanic there, in terms of how that made the platforming layout rather adaptable. So this is going to be a Rock and Roll Ridge. And okay, this is going to bust open, allows me to grab the mushroom, allows me to probably lose the mushroom if I'm not careful. And yeah, we can do that too. After having played so many levels that use Yoshi as a puzzle element, it's kind of nice to just go back to using him as something that gives me a little bit of an extra power spike. Sure, let's let this guy bust himself up with a big spike ball and let me through. And yeah, actually, no, it's not going to come up the slope, so it's not like I can escort the ball. And we just get out of here quickly enough. And yeah, you can see, of course, everything is easier with Yoshi, but everything is still doable as standard Mario if you interact with the spike balls. The fact that we have Yoshi alive allows me to skip some of the spike ball interactions, and so you see this fairly nice power-up progression here now. Yoshi gives you all kinds of benefits in this level, actually, and oh, squirrel suit, squirrel suit. No. You know what? We can still wall jump up there. If I don't have everything break on me first. Not that squirrel suit is that useful on Yoshi, but you know, you never know when we might want to take advantage of it. This is going to be ground pound. He's going to boom some boom. And he's going to be hit a third time, and we'll not get trapped in the one-way panels too early. And yeah, fairly good example of how to use Yoshi as just a power-up that gives you a fair bit of leeway so long as he stays alive and available. Not very many places for Yoshi to drop off into a pit either, so in many cases, particularly in the last half of the level, he can be reclaimed. Okay, let's catch some of these NES baseballs. Not all of them, not knuckleballs so much. But it's one of those things that takes a fair bit of practice. And months later, we're still having trouble, and Lanky Mario is still coming out of his Maker 1 shed and wagging a finger, giving us a rightful scolding. So we're gonna have Seabed of the Dead. Looks like it is a dry seabed so far. Oh, except it's going to have bloopers floating around. Because where else would the bloopers be going? Now, what is going to spawn from the clouds is going to be fish bones, I see. We can totally claim the cloud, that's what this dry bones here is for. And let's fly. Oh. Don't really get to fly for very long. I was hoping for something a little more substantial with that. That would be a really generous reward, but that's okay. And yeah, just set this. Dodge to stretch. Kind of interesting too to see this connect to the upper level in terms of artwork. It is a bit of an illusion as you go up and down the pipes that you were going down into the seabed and continuing below, but it is an illusion that's quite consistent with how that was typically done in games like SMB3 in terms of making the level feel like it has this geographical sense of continuity. Okay. Running into trouble for the first time in this level, I was trying to go for the cloud. Not that it was necessary, but either the cloud or the skull platform would have given me access to the top of the flagpole. Alright, so this is going to be Operation Oil Storm. And it is once again going to be in the desert. That's where you find the oil. Oh, okay, so it's going to be like oil barrels, if you look at the way the burners are laid out. Like oil barrels on fire. Once again, kind of like DKC factory. And yeah, this is going to be decorative. Kind of like a rig. If you take a look at it. Drill. Threatening to drill into this core here, although we have no way of doing so ourselves, and at least not yet. Unless there's something non-linear that's going to send us underground, but I think that is likely just something aesthetic. And yeah, so you see the skewers simulating mining equipment. You see, once again, the burners, well, being burners. Sort of interesting that we have a bit of a subtle effect from the desert wind. The desert wind has not been too much of an encumbrance. Partly because the level is actually built fairly safely, fairly wide. And that's just been something to play around from time to time. And okay. Looks like dropping this would of course give you access to the 1-up. At this point we need to be a bit careful. I believe that might actually be the first death we've taken on the Super World so far. Okay. And let's just remain in place. And what do we have here? Okay. And let's just run across. That's going to be much easier than what I was doing earlier. Yeah, I guess we were kind of life neutral after having gained that 1-up and immediately lost it. Oops. Would have been nice to fly a little bit further with that, but kind of interesting that you can trace that all the way here and follow the spike ball in such a fashion that allows you to, whoops, come on, drop. There we go. I feel like I was maybe not supposed to follow it all the way here, now that I look at it. But that's what happened. Let's grab these. Let's gently make our way down with the Tanuki leaf, and down we go. Whoops. Yeah, I should have seen that coming. That's going to punch a hole in the pipe. Now, is that going to give me anything? Yes, coins. Nice little effect here where you're literally drilling for money. Yeah, you set up your oil rig and money comes out. Okay, here I think I do need to use the wind to my advantage. Let's let the wind start up. It's the first time I've seen this level actually require the wind mechanic, but I think it signals that fairly clearly with the triple arrows. So Not too much of a clarity issue, although, yeah, we're quite close to the end, and once again, you got double arrows here. Didn't need to use the win for the last jump, it certainly was helpful. And we have, once again, forking optional paths, and we're going to do everything, because that's how we play. And what do we have here? Skip Squeak is going to collide with the mushroom, because that's what 3D world elements like to do. Sail right over those Skip Squeaks, and what do we have up here? Yes. We get through this pretty quickly with the dash panels. Slide is going to be just fine there. Yep. Jump to raise the Skip Squeak, followed by the use of the dash panel seems to be the appropriate way to do things. Oh, I was trying to raise it up into the top level, but as you can see, it springs back and tries to catch you on the return, which is kind of an interesting pattern. Now, this we're familiar with from Pac-Man's level. Pac-Man's 4YMM water puzzle level that was all about showing off the fact that paddling does set off the Skip Squeaks. So, for people who are unfamiliar with mechanic, that could be something they struggle with, but we know exactly how it's going to go. So we'll just be fairly gentle about this, staying in this middle position, letting this guy get bounced out of the way. And we'll bounce to the left. Whoops. Thought it was going to be perfectly safe there, and that was not so much the case. And we'll let this guy slip over there. Whoops. 50 coin. And grabbing a star is going to simplify this quite a bit. Dash panels underwater is something that we have seen from Nocturnal previously. It was one of the interactions with dash panels that not a lot of people were really exploiting. Whoops. Bad timing. Because you would think, like, dash panels underwater, why would you want to do that when water exerts so much drag? And turns out you can actually get a fair bit of use out of it as a positioning tool in its own way. It is a very unusual interaction, I would say, not one that you see very often in this game. But let's hook these guys up. And let's try not to get hit this time, as we have the Skip Squeaks just bounce back and forth. Of course, one of the interesting things about Skip Squeaks being that they just sit on the ground level when they're underwater as well, and do react to all the paddles as though they were jumps. I've got to say that in general, I don't actually know much about a lot of the underwater interactions in 3D World. That's just from a bit of unfamiliarity. I think the idea here is that you bounce on top of the Skip Squeak and then up to the 30 coin, but it's reachable without doing that, so... Okay. And we were right at the end when we took the death on the previous attempt. Won't take too much effort to just get through that once more. Also, you can see some of the attention that was put into the design of this world that there was a water element in that desert segment, so of course it was naturally placed by the oasis in the top right. After a little while, having played a lot of Super Worlds, your eyes can just glaze over everything that's been put together in the layout itself on the map, and the nuances that people can put on the map can often go a little bit ignored. Now, this is supposedly going to be a train level, judging by the title. Let's see. Yep. Going to enter what looks like the dining car. Now, of course, I think a few weeks ago we played what must be the gold standard of train levels. It was the one by... I wonder if it was by Noir, the Japanese maker. Where there was a level that ends with a boss fight that decouples the train. Had a fascinating multi-stage setup. But train levels, of course, have always been just a very popular Mario Maker trope all the way back to Maker 1. And this is certainly a very flavorful rendition of that. As we get on top of the parts here. Also interesting that the pipes were sort of connecting. As we run on top of the train, it's going to be fighting on top of the carriages in an old western. Monty Mole's firing at us constantly, throwing wrenches. Rocky wrenches, or not the Monty Moles, but you get the idea. Gonna bop this guy out of his little hideout. And of course go for the 10 coin. Okay. Gonna fight that sledge bro off. And yeah. Kind of interesting to have Lemmy here remind us that this is technically the equivalent of a Koopaling boss castle. But having Lemmy here instead of just in a contained boss fight is kind of interesting. I think theoretically it's probably possible to bounce across to the right, or even bounce up to the cloud and hijack it. Probably not worth the risk, though. I feel like if we had a power-up and the ability to damage boost to the right, that would have been worth checking. Indeed, if we get a mushroom here, I do want to check that. I doubt it's anything. But... yeah, no, that's... clearly not somewhere you are allowed to go, but... once again, we are inside the cars, and you can see that there is a bit of an interior zone and exterior zone. You can see that, for example, if you look at the spikes on top of these cars, they match. That unless you are in the interior zone, you don't get to see anything in the interior, such as these on-off switches. Now, it looks like there is certainly a way that you can exploit this fight slightly by hitting the switches with such timing that the on-off switches would kill Lemmy directly by clipping into him. I think it's probably doable if you get like a really solid double hit off one of these balls. Okay, no. You'd have to be much quicker than that to do anything to that effect. Yeah, pretty unique Koopaling level, all things considered. It's definitely a little bit out of the ordinary as far as things that take the role of a castle, and in a way that's rather nice. And here we are, out to the engine of the steam locomotive. And on we go to World 3. Making good time. Oh, it's going to be Snow Your Roll, first level in this snowy world. And we're going to play with twisters, which, well, takes some work sometimes, but I think at this point we're familiar enough with some of these mechanics that I'm not too worried. Certainly looks like to hit this here, we need to get rid of the snow pokey, because that's going to spawn a snowball that we can then use to grab the 30 coin. On-off switch is going to allow the twister to bob up and down and launch us over to this side. I feel like that could have been something, but... oh, mostly just an obstruction. Okay. I see. We actually want to hit this from the side. And it's not really going to be a hit, but hey, it's going to applaud me for my efforts. Now, what do we got here? Up and up. Left side seems restricted, except we have, of course, access to the snowball. Or will. And the snowball will be our main path forward. Need to get there quickly enough before it has been completely busted up. And more twisters. Yeah, twisters have not been too difficult to deal with. We probably should have saved that for this guy here, which probably was just a coin block, but it could also have spawned something on wings, for all we know. Careful with that chomp on the left. And further up we go. Do the 50 coin. Oh, nope, missed it. I feel like we probably could project this to the right side, and that might be helpful. For some reason that has not yet been determined. And which has now been determined. Ah, whoops. Looks like this is going to be something time dependent, that we kick this when we can get it across to munchers, and whoops. Yeah, I mean, it would have allowed us to kill the chomp, but I guess that makes it sort of optional. Sort of optional. I think it's probably nice because, you know, it would be very satisfying to get rid of a chomp, but probably very fussy to make that a hard requirement. And we're going to have a lot of snow. This platform here, taking you to the flag. World record, which is kind of surprising, but this did just come up yesterday, I think, and so we don't have a great number of plays on it just yet. Once again, we have a branching structure. And, okay, so interesting to see the auroras in the title reflected by the background to the 3D world as snow theme. Never really noticed that about the snow theme, actually. Just what a lovely rendition of the Northern Lights there is. Oops, I thought I was going to grab onto that tree and I just missed on the left. That was unfortunate. And yeah, you know, we'll go for that. Whoops. Dropping off the bottom once again. I was kind of expecting it to have an additional tile below, but I think that was very much already the base of the tree and the base of the bottom layer of the level itself. Which, if you look at the camera positioning as refusal to scroll up, is something that must be built probably on an implicit scroll lock. Just from not having anything built on the top half. As you can see, we're jumping around a bit and not seeing anything on the upper level. Propeller is going to give me access to these guys here, which is useful. We can probably drill our way down here, and as you can see, yeah, really built on the top half. Or on the bottom half, rather. And Super Boss for the Ultimate Hero, yeah, if you like lurking, well, you certainly didn't need to decloak for my sake, but thank you for hanging around anyway. Don't know if you just came in, but we had a 3-hour-long escape room level earlier. We did manage to solve it in the end. But it's kind of nice to just go back to some super world platforming and do something a little bit more traditional after that, although we've been featuring quite a lot of puzzles here in recent streams, and they've been getting ever more elaborate. We've been having more and more mega puzzles that require a lot of reasoning outside of the confines of Mario mechanics. And you've been here for about 30 minutes? Okay, so you might have caught the tail end of that. Yeah, because we just started this Super World. We're on World 3 right now. It is something on the gentler side. It is something that also came up yesterday. People are interested in the code. I can certainly put it in the chat. Ah, okay. You saw the train level in the Sand World. I see. So you came in World 2. But yeah, we have been online for quite a while because we did the mega puzzle before that one. Which was a series of, or one of a series of escape rooms that we've been doing by Tempest Funk. We've done 3 out of 4 now. And they've been very elaborate. They always require some kind of clue that requires you to use your web browser, like some kind of, in this case, a geocaching game. Using Google Street View to look up graffiti. Okay, Creeper is just going to get out of my way, that's fine. Yeah, lots of experiences like that lately, where I had to do a bunch of detective work that I'm totally not set up to do when I am really just streaming from my Switch. And hey, Tapsy Cute, welcome. I think I read that correctly, Tapsy Cute. A puzzle? Yeah, I think that was a journey, and thank you, Redox, once again for having rescued me from the number 12. On 2 occasions, actually, although on the second occasion I figured it out just as you were saying, oh, tap it 12 times in chat. Slippery Skylands. But yeah, that was certainly an adventure. It's kind of nice to do that. It's sort of impressive that Tempest Funk has had so many playtests on that stuff as well, because I think I've been told by a lot of people who design puzzles like that playtesters are very hard to come by. Obviously, people are interested in how those levels look to people who are not necessarily puzzle players as well, of course. That's valuable information. Okay, so we kind of see quasi-frozen lakes here that are kind of chemically and physically plausible in that you have the layer of ice on top encasing the fish that are subsisting underneath. Whoops, wanted to spin on top of that guy and totally flubbed that. And you have some icy waterfalls, which is something I've seen before in a few levels. I don't know if it's something that Nocturnal has used before specifically, but... Okay, not going to be enough height to get up to the top layer there, not without something like the propeller. And yeah, Super Boss, if you need to step in and out, that's totally your call. People do it all the time. You have yourself a good wash-up. Tapsy Cute, want to play an ugly, easy, and short world? I don't know if I'll have time for that today. We do indeed do Super Worlds when I run viewer levels on a viewer queue days. I also plan out some of these weekend streams on the Discord as well. Because on the weekend streams, that's when I catch up on things like Super Worlds and long puzzles and things like that. But we do Super Worlds as well on viewer level days. We sometimes do them piece by piece, but whoops. Yeah, I suppose I was supposed to jump off Yoshi and get over to the 50 coin up top. You can kind of see from the way the ground tiles are laid out. So, sadly losing Fire Yoshi there, but... Oh, interesting coin layout here to mostly just unblock your path from the icicles. Yeah, interesting that the level is tuned in such a way that it's not particularly difficult, but it is there to slow you down. I say it's not particularly difficult, just as I take a dive. Yeah, Redux says you're bad at puzzles, but good at visual memory and visual recognition. Yeah, as you can see in that level, the thing I had the greatest trouble with was just visualization. So, you know, logic stuff, decoding, etc., that I can usually do. Sometimes it takes a little bit of, you know, trying out alternative hypotheses, but that I can usually do. I think doing that escape room level earlier certainly exposed that reading images, like just, you know, being able to hunt through images for information is a weak point. Now, this is a very interesting use of stars in relation to icicles that I have not seen before. In terms of going through the icicle stack, but also using it as a platform in that final frozen waterfall. I have actually not seen that. And that may be because the superstar is just so scarcely used. There was a new Sea of Gaming video in the last week that was all about ranking the power-ups, or giving fuzzy awards to the power-ups in Mario Maker, and I think he put the star as bottom tier, which will certainly be news to Matrix, who designed the level in 4YMM where you use the superstar to hop around on munchers. But yeah, the star, you know, it looks like it just kind of breaks everything and doesn't interact with anything, and it's actually something that does have some interesting underexplored interactions. Now, we know how the Angry Sun works. We know the Angry Sun goes by camera positioning, and so we'll just let him do a bit of a sweep. And we'll just let him unlock that as well. And that's just going to be a 1-up, and I'm just going to fall directly. Didn't see that coming. Anyway, we can do this again. And grab a leaf, grab a 30 coin. Oh, whoops, so much for that. Hoping to do a bit of Tanuki flight around this level. Yeah, look at this little troll coin placed directly beneath the question block. Very easy to get sniped by that. And sure, let's go for the leaf at 30 again. And we've technically seen it already, but it is a more interesting path when it comes to this level, and one with a little bit of risk in getting out as well. That's always kind of nice to see, that when you have optional challenges where the challenge isn't just to get in, but also to get out safely. That's something that I've always praised the collectible systems in Rayman Legends and Celeste specifically for doing. Is that when you collect, I think it was the yellow coins in Rayman, and of course the red strawberries in Celeste, you do kind of need to have a safe landing to escort the item out, and so you can't just suicide into everything. And so again, we'll just try to manipulate the camera position to get the sun to drop the pokey. Very satisfying finish there. We're in a terrible position to actually keep the leaf, but I think holding position on the right side of the screen was the right idea there. Yeah, once again, very classic style approach to power-ups here, where they just give you a tiny little power bump. Still have to do all the same platforming. Not going to trivialize anything, but it is going to give you some more relaxed positioning. And once again, going to have another leaf. And that's going to be more fire. Giving you a little bit of time pressure when it comes to navigating this stuff. And because of the multiple firing angles of the piranha plants, where positioning does matter and will affect a little bit of variance in this level. Now this is just an exercise in outrunning fire, which will be tuned in such a way that it's fairly easy to do. And here we'll just pick that up. Okay, let's continue. And we'll just pump it up. Build up that bank of lives, and yep, once again, we actually had that available as an optional level. It seems like there is a branch like that in pretty much every single one of these worlds that we've seen so far. Also love the idea of this castle being placed as we approach the summit of this ice mountain, or, well, I mean, I guess it's actually just a mountain island that's placed behind it, but certainly has that look of ascending a summit. Look at how the pieces of the super world are overlaid. So here's Larry's Laser Lookout. And yeah, it's going to be a bit slippery and slidey. And the lasers are going to come courtesy of the Zappa Mecha Koopas. Or perhaps the Moon Unit Mecha Koopas, as you will. You know, you can see that the escape room earlier has messed with my brain, because I see the ice blocks that are buried in the hard blocks here, and I think to myself, surely that must be some kind of code. And it'll take some while to adjust back to reading ground decorations as decorations. But here we are. And what do we have here? Okay. Power up. Now, claw setups like this are pretty familiar from some of Nocturnal's other levels. I think I've played probably a Nocturnal level that's like this. I do know that there is one level in this super world that was not created specifically for the super world. Like, there was one that was just a post 3.0 patch level that was repurposed, and I think it is this one because I do recognize it. I don't know if it's one that I played on stream, but I would have been streaming this game already at the point that this was out, so I believe I had recorded it before. But we'll make our way up and bump our way forward. Of course, it could also be a revision of something I had already played. I'm not quite clear on this, but it does seem pretty familiar. And okay, that's going to break things open, but give me access to a P-balloon, so the level is going to be quite relaxed about this stuff. And yeah, I remember this now, because this is the level that has a really unique flying fight. And this was one of the first really quite creative ideas with the P-balloon that I had seen, that you have a boss fight that is kind of based on using a couple of these elements in combination. Now, I believe I ultimately do want to just clip him like that. I think that was the right idea. And then, of course, I can get through here. And here's the 10 coin. And of course, we're still required to have the P-balloon handy. Oops, missed the one up. But if I'm correct, I probably did play this version before. Totally sure, but yeah, already have a like on it, so did correctly recognize that we had seen it. But yeah, I mean, as you can see, I always found that to be a fairly memorable P-balloon fight. So that'll take us into World 4. And into Bullet Bayou. Okay, so going to have some drag that is imposed on the bonsais. The very first thing that I built in 3D World myself was something that used a similar mechanic, but didn't use it at length. I had built it in 3D World Forest, and occasionally used a rising and falling water level to change some of the synchronization on the bullet bills. And so, whoops, got a one-up just in time for that. So it's kind of nice to see that in a more controlled circumstances with a static water level and a bonsai. But yeah, I actually find the dragging physics of forced water levels to be something that's quite interesting and can be used for all kinds of purposes. You know, people often think of things being in water or out of water, but having that skimming animation is quite fun to watch. Okay, we really do have to not hug that wall, so we get enough room here to get away from this guy. As the Porcupuffer is going to cause us all kinds of trouble there. Let's look at that. It's just even slows down the spinning of the bonsai. That it's attempting to travel forward, but everything about it slows down. Which is something I hadn't realized before, that its rotation animation also slows down when it is being dragged quite like that. Okay, go ahead and have some crates. And whoops, oh, did not see the fish bones there at all. That was very well concealed. Okay. Yeah, if I have one little issue about this spot, it's just that hugging the blaster too soon prevents the spawn and does lead to a little bit of trouble, but very well placed mushroom right there. And here's a hop chop. And yeah, look at the spinning animation on the bonsai. It's being very gentle. And of course we'll do all that. Oh, thought I was going to get a jump off of that guy. Now we're in a bit of trouble now in that I've despawned everything. I don't know if this is reachable anymore. It might not be. I can always see if I can carry a crate over, but we don't have any crates. Let's see if any enemy respawns in such a way that would get me over, because otherwise we might have a bit of an SD issue here.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that looked like maybe a bit of a design oversight, unless it was something that's supposed to be limited in such a fashion that if everything goes down, you just sort of die. I think the intention there was to have the left to right bonsai remain accessible all the way to the end of that segment. Of course, we did not expect that the two bonsais would collide in such a way that would destroy them both, and so that removed that possibility. And okay, toss this. Whoops. Yeah, once again, a little bit difficult to see that spot with the fishbone, but there is that mushroom immediately afterwards to correct for that reading error. So long as you get in there when you're big to begin with. And yeah, I see the issue here, that we had just straight up killed all of the creepers. We're in big trouble. But at least I am now able to... Oh, I'm not. I was hoping to get enough height to get on the bullet and then over to the creeper, but the only way we got enough height to get on the bullet in the first place was with a wall jump from the right side wall. That was now made unavailable, so... A couple of things in this level I think that are essentially an SD lock, but just in that segment there with the way that the bullets destroy everything. I mean, I think it's fairly clear when you cannot actually continue. Let's watch out for the fish for once. And that we came in here while small. Using the crates as something that we can wall jump over is, of course, something that will solve a few problems. Watching the hop chops interact with the crates is something that's also rare and satisfying in its own way. I feel like hop chops are another element in this game that see very little use, in that a lot of their interactions have not really been properly explored, including with things like crates. Okay, Porcupuffer, big Porcupuffer with wings is going to give us a chase. And we want to get on top of this track block right away and be promptly devoured. Yeah, I was thinking I could sneak in before he turned around, but that was clearly the wrong idea. Whoops. And of course, this section is going to flag the beginning of the Porcupuffer chase. Once again, you see some attention to the geographical connection between pipes, such that you go down a pipe and then you're underwater through a pipe facing down. Just, you know, those little things that make the top and bottom half, or the world and the subworld, feel sensibly connected. Kind of interesting how the spinies there are deployed almost like they're anti-submarine mines. I mean, that's kind of how they look by design. Now, this is interesting, that I've pretty much never seen the bullet hat used underwater. I have no idea, for instance, whether it would take priority over the Porcupuffer, and now we know the answer is no. You make contact with its lips, and it doesn't care that you are wearing a bullet hat. It will just gobble you right up. So, learning a few new things, but certainly not the first time that Nocturnal has been showing us some new stuff about how certain interactions in 3D world work underwater, as we had seen previously with the dash panels. You know, just things that are still traditional platforming. They're not particularly gimmicky, but they are new in a way that makes you rethink some of these interactions. And probably shouldn't have slowed down there if we wanted to beat Porcupuffer over to this location. Porcupuffers have always been kind of terrifying. But probably because dying to a Porcupuffer is one of the few things in Mario that genuinely looks like dying. In that you know, often get hit and you have that animation where you just fall off the screen, or you fall into a pit, and by definition you fall off the screen. And a lot of these things just look like, okay, you've been defeated, you've been knocked out, you've been very softly killed, like his song, killing you softly with his song. But oh, here we are. Pick a path, pick an exit. They should pretty much dispense you, well, to 3 different coins, which is interesting. It is pick a coin, really. But yeah, you have a lot of things that, you know, give you a bit of a soft, gentle killing animation that it's not really death, as it were, and Nintendo having conventionally been sort of reluctant to talk about death as death. But then you have this guy who just gobbles you right up, and then you are just clearly most sincerely dead. There's really no question about it. Interesting that this level finishes off, of course, with the ability to get revenge on Porcupuffer, and indeed this other one as well, being cleared off by the bonsai. And we have one final hot shop and crate interaction, like what I was talking about earlier. Yeah, the way the Porcupuffer takes you out is just absolutely vicious. There's just no surviving that. Torrent Trunks. Okay. Let's see what that's all about. Oh, it's going to be something that starts on a top half and sinks you to the bottom, and in keeping with this water world so far, you're going to have some more of those spiny anti-submarine mines. And we'll just need to watch where we're going on the descent. Yeah, nice to see a forest world that really commits to some of these water level mechanics. The sort of semi-water, semi-overworld mechanics all over the place. Okay. Not a lot of leeway to do the ground pound there, but we got it. Oh, that was a problem. I knew it was going to be. That's okay. So the squirrel is just going to be a very temporary buffer. And here we just need to not get bumped. Oh, okay, so they sync with the water level. That's interesting. Because you normally see... Yeah, I've almost never really seen that put to use, like in terms of them being dragged down with the water level like that, because you kind of see them being restored. I believe this was in fact one of the mechanics in Gilmore's Pipeline Pumpworks level that was in the 3D World style in 4YMM, if I recall, but you almost never see this mechanic where the water level drags the Spinies back down with them. Even when you see levels take advantage of the state change. Okay. Missing the 30 coin, and that's going to require that I come back down. Let's do some optional content. Sure, why not? This little element here is very DKC style in its own way. You have a bit of an exit point to the left. And to the right. I don't think we have enough headroom here. We might have to wrap around. Ooh. Never mind. That was obstructed. Okay, we'll go squirrel again because I want to go squirrel. I wonder how I was supposed to get through that then. Because if I fall down... Yeah, if I'm down to the lower level and doing that whole coin challenge, surely I wasn't supposed to sneak down here and walk it, was I? I mean, no, I could have just popped out the water in the middle level, but then... Yeah, I guess the idea would have been I would walk slowly to the right before the last spiny, and then I have to jump over it, jumping out of the water, and that would have been interesting. But I feel like jumping out of water is one of those things that's just often asking for trouble, given how gluey the mechanics can seem. Of course, having the squirrel suit does improve things slightly by giving you a burst of height when you jump out and leave. Okay. These bricks are mostly going to serve to lock the Spinies in position. That's going to be a pretty small element. And yeah, it looks like we'll have a water level change here. We could have expected that. And Squirrel Suit would perhaps give you some speed tricks here, but not for long, because even if you get on top of the first row of spikes, you wouldn't have to continue to the next. Maybe if you were really using the remaining frames available to you in your damage boost, that could be something usable, but... And of course, this pipe is going to be one that you can only enter when underwater. Not really liking the look of this guy here. I think this was definitely supposed to be a squirrel spot. And this can be done with a wall jump, I think. So you don't absolutely need the squirrel, although it would get you through the top segment rather quickly. Okay, we are in for a ghost house. I haven't seen one of these at all so far, I think. Very much in keeping with the Forest of Illusion. That's going to be Apparition Archives. And we're just going to move around the bookshelves a bit. Okay. Let's move over this way. For a ghost house, this is very much going to be a platforming-based level, but one that gives you a bit of visual indication of which paths are available before the blocks disappear. Okay. It's going to work fairly well. And sure, let's grab some coins. We should get all the boos out of the way, just tug them out of position to not deal with them. And then wait for the track block to come back. Whoops. Here we go. Nope, no, no. Donut blocks coming back. Rather inconvenient times. There we go. There we go. Surprisingly threatening little element here. Oh, we should have checked the wall jumps just now. Let me go back. Just to see what's going on. Nothing. Okay. Worth the check. And let's just reserve the boo, except we have to deal with boos on both sides. But if we get both boos on the left side, we don't have to deal with them. Okay, raise this guy. What is that going to uncover from the pipe? It's going to give me the cat suit. Interesting there that the dive and climb actually was the solution to that. It was already at the top of where the climb would take me initially before I had to continue it. Cat mechanics as implemented in Maker 2 can be rather fussy sometimes. But when you use them well, they are so stylish. So we'll do a bunch of the optional content here. Oh, I'm so dead. No, not. Okay. And of course, very easy to regain the catsuit if needed. And we'll just lose it. Okay, we got more cats. Oh no, you can just climb up to semi-solid. I was not even thinking about that at all. In fact, that's something that would have made the maze earlier easier as well. Not the first time I've forgotten about the semi-solid climb. Probably the level that gave me by far the most trouble in 4YMM was the cat level by Pinkston in the final week, and that was partly one that was roadblocked by not remembering what to do with cats climbing semi-solids either, at least in the very first attempt I put on that. So, it's amazing how rusty you can be at some of the mechanics when you are away from the game for a while, particularly if they are mechanics that were original to Maker 2 and not something that existed originally. And
Oh no!
of course, the implementation of 3D World is in many ways a brand new game here, very different from 3D World itself in several respects. Certainly the cat mechanics being one of those things. Anyway, we have done the optional content here previously, so let's just do the climb. Actually make use of the semi-solid bookshelves. Really kind of reducing these hardbacks to a condition that would be less acceptable in the auction market. And through we go. Now this is going to be a bit of a blue control segment for sure. We'll just do it that way. It'll be fairly simple. Okay, so here the objective is don't get squished. The objective here is grab the 50 coin. This looks like such a soft lock. Right? Unless I can drop down. Yeah, that's a soft lock. I didn't even intend to go up there, but cat mechanics being what they are, ejected me. Okay, let's start over. I think. That's definitely an issue. And, you know, that's one of the things you have to watch out for, especially with 3D World semi-solids, given the overlapping issues. But yeah, a row of invisible blocks would have solved that easily. Always have to do a quality check on that sort of thing. And okay, up we go. And here. Okay, we'll leave this guy out of the way. Did this a lot faster this time, although at the expense of not grabbing a 10 coin. And forward. Okay, going to uncover the cat. Kind of satisfying to use the track block in that fashion just to uncover something. And unblock the pipe. I don't think I've really seen that very often. I've seen it unblock pipes that you have to go through, but not really unblocking pipes that you have to use as a power-up. Okay. Up we go with cat. Whoops. Was briefly attending something technical with the stream and then just wasn't watching the boos at all as they were mobbing me on that side of the screen. And okay. Nice to have that one tile slot up there. Whoops.
Oh no!
Once again, pretty tight margins for getting squished. We're not far from that segment, so... And, okay, down we go. And over. Whoops. Okay. Did nearly get hit by that guy just now. And up the lift we go. Up to the 50 coin, this time without accidentally hopping up to the top of the screen. Now here, I have to be careful not to get squished, which might be a taller order than you would think. And this is going to be very much a cat climb. I have to time this accurately because one hit will take out the cat suit. And all will be for naught. Looks like this is going to be a cat dive into this spot here. Grab the coin. Here we go. That's a clear. First clear on this one, interesting. Don't know if that first clear is going to stick, given that I don't know if this is a super world that is still going to be undergoing any revision, but I can't imagine that the soft lock would remain if so. Now that it has been discovered, I mean, you know, we're very much an early player into this and discovering some of these things for the first time, and that's just how super worlds go, is that sometimes you'll just have one little oversight that will reset everybody's progress. But is nevertheless worth fixing, rather. Okay. And, oh, that was a bad drop, but... Now, we know not to panic too much when it comes to the cloud. It is just going to be camera dependent. It will scroll when we scroll within a central bounding box. I just totally missed the climb there. It was maybe going a bit risky, attempting to cling onto it in a lower position. And, okay, here we go. Yeah, this one's pretty interesting so far. I feel like I have seen some similar cloud-based mechanics from Nocturnal levels before, possibly even in Maker 1, but could be that I'm misremembering. Okay, nice little timing there. Not too tight, but spaced in such a way that you still need to be on your toes and be a bit careful. Now, no point trying to beat the rush here, and we can, you know, jump into fireballs, make our way up quickly, but general, not something we really need to hurry our way through. And taking this guy up. Oh, missed a 50 coin. That's okay. Okay, so much for Piranha's Putrid Pool. I don't think all of these are alliterative. A great number of them are, but when it comes to the titles, I can't say I've been attending to them that closely. So we'll see. Oh, not quite. So here's Wendy's wreck, the ship having come out of the water. And what do we have here? We have cannons. Yeah, interesting that you have those vines hanging off the ship like seaweed. Appropriate to something that has been raised from the depths. Camera position here has me a little bit worried. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it's just the airship bob in the bottom layers throwing me off as usual. And, oh, you got a huge Wendy figurehead on the flagship. That's a really nice touch, actually. Yeah, definitely one of the nicest aesthetic touches that we've seen on this super world so far. Look at the ammunition that is stowed away, like the cannonballs or bombs that are stowed away to the left of the blaster as well. This little ammunition closet. Yeah, this is a very pretty level in some ways. Now, this is fairly simple. We just need to unlock the star, grab the star, clear everything. Not that hard. We'll give ourselves a buffer for 1 damage. 1 hit. As well as a 1-up. Okay. Mostly the utility of popping Wendy like that is just to get her to stop throwing projectiles. We can, of course, just hit her directly with the bombs as well. Yeah, Redox, have an enjoyable lunch. See you next time as well. Okay. Yeah, nice that this actually gives you multiple kill methods. That you can engage with that fight in several ways. Okay, this is going to release everything. It's also going to give the star enough time to expire properly. Oh, careful here. And down we go into water beneath the shipwreck now that we've blown everything up. Yeah, I think the end of world Koopaling / castle levels have definitely been the highlight of the Super World so far. Each of them having a very unique sense of identity. I mean, I guess you could say that one for Roy early on was just kind of a castle, but it was World 1. That was a sensible thing to do. But then we've had a lot of variety in the Koopalings since then, with the Lemmy train level and with Wendy having a ship, and who knows what's next. Oh, going to continue the quest. And we have a 30 coin to the left, which I can grab. You can see that Wendy is still around and kicking, firing at us. That's going down a track, and so she'll be quite a ways ahead of us, but we'll see if there's a stopping point up ahead where we resynchronize. Note, this is mostly just telling us that Wendy is still alive and undersea and out to get us. Look at this. She's not happy this time. That works too, though. And we have an underwater temple here. Like we've discovered Atlantis. Now, Super Mario World, much like SMB3, has underwater spikes that actually look decent. Much better than any of the other spikes in the game. Okay, this is a Fire Flower spot. Surviving here with a progressive Fire Flower appears to give you the 50 coin. I think that's the very strong implication we're seeing there. And we'll wait for this gold tape to come up so we can grab the 1-up accordingly. Okay, World 5. We are at the halfway mark. So this is Bounding in the Breeze. Okay. And it's just going to be nice and breezy squirrel level so far. Came in a little bit low on that spot. Whoops. Oh. Bouncing it a little bit unevenly, but fix that. Okay, gotta get around this chomp guard. A little bit difficult to see what my landing zone will be, although we know from Chomp's positioning itself that there will be ground underneath. Assuming, sensibly, for a level of this scale, that Chomp wasn't just doing that on top of spike blocks or something. Yeah, we knew there was some kind of safe landing zone there. But always a little bit of uncertainty when you can't see stuff like that. And just going to barely get out of the way of the chomp that time. And what do we have here? Yeah, just going to rescue ourselves with a wall jump there and a wall jump there, and
Oh no!
it's only going to work out so many times before getting us into quite a heap of trouble. Go. And forward. And what do we have here? Okay. Go. Oh, no, that's ground. Had to read the ground and the semi-solids properly here. Very easy to be thrown off by stuff like this. Anyway, missing the 10 coin back there, but that's okay, we'll just proceed. Yeah. And we're going to have the level split off into two halves over here, but only very briefly before it takes you up to the checkpoint. Lose the squirrel. And whoops. Yeah, some tense moments here as we
Oh no!
sometimes scroll into a chomp that is slightly above the camera. But we actually had a squirrel suit coming out of that pipe, something that I not realized earlier. Though I must have seen it. Just didn't really think about it. Now, okay, that's going to make some things much more manageable here. I'm going to see if I can carry a POW over, of course, to the next segment. And hey, Artpop, welcome. Yeah, Artpop, we don't run to queue on the weekend streams, because we use them for longer levels and super worlds. But hopefully I'll be able to catch yours at another point. We're kind of at World 5 of 8 in these in the Super World sequence that we're running right now. And earlier we had about 3 hours that were spent on a single escape room. So that's pretty much exactly why I run that kind of stuff on weekends, is because, you know, viewer levels just does not fit for that scale of project. Yeah, glad to see you stop by. Hope the streaming has been going well on your end as well. Toy Town Takedown. And, well, that Koopa in the car is just going to keep to himself in his own little padded cell. That's what a Toy Town is for. And, okay, let's grab this. We know from another recent level I did that the trick to the cannon hat is that it has an impact that's similar to what you get from bomb range, and so it can be a little bit off with your shot. You can be about one tile off and it would still be within activation range. Oops, getting bumped here. Ah, no, let's get up to top level before all this expires and see what that is. That's just going to be a 1-up. Great. Oh yeah, we know the car doesn't go into the plumbing. Yeah, sort of interesting time challenge in some ways here. An accuracy challenge here. We can, of course, just spin amazing how bad I can be at just firing a simple shot. But I'm going to use this to bust our way through. Yeah. Recently, of course, one of the other Super Worlds that we have been playing on the viewer level days has been a Cuphead tribute. Called the Gunhead. That was by Glitch. And that's pretty much entirely just cannon box stuff in every single level, and so I'm still struggling with that one from time to time, but we have had tons of practice with this item lately in much less forgiving setups, so certainly have no excuse to be bungling this one. And we here want to avoid losing the car. Losing the car gets you into all kinds of trouble, so why don't we let's come back here. And pretty satisfying finish there that practically plays itself. So you develop enough momentum to sail forward with the car and just eradicate everything. And yeah, interesting how the car, when you take it through the pokies in the middle of the stack, they collapse, but you get through pretty quickly the car and don't really have to deal with any of those collisions. So and of course we had a Wiggler as the image on that level. Not a Wiggler, a Pokey, sorry, as the image on that level, in keeping with all the Pokey stacks that we just eradicated and kicked off the screen. So here's Musical Mushrooms. Let's see what this is all about. Okay. Here we are. And I'm going to take this through. Low jumps are really the trick here. As long as you keep your head down, everything will be fine. Now I see decoration up here, and so this is actually going to have some things built up top, like some of the top half only builds that we had seen earlier. I have that triple hit here using the combination of the thwomp and the mushroom platform. Let's let it down. Yeah, interesting to see it stay down that way. Oh. I wonder if the Goomba can give me adequate height. I did not think so, but it does give me the 30 coin. Maybe the 30 coin, perhaps the easy way. And what's this? This is going to be Fire Flower. This guy is going to come down. Yeah, interesting touch with the parachute Goomba in both spots there. There's nothing that would kick them up, of course, from below, and so... Oh, this is so misleading. Look at this guy. He actually goes down rather than making contact due to his placement relative to the bridge, and that's totally unexpected in some ways. Of course, the power Goombas... Sorry, the parachute Goombas earlier were giving us a bit of fair warning about how this was going to go in terms of Womps spitting out more Goombas at us. Interesting here as we dodge the side flop that's trying to throw us off. No, I was obviously supposed to get over the jump blocks. And that was a bit of an optional coin segment, but one that will get me through to here. That was also a first clear. So yeah, it seems that we've been encountering some first clears, but scattered along the route, and so that indicates to me that we might be the first ones to play the world straight through, at least up to this point, although some of those levels might have been seeded in Endless, and so we're not the first plays on a lot of this stuff, but enough to indicate to me that maybe not a lot of people have done this as exhaustively, top to bottom. Even though Nocturne Owl is a fairly popular creator, due to some huge early successes in the game, and so there definitely is a pretty big follower base, I guess. Though he has not uploaded in quite a few months. So, people do drop in and out, of course. And Mario Maker has lately quieted down a little bit. Particularly going into September, I do think that the output I've seen from followed makers and the output I've seen from streamers has definitely noticeably dropped off this month. And that's probably just part of a natural cycle, but also means that we have a temporarily less active player base compared to what we had even in August. That's something that might be reflected in the player numbers here, so. Alright, not the ideal way to do that, but yeah, Super Boss, hope you had a good time here today, and as I said, always welcome to lurk here, so you have a good day. Okay, gonna hit a checkpoint here. No mushroom on this checkpoint, despite that being the principle in most of these levels, in terms of sticking to Nintendo policy when it comes to power-up progression. Okay, I did want to keep that. We won't have time to get the 50 coin over there. It's going to be a very mild auto-scroll in this segment to keep things interesting. Oh, nope, missed that. Okay, that was a save. That was not a save. Okay, we are going to be missing the stiletto. But the Goomba with the standard boot, well, the standard winged boot is going to get over here just fine. Oh, that was a bad idea. We're totally going to miss. That's a challenging 50 coin. I think I do have to jump out of the boot for that in order to get it quickly enough. I do want to take a crack at it just to create a proof of concept for it being something doable. Yeah, I do think that exiting the boot looked like it was close to being required, but as we could see just now, was not. Okay, gonna hit that P. Gonna go around. No, not the top. I did not worry too much about this P switch. And yeah, looks like we just need to survive this whole thing here. Definitely needed the boot in order to do that segment. If you lose the boot, there are points where you are certainly not permitted to continue. And nice finish. And we have a world record. I don't imagine that will stand for very long. How sloppy some of that was on our part, but almost closing out World 5. Ludwig's Levitation Station. Okay, so red goes left, green goes right. Nice to have that extra visibility on the belts. And we're going to have one of the, by now, very familiar mechanics. Post 3.0, which is the squirrel conveyor cling. Extremely popular mechanic. Right from day one of 3.0 patch, I was seeing a specific interaction with the squirrel suit absolutely everywhere. Kalvik's level is probably the one that's best known doing this. But we see it all over the place. And, okay. Back in here. And more bombs, okay. Probably just a good idea to get out of the way instead of dealing with the bombardment. I wonder if there's anything the squirrel gives me up here. Doesn't look like it. Interesting that the red for left, green for right thing has not really proven to be that useful so far, but once again going to do the squirrel cling. And propeller time, okay. Looks like the propeller was skippable here. I wonder if this is doable with squirrel. I think it must be, by the looks of it. And, okay, let's land and then very quickly jump back up. We can do this continuously, I think, but... Back to squirrel. Oh, interesting. That we managed to get that bounce. I see. I'm supposed to get the bounce off the bombs in order to refresh the squirrel's ability to boost. And then we continue. And I'm expecting at this point that we'll have some sort of flying Ludwig fight, and his movement range in this game is an absolute terror, especially when you've got wings on him. Okay, just checking to see what the range is on everything down here. That's going to give me a checkpoint. And then you have a choice of power-up, propeller or squirrel. We're taking squirrel. Okay, so yeah, Ludwig is not going to have wings, which is nice because his movement range is still going to be an absolute terror. Just going to stay to one side or another of the skewer. Not be too troubled by it. Ludwig is not going to be so careful with the skewer. Look at him go. It's just somebody who jumps up so high. Yeah, definitely a lot going on with that level. It certainly seems like one where it began with a couple of different ideas and chased some of them, ended up having a bit more potential. We actually saw very little of the red and green and the conveyor platforms that were attached to them respectively, but it seems to commit more and more to the idea of switching between the squirrel and the propeller the later you get into layout. After 5 worlds, though, I think definitely Wendy and Lemmy are in the lead for the most interesting end-of-world Koopaling stages so far, so as we get into World 6, we'll see how that evolves. On and off orbits. Okay, so nowhere to go but up into space. And you're going to have a fairly gentle timer, given that the enemies are going to follow low gravity rules while Mario does not. Oh, whoops. Did not expect to hit that thing. That's okay. It means I can just continue to climb here. Didn't think that was going to be anything even close to a standard route. It seems very much like a hidden path. That's fine, because I'll take it. Certainly wondering about the viability of grabbing that 30 coin when I don't know what my landing zone is going to be coming out of that. Interesting that, yeah, the shell could just fire from either side, depending on what you choose to take on as your pathway on the way up. And, yeah, that's just going to be one-way panels all the way. So the idea here is that you want to toggle the switches just before the shell makes contact, because once the shell makes contact, it keeps you on the platform instead. So there's a little bit of a timing exercise here, which is kind of unique. I'm a little bit late on that. I can't hit at the same time in the shell. I have to hit a little bit before the shell, because if we're hitting the switch roughly at the same time, it does not do a double activation. Okay, so yeah, once again, hitting too close to when the shell is about to hit. That gets me through. Yeah, interesting obstacle. As far as the timing-based flip blocks go, that's a bit of an unusual take on it. And we're going to miss the 50 coin, but that's okay. I feel like the later I go, I've been a little more lax about chasing some of the optional content. And yeah, we do need to take this on the way up. Can't really see the shell switch in our current position, which concerns me a bit. Ah, no, we can see it now. Okay. Really do have to begin to jump from over here then. And that's going to be fairly safe. Through we go. And just need to follow the somewhat faster drop rhythm over there. Okay, and then we just need to track the progress of the shell up above and just keep our eyes on it. Plan jumps accordingly. And plan this jump accordingly. Now, where are we winding up? Here, okay. Have to beat the auto-scroll and the spaceships. A quick scroll here and there. That does occasionally accelerate. But we are going to accomplish the optional objective of hitting the top of the flag. Seems like the flagpole is accessible even if you leave the blue blocks on, in fact. Okay, Planet Poison. Yeah, because it seems like the idea behind the space theme here is that you're going to beat that Space Armada stage early on, and then it's going to take you to some slightly more alien landscapes, even by Mario standards, perhaps. And we're going to duck under here and let our Wiggler escort go on ahead of us. Okay, take it off the track and then plenty of visibility here in terms of making sure it continues. Nope, needed to get up faster if we wanted to take the 50 coin. And okay, on we go. Nope, too slow. Okay, let's pop this. And we could have gotten ahead of the Wiggler slightly that time, but... Okay, nope, a little too ambitious there. Whoops, wasn't really watching where it was going there in terms of getting ahead of his position. Okay, so once again, just have to watch where we're going, and miss that once again. Definitely a difficult reach, especially because holding right into that just sends you sailing right into the spike block that was just on the bottom layer. Okay, a couple of short bounces here will do fine. Seems like, from my experience, that Nocturnal certainly loves these track-based scrolling levels with moving obstacles. Something was seen throughout his repertoire in Mario Maker 2. And okay. This is going to be very similar in some ways to the dolphin level on top of Vanilla Dome in Super Mario World. If you look at the patterns, that you have some of the arcing patterns that you ride, but also some of the wigglers that are just going straight up and down. I think it's very clearly inspired by that. As we get into some of the later sequences over to Poison. Yeah, very clearly based on that, but you'll see it in just a minute as we get back to the segment, like right here. That is all kinds of vanilla secret. Okay, and that's going to be a big finish. As we go for the one up on the gate and miss. And we'll see where we go next in Space World. Midnight Masquerade. So it's going to be 3D World. Do tell me this is going to be... Okay, it's going to be a bullet hat level, but I'm sure that we'll have some mask switching. I was really hoping for, of course, one of my favorite items in the game, which is the Goomba mask, but we'll take the bullet. Now this is really interesting. Bit of a time challenge to get over there before the P-switch expires. I was a little bit slow to activate that, but that's a fun little interaction here in terms of using the bullet hat to do a repeated bump. I think we just need to hold still and just really kind of punch this guy repeatedly, except of course one of the things throwing me off is that he's on top of the snake block. Wow, look at that. And it's going to take you slightly up. Final bounce. Whoops. Okay, actually one of the more interesting bullet hat levels I've seen. And that is not just about constantly doing narrow passages and dodging spikes, but also has some interesting positional challenges in terms of repeated hits and figuring out where to gain height. This is going to be a slightly challenging element, though. It's a difficult item to handle sometimes. I'm going to have a wing bully. I don't think that I can drop down here and wall jump up. Look at this. 50 coin placed perilously low. And Hyperion Smokestack, welcome back, and thank you so much for the sub. Nice to have you back. Hope you've been doing well lately. And we're finally going to have a Goomba switch here. What was quite an interesting bullet hat segment. Yeah, I hope you've been doing fine. We had a 3-hour-long escape room earlier in the stream. And then I started playing the Super World I had scheduled in mind for this, and we're currently in the middle of World 6. It's been tricky to catch me. Yeah, the schedule has been a little bit reduced lately, and it will likely continue to receive a few changes because I am in the middle of a move and also setting up, new internet, new streaming layout, etc. Also a couple of personal changes I won't go into, but yeah, so hopefully we'll have a bit more of an accessible schedule. That was an interesting non-kill from the thwomp. That's a really neat way of getting the thwomp to not just nuke you and squish. Actually, I hadn't seen that before. In terms of the 3D World thwomps just sending you down into the trampolines and having that actually turn out to be safe. But yeah, the schedule's been a little bit reduced lately and understandably quite difficult. It's sort of unfortunate that the times at which I'm able to stream are also usually way off peak hours for when people are able to watch. So that's part of why I keep just about everything recorded when it comes to the Mario Maker side of things. Okay, we're gonna have an upside down level. Haven't seen one of these in ages. As in an upside down traditional level that is actually functional. That's certainly going to be a rarity. And this is just going to be there to scare you more than anything, given that semi-solids are there to catch you if you fall. Although, yeah, you just get one chance to get out of there before spike balls come up and give you a bit of a chase. Now I have to remember how to use the spin jump when I'm upside down. That's actually going to be a bit of a tough call. And yeah, usually get notified while you're at work. That's one of the consequences, I think, of well, actually getting back into an office situation and not just being able to lurk all the time when they're supposedly working from home. But yeah, hopefully everything is still kind of safe and undergoing a decent restoration of service where you are. I mean, I've been playing this game still on a fairly regular basis, but the wall jump here is going to be tricky. And it is clearly a wall jump, but an upside-down wall jump, which is unusual. Okay, going to get a bit of a hit buffer here. Going to get some warning shots here. I think the warning shot system is actually one of the neater bits about this level. That you'll usually have the spike balls do something threatening that's only a little bit threatening, and then second time they come in, they mean business. I think the idea certainly is, whoops, that the standard way to do it is to dodge the spike ball coming down from the spike and actually bop the spike and then take advantage of the top platform. If you miss that, then you do have to wall jump your way up, which will take some directional adjustment. Okay, let's try not to get hit. Having a fire flower is going to help, having that extra hit available. And that's never going to be convenient for the purposes of actually attempting to hit that 50 coin, but... And, yeah, once again, having a bit of a wall slide there, but that's not going to give me any position to recover to, and so will hardly be helpful. Okay, so... Oh, whoops. Hit on the head there. Whoops. Yeah, I can't remember the last time I did anti-gravity platforming. Might even be as far back as the Lecter Escher level, which I think was a major highlight as far as upside down design goes. That was months ago, so... Of course, it's very difficult to do. As a designer, I think it's one of the hardest formats to work with in terms of making a level still fun and functional and fair. Okay, so that's gonna hit. Okay, that works too. That works too. Probably an easier way of doing things than what I had in mind. That's not going to be a mushroom. Well, it's going to be a kind of mushroom, just not the kind that would have been useful. That's going to be a useful checkpoint, though. Take the middle layer here and out. And... there we go. Just letting the lower spike ball outpace me a little bit. In we go. Yeah, it's sort of interesting to see these spike balls shooting up like that. from what is actually their falling state. Okay, this you have to navigate somewhat carefully. Certainly more carefully than I've been doing. Okay, let's see if we can do this again as we were managing previously. Really have to make better use of a spin jump here, I think, to create a point of safety. Yeah, difficult to time this. It is a timing challenge.
Oh no!
Same with that. And then I think hype spawns in general in Mario Maker are a bit of a challenge. Bit of a challenge for the player to read just because the timing can sometimes feel like it's a bit unpredictable from when the pipe appears on screen to when it starts spitting things out. And so something that you would hope you just learn to deal with experience, but it's really something that I think still presents a struggle for even players who have seen them quite a lot. This is, of course, timing challenges before. Oh, we actually beat the timing challenge, except that time I missed a jump at the end. Yeah, it pays to be cautious there, but also still precise. A lot of stuff to mentally keep track of control-wise that you might not even consciously recognize you're doing when it comes to playing upside down. And because with every jump, you're still sort of thinking in the back of your mind how to reverse certain directional inputs, and okay, nope, didn't expect to catch that ball at the end. That was a bit unfortunate. Okay, spin jump was probably the right strategy there, but okay, I better hit that checkpoint just for safety. Feels like that's going to trap a mushroom in there, which is very nice. Particularly because we're going to have a sequence here where I just fall on this platform, and then we have to survive the track. I'm going to go back and forth. Okay, once again, going to take this segment here.
Oh no!
And yeah, so Hyperion, I don't know if you've had much time with this game as a player recently. Certainly seems like with people getting back to school or getting back in an in-office schedule that it very noticeably quieted down in September, I think, at least from what I was seeing. But these things come and go. Of course, we've got quite a lot of Mario in general coming up with all the 3D ports that are coming to the Switch. And you've gone back to Odyssey lately. Yeah, good time to do it. I know that Odyssey... Oh, I need to leave a spike ball there. Okay. Yeah. It's been a while since I've looked at Odyssey. I actually never went back to do the Luigi's Balloon content or any of the additional hint art clues that were patched in. I did do 100% and everything else originally. And spent way too long in the photo mode, which is where all of my stream graphics come from.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
But yeah, I know that Odyssey does the sensible thing in terms of supporting multiple save files per profile, which is far too rare on the Switch. I think that's certainly one of my complaints about the Switch as a generation, is that I find that I constantly want more save slots without having to do any kind of profile switching shenanigans locally. And so yeah, it would be nice to just kind of do an efficient run through Odyssey. Just to see it briefly again, especially in the lead up to all the rest of 3D Mario. I just won't have time to do that though, so I feel like it's something I'll have to return to at some other point. But yeah, certainly planning to revisit 64, Sunshine, and of course a Galaxy. I always found Galaxy to be a considerable step up on them. I didn't really feel like the 3D series had truly arrived until that point, although of course... yeah, you could believe you can recover previous saves in Odyssey, yeah. Because Odyssey does have multiple slots, but... yeah, I always strongly preferred the Galaxy over the 64 and Sunshine line, but then I'm much less attached to 64 than most Mario players I know. I mean, it's obviously a landmark game, and it's got an incredible amount right on the first try, but it's never been a personal favorite. Okay, had some D-pad issues there in terms of actually dashing forward at full speed. I always thought Frog Suit and Night Castle was a great combo. It's going to tell you to hold the Y button so you're not just drifting everywhere at slow speed. And of course, as with auto-scrolls, point occasionally is to just beat the auto-scroll. Oh, except I think I activated the P-switch rather early, except Frog Suit is going to be a second-tier power-up that allows you to break this stuff open, except I just missed. Nice to have the frog suits jumping around towards you like a series of frogs. Always a nice touch. Yeah, I feel like I can delay the activation of the P-switch slightly. Still catch up to all the scrolling. And get a generous amount of time forward here, minimize delays, and the time lock here is mostly going to be based on the lava level, and so need to come down here quickly, race it back up. And we are through. That's going to be a checkpoint. Okay, so let's see what this fight is all about. It's going to be just vertical auto-scroll, and it's going to go up layer by layer. Iggy looks so different in SMB3 compared to where else. Like the googly eyes are just much less pronounced. So I just have a bit of trouble recognizing him as Iggy. I'm just much more familiar with the Super Mario World design and the subsequent designs that were based on that, even with the Koopalings originating in SMB3. Now, what do we have here? I should probably just reveal the axe and a 50 coin. We'll grab the 50 coin, of course. And probably could have gotten the axe on that pass, but we'll take this patiently. And thank you for the GG. And we were a few seconds off the record, probably just from grabbing that 50 coin at the end. But none of these are tight records anyway, even with auto-scroll dominating a good chunk of that level. World 7. Making good time, should be able to conclude the entirety of this thing in our current sitting. And up we go. Whoops, nope. Not so much. Okay. Here we are. And yeah, once again, as I was saying before, Nocturne Owl loves his track-based challenges. And they work. They work quite well. And having the cape here is a nice little power bump as well, giving you a gentle descent for the sake of accuracy. It's amazing how many power-ups in Mario have followed that logic of giving you a gentle positioning tool. That's something that is kind of missing from 64. But it was, of course, the concept behind the Flood and the concept behind the B-suit in Galaxy. Yeah, Galaxy just completely solved so many things. Even with the planetoid system really resolving a lot of problems that could pop up with a 3D camera, which I think people are going to remember quite vividly when they play Sunshine again for the first time in nearly 20 years. But now you can go down a level, but not up a level, so. And we're going to have a bit of a track-based fight that allows you to go back and forth in the auto-scroll. We'll conserve the power-up back there, but it will soon be outpaced. But yeah, really looking forward to running Galaxy again. I don't know if I'll stream all of the 3D games, but I will certainly stream Galaxy, I think, because it's one I haven't played in such a long time, and it is such a lesson in design. There's so much that you can talk about with how Galaxy is put together. So many subtle touches that just, you know, really was a moment, I think, in design that what Mario 64 was for a lot of people, what Ocarina of Time was for a lot of people, I think that was certainly something I vividly felt with Galaxy the first time I played it back in 2007. Now, what about Mario 35? I'm really excited about Mario 35. I think I will definitely stream it. Hopefully network performance is nice like it is in Tetris 99. I don't know if there will be anything to allow you to play in party lobbies or anything, but yeah, it's kind of regrettable that Mario 35 is not going to be around for too long, as far as we know. I mean, it would be nice for it to relaunch as a long-term platform, the same way that Tetris 99 considerably expanded with a 2.0 patch that turned it into a freemium model, and still made the free game as playable as ever. But I just think, looking at Mario 35, from the little we've seen, that it is an amazing concept. You know, bringing in Mario Kart-style attacking items as well, along with just the Tetris 99 concept of stuffing people's face with enemies that you send from your own screen. Seems like Mario has been craving that sort of a format for some time. They've tried repeatedly with the coin rush formats that were introduced in NSMB2, I want to say, and which returned in NSMBU.
Oh no!
That was more of a solo format, but the idea was that you would have escalating difficulty that is created by just the acceleration of the game as you do well. And I would imagine that as with Tetris 99, that Mario 35 is going to have an element of acceleration to create an endgame condition and, you know, force an end to any sort of stalemate between players who are extremely good. It'll be interesting to see some of those designs come into play, like what it does with the itemization, what it does with the balance. Okay, the twirl here is a bad idea. I only tend to pull up Tetris 99 for a lot of the events to earn a skin these days. I played a lot of Puyo Puyo Tetris in the first year of the Switch, which was actually my first experience with Puyo Puyo, because I had always, I mean, it was very much a Japanese-oriented thing, unless you were a Sega player who knew about stuff like Mean Bean Machine. But yeah, Puyo Puyo Tetris brought me up to speed with a lot of stuff in modern Tetris, like the T-spins and so forth, that, you know, I think a lot of people who are familiar with Tetris as a classic solo game are unfamiliar with some of those finer points of Tetris Versus, even though they have been around for so long in its currently standardized format. Whoops, that was a mistake.
Oh no!
Hyperion Smokestack, have you by any chance played Sonic Mania? Because Sonic Mania has a very neat little tribute to Mean Bean Machine. And one that I was able to recognize even as somebody who was not temperamentally a Sega player. Actually, I have to admit, I never actually liked Sonic until I played Mania, and I thought Mania was a legitimately good game. Even as somebody who has been traditionally judgmental about Sonic, like the fact that I really enjoyed Mania spoke well of Mania. I feel like I can actually wall jump off this ledge here, but I don't get enough height to survive this, so...
Oh no!
So yeah, Sonic Mania was the one that came out in 2017, Hyperion Smokestack, and it was the one that was made by people who were formerly part of a Sonic ROM hacking and modding community. Basically, Sega hired them to do a tribute game that was a new 2D Sonic the Hedgehog. Wow, slipping off of that track is a bit challenging. And yeah, it was really the first Sonic game that I understood how to enjoy, I would say. Whoops. Now, as is often the case, the challenge with dealing with fast skull platforms is that it's very easy to slip off the diagonals. Very easy to just slip off in general, I think, and not make contact with the surface, especially when it is doing a diagonal pattern. It's okay, we got it. And of course the other challenge just being managing momentum, as one typically does. Okay. That's fine, that's accurate so far. This sequence, pretty readable. You can, in fact, trust the coins, usually, mostly. And, oh, yeah, this did warn you in advance. First time you loop over that sequence. I should have activated all of those platforms if I could, just for a safety zone, but I think you are probably just expected to catch one. You haven't played anything Sonic in like 25 years? Yeah, Mania is... If you have any interest in that at all, in Sonic,
Oh yeah!
it's a very good re-entry point. And even as somebody who never really even liked Sonic much. I thought it was an excellent game. But yeah, if you're familiar with Mean Bean Machine, there is a very neat tribute to it. And you'll know it when you see it. But here's Power Hour. Yeah, so the plan for today's stream was that I would do a couple of, well, the usual backlog stuff, you know, the longer puzzle levels, and then some of the other levels by followed makers that I've had kicking around, some platforming stuff that's, you know, kind of the usual 1% stuff that I can deal with over a slightly longer time scale, and then I thought, okay, then we'll do the Super World. And instead I ended up only doing 2 puzzle levels before getting to the Super World, because the escape room was something that took the longest time. Ah, okay. Do it this way. Refresh all 3 hits. That's a very satisfying interaction right there. Whoa, no. Had some height problems. And yeah, pretty satisfying pattern in its own right. And I feel like I just nuked this guy from the side. Oh, except I have to wait for the heat blocks to come back, and then, yeah. I should definitely be thinking more strategically about power range in this level, in terms of when I have the flexibility to get rid of enemies. I'm in trouble. That was a bad position to be trapped. I don't know anything about Sonic 3D Blast, so I can't really speak to that at all. And, okay. No, let's wait. Get this guy out. Go. We already have a mushroom. We can save that one on the left. And now deal with this segment here. Okay, there we go. And okay. Expended every hit there, but that's fine because we're right on the checkpoint, and it's going to be a nice little release. Avoided the squish death just by jumping there. Nice. I've done a lot of puzzle stages at this point with the POW hat, but very few levels that use it as a standard platforming element with standard pacing, quite like this one, where you have to do a little bit of planning ahead. So 3D Blast was an isometric Sonic game that had best music. You know, I was just talking to somebody earlier today about the long-running conjecture about, well, Sonic music, where the conversation was over, you know, what's a conspiracy theory that you actually find really plausible? I don't find very many conspiracy theories plausible, and this one doesn't really count as a conspiracy. I think it's just a commonly held conjecture that's not been very officially substantiated, but I mean, how well established is it that Michael Jackson worked on the soundtrack to Sonic 3. Is that something that everybody kind of factually knows, or is it just a very common assumption based on, you know, the potential licensing issues that might have blocked the re-release of Sonic 3 and the complications like that? Like, is it actually known that Michael Jackson worked on it? You've never heard that before. Yeah, because it is a thing that is commonly cited about Sonic 3, that apparently, you know, there's some kind of legal holdup with the Michael Jackson estate that has led to some soundtrack issues. Now, I don't know much about that. I just don't really know Sonic 3 and Knuckles at all. But I do know that back when I was paying more attention to the video game remix scene ages ago, that Ice Cap from Sonic 3 was always one of the most popular video game standards, as it were, especially going into the late 90s and early 2000s when the game remix scene was really taking off on the internet. You'd have some things that were incredibly popular. You would have Chrono Trigger, you'd have Final Fantasy, and you would have Sonic 3. And that the long-running rumor was that Michael Jackson was originally involved, and that kind of is something I should look into a little bit further, because it seems like it's just one of those oft-repeated nuggets of video game wisdom that everybody assumes is true, and which I actually find extremely plausible from the little I've heard from it, although who knows what kind of information I'm working from. Anyway, the point of this, of course, is to, in this level, build in such a way that you beat the track. It seems like we're way ahead of the track right now, but that it has quite a lot of potential to catch up. And of course, the objects on the track stay loaded, so you have to be quick. You're gonna call it fake news? Yeah, it could be. I mean, every time something goes unreleased for a very long time, often for just very mundane technical reasons, people in the video game world believe all kinds of things. I think for the longest time that was also the case with the Super FX chip games, with Star Fox and Yoshi's Island pretty much never being released. I think those were for fairly well-known hardware issues, though. And you are starting to see the seeds of it happening again, with a lot of speculation around why Galaxy 2 didn't make it into the current collection. I somehow suspect that they just didn't get it done in time, although maybe it was never part of the plan or the ambition to begin with, depending on how Galaxy 2 is being managed as part of the Nintendo legacy portfolio. But I think intuitively, as a player, it has always made sense to bundle Galaxy 1 and 2 together, and so to see Galaxy 1 bundled by itself feels a little bit off. And, okay. And we need to grab this guy. It's warning me. Yeah. First segment, we pretty much didn't need to worry about the wall at all. This segment going to require a little bit more finesse. And we were, of course, right at the ending pipe. And there is one little spot for a trampoline at the end to get you up to the final coin in the top right. And here we go. Yeah, nice little dodging segment here. I think it is possible, if you go nice and fast, to carry the trampoline forward with you, I guess, and that's probably the intended way to do this. Otherwise, yeah, I can't really think of what else is going on with that coin. But yeah, of course, the threat there being a crush death. Seemed like a lot of the moving wall designs that I had seen in the last little while, in order to, you know, just kind of free up a lot of space that would otherwise be obstructed with tracks, has been using stuff like boost stacks on conveyors, but of course that wouldn't give you the squish death. It's the contact death with Small Mario, but I think we remained a Small Mario in that level anyway, so you could definitely see something like that being done with a boo wall and conveyor, but yeah, a couple of interesting things with the pacing, especially once you got into the second half. So here's Morton's Mausoleum. Once again, a very concerted effort to make each of the Koopaling stages feel quite different in terms of theme. And, okay, Super Ball. It's going to be here mostly for musical reasons. It's not very useful so far. But here we are. And, okay. Maybe there's something to the Super Ball in terms of its utility that I'm missing. But I'm pretty sure it's just a musical bonus, particularly because you get a mushroom in that last question block on the assumption that you might have taken a hit or two already. Yeah, but I guess it's one of those levels where, you know, given that you don't have any targets for a Fire Flower or anything of the sort anyway. I feel like I was supposed to dodge that. Yeah, I am supposed to dodge that. Otherwise I cut right through. Although if I do a single bounce off of the trampoline while I have the big mushroom, then I am able to just carve out one brick at a time. So yeah, we need to dodge this guy then. Okay, have to time that out. Probably when it's going from left to right. There's going to be a Super Ball check after the boss. Yeah, I'm counting on it. I think there will be a Super Ball dependent bonus. I do expect it. Okay, need that forward momentum. Okay, let's not die to that guy. And yeah, taking the big mushroom, I don't know if that would really outright kill you. It would make things more difficult, but I guess it's mostly a spacing issue if you do take it. Oh, and this segment here, you would kind of cut right through it. It might be survivable, though, with the big mushroom. I feel like it's possible to get through here with it. Wouldn't be very smart, but you could do it. And, of course, all the fire bars are going to prepare you mentally for... Look at that, and this is a spot that's obviously for keeping the big mushroom. Well, the fire bar is preparing you for Morton setting everything afire, as he usually does. And... okay. Be fairly careful here, especially with the rebounds on those dry bones that you see, but then we hit a checkpoint, so won't have to deal with that a second time. And here's a Super Ball, so if there is a Super Ball check, we can do it. Here's a big mushroom. Yeah, sure, let's take it. Let's take it. Okay. I guess not. Oh, that was not smart. Okay. Staying on the edge here will do. So we'll keep Big Mushroom going into this segment and we'll see what kind of secret it unlocks at the end. Nothing really, unfortunately. Really hoping for some additional bonus. That's going to take us into World 8. Okay, World 8 is going to be a fairly shapely castle, beginning with a fire Cheep Cheep. Actually, not having seen the Cheep Cheep element being used on a world map in the castle zone before, it makes total sense, of course, for it to be on fire, but I don't think I've seen that or noticed it. Then I haven't played around with the world editor, so some of these nuances are new to me. Because after all this time, I just have not put together a super world. But it'll be a long time before I have the level count to make that worthwhile. Well, I've been seeing some pretty interesting world concepts lately that use them for connected puzzles and some other things. Connected platforming elements as well. Story sequences. You know, just more and more things that are designed with worlds in mind. And with the current world system in mind, not just as a sequence of levels as people were already doing before the world system was already in place. Okay, crates are going to drop. We should have grabbed the fire flower so I can nuke this guy and set him on fire, even if he is already on fire. Oh, I think he's immune, isn't he? No, I'm just missing every shot. Now, I had a very difficult level on Viva levels earlier this week that got me into all kinds of trouble with an ascending crate on lava design. So this comparatively is quite relaxed. And that other one, which also had Cheep Cheeps, Charvarg, etc., except it was going up rather than going down, gave me all kinds of grief. Anyway, interesting that we'll have a 1-up available here. I do need to dig myself out. Yeah, that was an interesting concept for Morton. Of course, I made it harder for myself than I needed to, but Morton using the ground pound is, in that context, quite similar to Bowser's pound in the finale to SMB3. We need to create some crates. Anything here, it might just be a hammer. I feel like it is just a hammer. Okay, we need to not create so many crates that they start disappearing. And this will get me through as soon as we sink. We had a pretty savage lava elevator level as well. I think we played that, if I'm not mistaken, but I'm trying to remember because I've played a good chunk of your stuff, but not some of the oldest designs. But I'm pretty sure I did play the one you're talking about. But yeah, this one gives me plenty of room to work with. I could have smuggled a crate through, but we didn't. And, oh, no, no, no. Let's not die here right when we're at the flag. And that's a world record. Again, not likely one that is going to hold, but... yeah, it makes sense for that to be the fire chief over the bridge when it comes to the way that this is laid out. I'm gonna have a ghost house. Okay, I'm going to grab a mushroom. And let's save the other one for now. Although they're not on tracks or anything, so the mushrooms should refresh. And of course, if they're conditional power-ups, that would make for an interesting puzzle, but not convinced that they will be. We can check. It's a conditional power-up. Nope. Anyway, 3 pink coins. Easy enough to do. Harder to do safely, perhaps. But interesting that that segment, of course, would have been quite different with a different on-off state. But I think the blocks on top of the doors tell you which state you want. We obviously want the conveyor belts to be pointing in for this one. And let's switch it over to blue for the last one because it says blue. Grab a mushroom for safety. And yeah, I think I did read this correctly, so the doors are going to matter. This is easier with a mushroom because you can just obstruct Mario just by standing up whenever you want. And yeah, so that's what the indications over the door are telling you. It's just going to give you the desired belt direction in advance. I'm not sure mechanically it's something that adds that much to what belts can just do by themselves, but just make sure you understand what it is you're interacting with when you do an on-off state change. Okay. Interesting. Well, might as well create that entire safety zone in the middle for myself. Okay, up we go. And I'll want to jump off one of these. Interesting block over here. I don't know what this is really doing. It's just a spawn point for the mecha or something else. I mean, we're not returning here, so it's not like it's something that we need to blow up before a spawn block releases some item that spawns there on a second pass. Yeah, it's going to be a checkpoint. Grab a mushroom for safety should be a t-shirt, yeah. It would certainly be a suitable gift idea for some people I know who are really into ecology and mushroom hunting. And Okay. Grab a shroom and clear the room. Whoops. Shortly after checkpoint though, so not too worried about that part. There's a slight timing challenge here when it comes to getting up here safely. Hey, Solar Horse, welcome. And thank you for the follow. Solar Horse, also a notable maker of another recent 40-course Super World. We'll hopefully be able to feature that one soon enough. Okay, so let's do this timing challenge here. Whoops. It's kind of true. The start of this level gets you accustomed to some of the belt interactions, though, such as the timing that you need to have the belt accelerate you forward. Now, not too bad, I suppose, to have the damage boost there available as a bit of safety. But it's true that it evolves into something much more platforming oriented. But it did seem kind of like the early stuff with the on-off switching was maybe something vestigial, something, a concept that had not fully evolved into the rest of the level, unless it's something that comes back later to haunt us. Which it could be. And, okay, what have we got here? Get out of the way once more. Nope. And, okay, just going to come here. Got that. Get to jump on this guy. Yeah, just have to understand the belt momentum mechanics to get through this one, and we are going to have, of course, the goal screen here, but can't resist going for a 1-up and a check of whatever is back here. I don't think there's going to be anything on the top left, but don't want to risk it. Because whenever we checked on top of the screen in the Super World so far, it's usually revealed nothing. But sometimes you can tell quite a bit from the camera positioning as to whether anything is moving with you. And have a chance to reverse engineer how the whole thing is built. So here's a Cinder Crevice. And there's going to be an introductory power-up over here just to get you used to these seesaws. And up we go. Whoops. Yeah, you can get very complacent sometimes about the easy stuff, I find. Or at least I do. But the end is in sight. It's just going to be this one and the fortress and the castle. I'm kind of expecting a duel with Junior and then a duel with Bowser. It would only be keeping with how everything else has been operating so far. Okay, let's hurry up and get back in here. And fair amount of visual indication of where the Podoboos are going to go. Yeah, pretty gentle to read that. Okay. And we gotta get out of the way here. Get ready to drop out of there. That's gonna feel well timed, but it's telling me ZR, which is kind of interesting because it's a little bit different from, of course, the Z indicators that have just been conventionalized, and not everybody's going to use the same trigger, of course, for spin jumps. I usually just use the R button, the small bumper. Yeah, of course we're going to for the 30 coin. Yep, that kind of setup we're fairly familiar with. Reminds me that I need to get back to Sneakin's world sometimes, because Sneakin, of course, made a ton of stuff like that with jumping on the reverse of the piranhas. So, we have a P-Balloon segment and a Cape segment. We've played quite a bit with the Cape. Let's play with the P-Balloon. So, yeah, we get a little bit of choice here. And this is just going to be a flight test in either half. And now with the P-Balloon, I think what we need to do is press against the gate and then slip through. It's going to be something we had to figure out on the fly. Oh, except the Cape gave you 1-ups, so I guess the Cape was supposedly the harder path for people who know how to fly. I suppose, in a sense, even though the P-Balloon is the thing that is newer to Mario Maker, in that it operates very differently from the original Super Mario World P-Balloon and is much more forgiving. Also more versatile, that it is something that's more user-friendly to people who have not played the original games, compared to something like the Cape, where knowing how to fly is this element of long-running Mario knowledge that you often need to take in with you from Super Mario World. I mean, I guess some people would be learning the flight mechanics from scratch here, but it is something that does have a learning curve to it, and the learning curve is very easy to forget if you have been playing Super Mario World for 30 years now. Yeah, I mean, the P-Balloon is, in its current form, effectively a new item. Just one that has a bit of that old tubular flavor to it. And, okay, let's actually ride this out a bit safely. And we'll try to lure the Thwomp down. That's going to be a bad idea. Changed my mind about where I was going at the last minute. We could have done a spin jump over the Thwomp, of course, to grab the 30 coin. But at this point, let's just ride safely. Get over to the 10 coin and get out of here. So, yeah, interesting how this Super World is balanced. Of course, we're just talking about my sloppy play here, but that we started with a bank of 10 lives. We're ending. Well, we're currently in the penultimate level, and we're sort of at a bank of 32, which seems nice. It's not like we're pressing up against 99 or something, like I have with some Super Worlds before, but also not like we've been at constant risk of depletion, so kind of a good mix of one-shots and other levels that have a bit more sloppiness to them when it comes to my playing. And yeah, interesting use of a fairly simple idea, which is just the hard blocks circling around these tracks in various forms. You can kind of see them going in opposing directions here in a way that actually causes a bit of a stumble. When they run into each other, you can have a bit of a problem. And I wonder if that... Well, it would be something that is affected by the speed at which you scroll in. Like if you have kind of a stop-and-go pacing versus if you're running directly in, depending on how they are initially positioned, like if they have different positions on the x-axis, synchronization would be slightly off. But yeah, it does kind of cut your momentum very briefly when you are on one block and you run into the other one. And so it's the main thing to look out for as you navigate that element over there. And here, whoops. The anti-clockwise ones seem to be dominant. Yeah, if you are sitting on a clockwise one, the anti-clockwise one pushes you. But it might just be a sort of micro level, sort of pixel level difference. So you can see how the synchronization is going to be a little different this time. And you see how, like, I'm just being exchanged now, whereas before I was just being slowed. And it is because I think the initial positioning, as I said before, is in different positions on the x-axis, and so the spawning will differ depending on how fast you're going and whether you're turning back or reversing or anything like that when you have one or both of those hard blocks within that 3-tile loading range off screen. So it's just one of those little pockets of potential inconsistency, which is very much just a product of the fussy spawning and despawning rules in this game. But yeah, when you're thinking about like whether there's some kind of collision priority, if they were spawning evenly, that's something that to me feels like it should be known. Like I think it's something that's probably already well established, but I don't know what the rule would be off the top of my head. Anyway, spin for this guy. But then, you know, I always have some of my innate game knowledge fail me when I'm streaming anyway. So it might just be one of those things I've forgotten in terms of what kind of rule we can expect. And so you can see as you come into this segment here, when these guys that are opposing are loaded in, you're going to be in a screen position where you're going to have a bit of stop and go pacing anyway, where I find that often if you want things like this to be loaded in to be 100% consistent, you want their loading point to be when you are making a jump or clearing a gap or, you know, doing something where you know exactly as the designer what the pacing of the player is going to be and how they're going to scroll in. That you know, for instance, that they'll always be going forward rather than going back and forth. It's a very advanced subtlety, I think, when it comes to, even with traditional levels, just getting things to behave properly. You just had to look up an obscure Magic the Gathering rule to settle a dispute. Did it have to do with, I don't know. Oh, it's probably some kind of priority thing, right? Like if you play an interrupt card while something is being removed from the game, and I don't know. What kind of rule was it? I'm way out of touch with Magic the Gathering, I have to say. I do know that there was some artwork and some cards that were removed earlier this year for, you know, various social political reasons, but in terms of the game mechanics themselves, I have not looked at Magic the Gathering in an extremely long time, so. Oh, it was a timing rule, but not involving the stack. Okay. Yeah, advanced Magic the Gathering metagame stuff, I'm way out of touch with any of it. Not that I ever played competitively. I mean, I was part of the original Magic boom. Was just a little too late to get in on the cards that were actually valuable, you know, everything up to the alpha and, well, obviously not the alpha, but like the original alpha, beta, black border sets and so on. I got in right around revised edition, and revised edition I think is probably as early as you can go without your stuff actually holding its value, apart from things like the dual lands. Oh, didn't expect the thought to just cut through. I should have known that, but didn't notice it last time because, of course, we didn't have access to the cape to have a slow float. And, okay. There. You say there were two cards that affected control of a creature, so both were in the same characteristic layer, so they happen in what's called a timestamp order. Okay. I think I understand conceptually what's going on, but I didn't know that was the technical term of art for some of that stuff when it came to rule priority design, but I mean, I'm also not working in board game supply, so there's probably quite a lot going on. So, I've heard Smokestack. I don't know how familiar you are with Yokohama. I actually played Yokohama for the first time last week, and because I've got a board game group that's been doing it online. Found it to be quite interesting. Quite a satisfying spin on, you know, that kind of multi-pronged resource management design where got a lot of simultaneous objectives going on. A lot of things to track in terms of the players accumulating their points. Do I know the publisher? Not off the top of my head. It's a fairly recent game. It's from mid-2010s. And I don't remember if it was something originally Japanese that was localized. But of course it's just based on, you know, thematically, Yokohama as a trading port. Okay, let's get out of here right away. Before the sinking. Okay, this is the bit where I do have to watch my timing. There we go. Okay, I was hoping to salvage that, but I did get a little bit pushed on the side of the thwomp. Taking damage over top of it would have been fine. That would have been perfectly salvageable, but getting pushed was not. So yeah, I expended a lot of lives on this one already, actually. I was talking about how I had come in here with 30 lives and was at no risk of a game over, and then now I'm down to 20 on this bank. And things are looking a fair bit dicier. But we'll see. Okay. Grab a power up here, that's going to be helpful. And yeah, into this segment previously. Slightly time sensitive there. And okay. Get off that very quickly. Spin jumps just for safety. Duck for safety, and get off that and hit the checkpoint. Okay, let's just nuke that guy. Not worried about any of these. Now that's a nice little power-up setup because it works, you know, irrespective of the hard block that is jump blocked, simply because it is a Cape Feather and doesn't clip into anything. Then we're going to have Junior and an Angry Sun. Or rather, an Angry Sun and an Angry Sun. Now, I wonder if it is possible to break this with a pattern that would allow me to maybe make my way up to the top level, but I think I just need to poke Junior and drop him. And he's gonna go. Oh, no, 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 no. Let's not drop off here. Be careful. What's he gonna drop? Give me something useful, or... Okay, 1-ups, we'll take them. Because then we can see if we can close out the Super World without hitting a single game over, but certainly running a little bit of risk on this level. First clear. So yeah, as I suspected, we have had some first clears and some non-first clears, leading me to suspect that I am actually the first person to play this through as a Super World. Despite how many points Nocturnal has racked up as a creator and how many subscribers he certainly has. So here's a Jet Set Bowser, and that's going to be the big finale. It's going to be in NSMBU. And it's just going to be back to being a castle, at least for that entry point, but then we've got something a little more intense going here. Oh,
no!
I could have afforded to take that damage and continue off that platform. Doing the twirl there was probably needless. Okay, let's send this sailing. Okay. Definitely getting a little bit outpaced there. You have to race the thing. And forward. Yeah, I need to probably do a nice low spin jump there, perhaps. That spot that I was having trouble with. Interesting bit of tension with the seesaw there, and with the wall jumps over here. Nice finish. That's going to drop me into the checkpoint. And we're going to fight Bowser using the squirrel suit, which... Once again, Nocturnal loves his tracks. Loves these track-based enemy chases. And yeah, so for those of you who haven't seen me feature this creator before, it is somebody I've known since Maker 1. I've been playing since Maker 1. So I've really kind of had a strong idea of his style by now. And Electrodude, yeah, still going. We're just about to close out the Super World. That's all I've done today, is that I've done the 2 puzzle levels, and I've done the Super World, because I intended to do this anyway, and I just didn't realize that the Tempest Funk escape room would take me 3 hours, because even the previous ones, which were supposedly harder, did not take me nearly that long. And so, budgeting an appropriate amount of time for the Tempest Funk level was definitely a task. I think this is it, though. I think this is all there is to getting Bowser through and grabbing the axe, and that's the finale. We're finished. You've been making progress too. Oh, okay, so you've been working on that independently. And hey, world record on Jet Set Bowser. Currently... Oh, you've been programming. Yes, that's right. And lurking on the side. So currently dealing with HTTP error code shenanigans. Well, thank you so much for the GGs. I think we are going to see the clear screen on all 40. I think the chase was maybe a bit of a secondary thing to the Bowser Jr. level that came before it. Like, the Bowser Jr. level certainly felt like the real castle in some sense, but with this as a bit of dessert. So yeah, there's Nocturne Owl. That's all 40 levels. There was one soft lock that we discovered in one of the Ghost House levels, the 3D World Ghost House levels, so it's entirely possible when he gets a chance to see this that one of those things might get fixed. Thank you for the congrats, Solar Horse. And I'll just punch in the code for those of you in chat, so take a look at this yourselves. Now, I have been streaming for much longer than usual. This is not a time where I'm usually active, but I may try to top this off with one last level. And Solar Horse, I see that you're working on this yourself, and you claimed a world record time for Snow Your Roll at some point. I don't know how long ago, because I was not receiving any of those notifications, obviously, while I was playing the world myself. And Hyperion Smokestack, you gotta run. Yeah, thank you for stopping by for so long, and have a good one yourself. Yeah, I'll likely close out with one last level before we say farewell to today's stream. I will hopefully pick one wisely that just does not take me all day long. But just give me a moment and I'll pull something up. And actually, Solar Horse, while you're here, I saw that you had a number of one-screen puzzles in your profile. Let's pull something up. I might have you unfollow, but there we go. Won't be doing the Super World today, but we do a lot of puzzles on this stream, so it kind of makes sense that we can pull one up. Yeah, because I obviously haven't played anything from your profile yet, but I saw a number of one-screen puzzles, and I thought, okay, yeah, let's do that. We can do the oldest one, for old time's sake. This is going to be a one-screen puzzle, one of the earliest ones in the game, from Day 2 of Mario Maker 2. It's a one-screen puzzle, Hamster Cage. And Electrodude back to lurking? Yeah, that's fine. I'm likely going to be ending fairly soon. This one seems to be very well liked with a fairly high clear rate. Shouldn't take us long at all. So yeah, use clear pipes to navigate your way through a compact puzzle box. Let's do it. Yeah, originally I had some other things marked out for today's stream, and I was thinking, some of them also look like escape room puzzles that might extend my stream for another hour or two, and that might not be such a good idea. So yeah, this was made, of course, for an audience for whom 3D world mechanics and clear pipes in general were fairly new at the time, so by now we should have the tools we need to figure this out. Obviously, the objective here is to grab a key and then head over to the warp block, but with the on-off switch activated such that we're actually able to make our way through. The way we're able to do it is this, that if I toggle the on-off switch and also eventually we'll want to break that probably. If I toggle the on-off switch, I'll be able to make it through to the P-switch. P-switch is going to do what for me? It's going to drop the blaster. Dropping the blaster is going to allow me to get across and move the thwomp. Moving the thwomp will allow me to do something else, and we're about to find out what it is. We can race down here. Whoops.
Oh no!
We needed to race down there before the thwomp got back so we can grab the POW. So yeah, let's just do this again. Hit the P. Drop this guy. Come down here. Move the thwomp. No, I wanted to get back in. Actually, using the POW would kill the Thwomp because the Thwomp is sitting on ground, and it would moreover kill the bully. And so, yeah, this will come together very quickly. I think it's a pretty straightforward solution from here. We could have afforded to expend the POW right away because it is a blue POW. It is not dependent on range. I'm going to knock out the Thwomp and the bully. We're going to tap that. And eventually, I'll want a remote detonation. So, the idea being... Oh, no. Let's throw this out. Actually, no, I don't need to do any of that. I can just throw the bomb, probably, at this location here. Whoops. Need to watch where we're going. Now, obviously, this is a week 1 level from Mario Maker 2, with a lot of these mechanics being new, so... a lot of developments in, whoops, the art of the one-screen puzzle have happened since. But I think the general shape of the solution holds up pretty well. But yeah, I think I see how the whole thing is going to flow. Down here, grab a POW. Nuke everything. Grab a bomb. Open the pipe. Oh, whoops. Let's do the next one. Drop that in the slot. And then drop the next bomb in a slot because that'll open up the upper pipe. Now, next thing that's going to happen is that allows me to drop the donut block. Oh, this will be interesting. No, I need to actually send another bomb up. Because you're going to have a remote detonation of the on-off. And I want to be back here safely on the clouds by the time that happens. Up here. Grab the key, back over to the other side. And that's going to be it. Okay, pretty good, pretty straightforward. Might even have time for one more, but let's take a look. One screen puzzle at Tunic time. This was made after the December patch, of course, introducing Link. 40% clear rate should be short and sweet. Kind of surprising that it has far fewer plays, but I guess that's a pretty significant gap. Unless, of course, some levels that were made in between were repurposed for the recent Super World. That's certainly something that could have happened. Sure, let's do one more. Okay, so we have... what's going on here? This will eventually send a bomb up, and we can probably fire arrows at it or something to move it over. Anyway, the objective is to get a key. The key is in this location. I would assume that you can't just, do that. Because it is the night theme, and the bombs walk anyway. And that's also not what the bombs do. However, we would eventually want the bomb to probably lower this guy. There will come a point at which we'll want to, for example, send a bomb over to the left here, and... yeah, until that point, until we blow up the ice block here, I won't actually be able to get down to that location at all, so I need to think entirely about how I can manipulate things from up here. This location is one where the bomb is not going to be within on-off switch range, but if we fire a bomb from this side, yes, it will be. Now, having that available means that I can come back down here, toss a bomb into the twister, and probably shoot it. Yeah, that's too late, but... Okay, I was thinking that I'd be able to deflect it, knock it out of position, but I think the arrow is just getting caught in the corner, because that's... And actually the bomb is just getting caught against the ceiling as well. I think if your timing was really good, you could probably do it, but it's obviously not the intended solution. It doesn't mean at this point I can drop this from over here. That's not going to do anything other than toggle the switch, so let's not worry too much about that. And hey, Loop and Snoop, yeah. Hope you are doing well. We had a 3-hour escape room level earlier today, and then I ran a full super world, and then now I'm running some older one-screen puzzles by Solar Horse, who also recently published a super world. And yeah, hope you are doing well. Once again. And I'll be ending very soon. I am way past how long I usually run on the Sunday morning schedule. So yeah, I was thinking initially put a bomb here and fire it. I guess that's probably not correct. I can, however, hold a bomb, run in here, and release. No, that's not going to be correct either. Let's see here. Ultimately, I do want to hit the P switch, because that's going to transform some of the stuff into coins. Like if you bomb everything, probably fire an arrow to hit the P switch. So for instance, wait. Yeah, eventually I'll want some kind of arrow shot through here. The arc should be able to sail over and hit the P. That will drop the blaster to the right. Blaster dropping to the right is just going to act as a gate. Gets me over to the Muncher. Muncher bump allows me to manipulate the seesaw, because it's going to impose some weight that moves the twister. Once it moves the twister, then we're in good shape, because then that allows me to maneuver a bomb into this location. Twister's going to come down here, get stuck against the conveyor belt. We launch a bomb down here in the night theme, Twister sends it up, breaks the ice block, and then that allows me to get down here into this slot, fire an arrow at the key. So, the question right now is, how do we break our way open to the P-switch? And it seems to me the answer will be this. Okay. No. Bomb's gotta walk. There we go. And then, yeah, probably stand in the cloud. This is the right idea. And, okay, there we go. Whoops. Luckily, we do have a sword refresh. And there we go. Okay, so okay. That allows me to drop a bomb going in from this side. And fire an arrow on this side. Just down the diagonal, yeah. And that is enough to just give me access to the Pegasus Dash. That gives me a fairly satisfying ending. So, not anywhere near approaching that 54-second clear. So yeah, fairly high clear rates on all of these. And then that's when you get into the super world after that, so. Now, at this point, I've been running for long enough that I think I'm going to adjourn pretty soon. I'm just kind of deciding whether, you know, these being fairly quick, we can maybe clean up the last two. Yeah, let's just do it. Ball seems rather fond of you, and seems like it could be useful, so. Yeah, nothing particularly obscure about these ones. Pretty relaxing as far as one screens go. So we'll be rolling that guy back and forth. Ultimately, we will want fire. And we want fire to come down here. And blow that up. So we know that eventually if we send the spike ball up, perhaps, that something will drop out of this location. It might be something like a fire flower. Currently, we don't know where the... Whoops. We don't know where this guy's going to go. That's worth reading. Just to see what's happening. Okay. Yeah, that's the only thing about reading puzzles sometimes, is that whenever you have snake blocks take a little bit of guesswork and testing just to see where they're going to go. And yeah, thank you, Solar Horse. I am enjoying these so far. Like I said, we do a lot of puzzles on this stream, and so it's been kind of interesting to see where different design styles come and go when it comes to the art of the one screen. Okay, so far we'll see what we can interact with when it comes to the spike ball. It's kind of positionally dependent on where I am. Question is how to make it go up somehow. Now, the way to do it would just be to create ramps, yeah. And create ramps in such a fashion that we want to imply some sort of weight. The way we'd eventually apply weight over here would probably be with some use of the muncher. That, you know, you would lower the seesaw, you would somehow get the muncher onto the seesaw, and then see where you go from there. Now, could be that we have to run this guy over, just trying to figure out how to raise him. Yeah, because we can also just kind of navigate this. Still don't know how to use the Yoshi just yet. I don't know how to access him, but something is going to drop into this spot, and I'm trying to determine what it could possibly be. It could be something like a POW, or some kind of object that Yoshi has to eat. But in order for that to happen, we have to obtain Yoshi to begin with. That, to me, is not currently clear. Falling platform here does what for us? It's on a track. It's going to come down to the track. It's going to float around down here. It will eventually connect up to this point here. Let's do this. Ah, okay, no, that's pretty clear. Now we just lower the seesaw such that the muncher loads on top. There we go. Okay, not what I expected. But it works because we can probably bump the muncher off. And then this gives us access to Yoshi. Having access to Yoshi allows me to drop him over on this side. And then using Yoshi will allow me to grab the item over here. Whoops, that was an interesting deflection. Okay, down we go. And yeah, sure, let's grab the POW, and that's going to drop all of the coins from the upper level. Just as a way of saying congratulations. And that's another one down. Okay, we'll do one more, but this will definitely be the last level of the stream. And it looks like we're back to the same 3D world clear pipe concept as the first one-screen puzzle, but perhaps put a different spin on it this time. Here's a hint. Don't destroy the crates. You'll need them. Okay, so we are going to be here. We have a bomb available on the right. We need to not destroy the crates. Right now I just see the crate that's on the top left corner and the one below the exclamation block as well. I need to see what my objective is going to be. My objective is going to be to get a key to get into the warp block. Not clear to me who's holding the key. I suspect it might be the ant. But we don't know that yet for a fact. So what pieces can we interact with right now? We can. Well, we need to determine, first of all, what this is going to do. And looks like placing a crate here in this slot is going to raise the thwomp. So let's see if we can have access to a crate from the rising and falling water level, of course. But yeah, let's see. I don't want to destroy it, but I do want to make it available, and so maybe bumping this guy up, bump the entire stack above the twister up one slot. It's going to allow me to place a crate here to raise this swamp, which is going to toggle the on-off switch. On-off switch does the job of lowering the piranha, which allows me to ignite the bomb. Let's get way out here into safety. And that also allows me to activate the P. I don't know what the P does so far other than lowering the twister. Lowering the twister would allow it to spin over to the right and give me the other crate, so I would have two crates available. Yeah, because the twister would come over here. Using the crates would allow me to create a wall that moves the ants. I think that's the idea. Is that or rather, no. What's going to happen is I want to put a crate here. I don't know if I was actually supposed to grab this crate separate from the other one before using the twister to move it over, but we can raise this blaster. We need to raise this blaster by 2, so we actually do need both crates. Okay, so let's hit the P switch, move the twister. Now, it's not going to... Ah, yes, okay. I need to move Twister over one additional square in order to grab the second crate. So let's leave it in this location. And then I need to create a platform for it to walk over. Yeah, when it lowers onto the cloud, then that should be fine. Okay, then we grab both crates, and that will pretty much be all there is to it. Raise this guy. And that's going to give me something. And I don't know what. It's going to give me a bullet. So I assume that I need to lead the bullet up to the end. That's going to give me the key. And we're finished. Okay, a couple of micro puzzles like that are going to be a very good contrast to the mega puzzle we did at the near the start of the stream, and so I think that's pretty much the entire set here from Solar Horse before we get to the 40-course world, which will not be this week, but which will hopefully be soon. Now with that, that is going to be it for one of my longest streams on record. That's what happens when you have an extremely long level followed by a complete super world. So yeah, very productive session. For anybody who is new here, we do viewer levels generally throughout the week. And sometimes with some other games, we ran Paper Mario through a decent chunk of August. And yeah, the weekend streams are pretty much going to be like this, where we run the super worlds, we run long puzzles, long levels in general, things that don't otherwise get shown off on Twitch very much or are often just a little bit difficult to schedule in. Anybody who wants to keep up with our scheduling information, which is going to be a bit erratic in the next few weeks due to some adjustments on our side, can keep up with the Discord, where that information is readily available. And thank you once again, everybody, for watching. If you stick around for just a minute, I'm going to find somebody to raid with our remaining audience. I'll usually send people over to more Mario Maker, including people who have an open queue, but sometimes I find a few surprises, so just hang tight, and we'll send you off somewhere interesting in a minute. So, thanks for watching. That's all from me. Have a good day, have a good morning or afternoon, or getting into evening in some places, and fare thee well.